Alrighty, welcome back everybody to our latest severe weather coverage. Hope everybody's having a good evening thus far. We are going live because we have a potential outbreak that is happening right now of severe storms across Texas and Oklahoma, and we now have our first tornado warning of the night, as we are expecting the possibility of even some strong tornadoes this evening across parts of Oklahoma and Texas. And this one's actually in northwestern Oklahoma with a very strong area of rotation. This is just outside of Fairview and Clio Springs, tracking to the northeast right now, going in the direction of Helena and as well as a line. This is a very dangerous storm right now. There's a lot of rotation. This storm was actually elevated for quite some time, which means it was really nowhere near the ground. But over the last several minutes, it has actually become surface-based, which means that we have now rotation getting closer to the ground. There is a wall cloud that is at least probably developed at this point, and we are very close to having a tornado. Just before we went live, we do think that there was a brief tornado back down here just east of Fonda. This right here, we do think was a tornado. The National Weather Service again has issued a tornado warning for this storm because of the strong area of rotation. You can see right here, just off to the west of Cedar Springs and Dane, we have a very strong area of winds that is pushing towards the radar site. So this is going to be our winds that are wrapping off to the north and east, and then this red right here are the winds that are going the other direction. So the rotation right now is actually strengthening, and it is likely going to drop at least some sort of tornado as it continues to track to the northeast. You can see that this has really just become one big supercell. It's also a discrete supercell, which means that this storm is likely going to be favored to produce maybe even a strong tornado over the next several minutes as it continues to track to the northeast, heading towards Clio Springs, Helena, and then eventually going towards Nash and also towards Cherokee. So all those areas, you guys need to be staying very alert right now for a potential tornado that could be on the stronger side of things if it does end up dropping again. This storm again tracking to the northeast. I don't think we have any storm chasers that are directly on this storm. However, if we go back down to the south and west, you can see there are a slew of storm chasers over here in the Texas Panhandle and western Oklahoma. This is where all of the other severe thunderstorm warnings are currently at. And this is where we could also see a possibility of a tornado. But for the most part, these storms have been struggling to really produce a significant threat of a tornado. A lot of these storms developed late, and so most of these have not really gotten tornadic quite yet. But we are watching the storm that is here near Memphis, Texas, which is currently producing some ping pong ball sized hail. But maybe down the road, it might be able to produce a tornado. Riley has an urgent update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, back on that tornado warned supercell. This is once again a tornado on the ground. Clear CC drop on that.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So we now have a tornado down. Yeah, that looks possibly significant. So again, we have now a tornado in progress in Oklahoma. Again, this is just off to the west of Dane right now. I would expect that they will be issuing at least a confirmed tornado warning at any moment. Again, tornado is down and on the ground in Oklahoma. Again, this is just west of Dane, and it is tracking to the northeast right now. It will likely end up being a strong tornado, guys. So if you are in Dane, if you're in Clio Springs, you need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. Put as many walls between you from the outside as possible, away from windows, and get to a sturdy structure. If you're in a mobile home, you've got to get to a ditch. You've got to get into an actual sturdy structure, because a mobile home is not going to survive something like this. Again, we likely have a strong tornado right now that has just crossed over Route 60, just to the east of Orion and Batto, and it is, again, tracking to the northeast very quickly right now, going towards Clio Springs. Right now, again, moving to the northeast at about 30 miles per hour. So if you're in Helena, if you're in Cherokee, we need to be ready for this storm as it continues to track to the northeast. Again, tornado down right now. It's over a lot of places, by the way. There's actually a lot of roads that this is currently going over. And yeah, I mean, that is a significant debris signature. That is a strong tornado. We need at least a confirmed tornado warning. I wouldn't be surprised, though, if this was if this goes PDS. I mean, that is a very strong tornado. We need a PDS tornado warning for this. This is, again, heading towards Clio Springs, large tornado in progress, heading towards Route 412, eventually going towards Helena. Let me get some call outs on this storm. If you have any friends or family in this area, please make sure that they are aware of this. We have a strong tornado in progress heading up towards Helena, Oklahoma. Again, currently in Clio Springs, or it's about to be approaching Clio Springs in about 10 minutes. This tornado warning does include Major and Woods counties. It's also producing half-dollar sized hail. There are a lot of farms down here just to the west of the O'Keene area. So again, this is just to the southwest of Clio Springs. We got a lot of farms in this area that are currently being hit by this strong tornado. You can see the classic hook echo. This is a strong tornado just north of Route 60 by about a mile. It is coming up on the Okonome Reservoir, and it's also near the Trips Country Kennels building. And so there are a few farms that this is currently hitting, but we again have a strong tornado in progress that is a very deep debris signature. And on the latest scan, it's even getting larger. So we have a possibly 1 mile wide debris signature right now, just off to the northwest of Dane. Let me get an exact measurement on this. And yeah, I mean, it's hard to tell because there's a lot of contamination, but it's about a mile and a half wide of just a debris signature. That again, this tornado's just hit a few farms here over the last 5 minutes, just off to the west of Dane and Fairview. Again, currently moving to the northeast. And they've just updated the tornado warning. They are still saying radar indicated. I am not entirely sure why that's the case. But again, we do have a tornado 100% down right now. We have no doubt that there is a tornado on the ground. They have maintained this as a radar indicated tornado warning. I do not understand that. But again, if you're northwest of Dane, that's where the tornado is located. It is tracking to the northeast, going towards Cheyenne Valley, Orienta, and Clio Springs. Clio Springs is going to really be the main town location that is in the path of this strong tornado. It will eventually go towards the Carlisle area, and then Helena and Carmen. Cherokee, we also need to be ready to go to our safe places as this storm is going to be tracking your direction. I'm going to do a little timing guide so you have an idea of where this is going to be heading. This is still about 30 miles or so out currently from Cherokee, but let's go ahead and time this thing out. I'm going to time it out specifically just for where it's going to be tracking from the debris area that we're seeing. So where that tornado is going to be located. So again, this is tracking northeast. You can see some of the locations. They'll be on the left side of your screen there. So we got Clio Springs coming up in about 20 minutes, Align 28 minutes, Carmen is about 30 minutes out, Helena about 40 minutes, and then if you're Jet, Oklahoma, we're talking about 45, 50 minutes from now is when this tornado is going to be rocking right into that area. So again, Helena, we need to be ready to go to our safe place, and Carmen and Align, we all need to be ready to go to our safe places right now as this storm continues to track quickly off to the northeast. It's also going to be heading towards the Salt Plains National Wildlife Refuge. So that'll also be in the track of this. Real quickly, I do want to show you guys, we have a lot of chasers out there. This is our a large network of chasers that we have today, and a lot of them again are in the Texas Panhandle and western Oklahoma, not necessarily on this tornado confirmed storm, but a lot of them currently are tracking some of the other big hailstorms that we have back over in Texas that, you know, might become tornadic at some point. We have not had any tornado warnings quite yet today in Texas. All right, latest radar scan. Still looks really nasty, waiting for the velocities to update. But we do again think that there is still a significant tornado in progress just northwest of Dane. That CC signature there is pretty significant. We got a lot of hail coming down too, right along 412. You can see a large hail core here. So $half sized hail is currently falling, coming up towards Clio Springs. We still think this is definitely a tornado. I don't, again, understand why this is not upgraded, but this is still a tornado down right now over some more farms. This is going to be specifically located near 520 Road and N2440 Road. So that is basically the intersection of where this tornado is currently down. It is tracking northeast, and it will eventually be going towards Orienta and Clio Springs. If you guys have friends or family, again, in these areas, they need to be in their safe places right now. Please make sure that they're aware of this. I, again, do not understand why this is still a radar-indicated tornado warning, but this is definitely a tornado that is down, moving northeast at about 35 miles per hour. Just double check to make sure we have no chasers on this. We need a PDS. This already meets PDS criteria. It met PDS criteria about 6 minutes ago. And we definitely still have a tornado down. And there's a lot of lightning. I also want to point out that when we have all this lightning on a supercell like this, and a lot of the time when we have an uptick of lightning like what we're seeing right now, this often does mean that we have something, a tornado brewing, especially with today's environment. I do want to remind you that today's severe weather event is, for the first time ever, a pretty significant one. I mean, this is the first time that we've ever had a 10% SIG 1 tornado risk ever issued. Again, the Storm Prediction Center has made this new thing called SIG 1, SIG 2, SIG 3 for tornado outlooks, wind outlooks, and then SIG 1 and SIG 2 for hail outlooks. So this is the first time that we've ever had something like this, where we actually have a SIG 1 that is in place. And what this basically means is that there is a possibility of EF2 plus tornadoes. It's basically replacing the hatched risk of tornadoes, but adding categories to it. And this can also be issued in 5% and 2% tornado risks. So anywhere in this outlined area that you see dashed here, that is in a SIG 1. That means that there is a possibility of EF2 2 tornadoes. So if you're in any of this area, you're actually technically in history today. This has never happened before where we have a Sig 1 in place. And tomorrow we have a Sig 1 as well for a much larger area, which basically means strong tornadoes are possible. If we were to get a Sig 2 when it comes to tornadoes, that means EF3 tornadoes are more possible or more likely to happen. And then a Sig 3 would mean violent EF4 plus tornadoes would be more likely as well. Also, we do have an enhanced risk of severe weather for very large hail and the possibility of tornadoes. So anywhere in the orange, that is where we can expect a much more heightened risk of severe weather over the next several hours. But even if you're in Oklahoma City, Stillwater, Kansas City, Lubbock, Amarillo, we are still under at least a marginal or slight risk of severe weather for tonight. All right, we do have a new update on the radar scan here. Let's go back over to velocities. And I mean, this thing is gearing up to produce another. I mean, I don't know if it's on the ground anymore, but this is gearing up to produce another tornado if it's not right now down. The velocities are insane. This look is pretty crazy. This is a crazy look. I mean, there's a real possibility right now that we have a strong tornado that's going to drop again. If we don't already have one still on the ground, there could be another one trying to drop right now. This is actually crazy. The velocities look absolutely insane right now. So again, very strong winds currently going away from the radar. That's the red winds. That's the red that you see on the radar. Those are winds that are going basically southwest, so away from the radar site. The green is going towards the radar site. Very strong area of rotation. And this is moving to the northeast. The National Weather Service of Norman just tweeted as of about 5 minutes ago that there's likely a tornado with the storm in Major County, which is this one right here. So again, if you're in Major County, Oklahoma, you need to be in your storm shelter. If you're in the pink polygon here, that also does include Woods County. So both counties are included in this. The National Weather Service of Norman said that there's likely a tornado. Again, we think that there's definitely a tornado with this thing. Over the last several scans, we've seen a very definitive debris signature. Not nearly as definitive on this latest scan, but again, the rotation is very intense. And we do think that there's a real chance that this could either be a strong tornado, maybe even an intense tornado. The tornado watch that we have in place for tonight does include western Oklahoma and the Texas Panhandle. I do want to point out that this entire region has been outlined for the possibility of a few tornadoes being likely, and even a possibility of a couple of intense tornadoes. So all hazards are again possible tonight, but that is the wording that they used. A couple of intense tornadoes means that there is a possibility of EF3 plus tornadoes. Currently on the velocity scale, we are at least a 9 out of 10 on this thing. Again, we do think that there's at least been a tornado with this at least a couple of times, perhaps a strong tornado. Not nearly as definitive that we have an active tornado in progress, but we still think that there is likely one down. It is currently hitting some farmland to the west of Fairview. What I think will happen is if there's not a tornado right now, it's probably going to cycle again and then try to drop another tornado, possibly even stronger than the first one that we just had near Route 60. So again, that's tracking towards Clio Springs right now. This has been going over a lot of farms. There's a lot of farms near 246 Road and 520 Road. That's basically where this is located right now. Eventually, this will be tracking up again towards the Clio Springs area and Orienta. Orienta, very small area. There's a few farms. It's near actually the Twisters movie filming location. So Twisters was actually filmed in Orienta, and this is actually heading right towards that area. I'm not even kidding. I'm looking literally at the map. There is a place called the Twisters movie filming location. They filmed the movie of Twisters over in Orienta, Oklahoma, and that is right here. So this is heading right that direction right now. So that is kind of crazy, I'm not gonna lie. So we're waiting for the new radar scan. Should be in here in just a second, but if you haven't watched the Twisters movie, obviously it's a movie that talks all about tornadoes, so it's going right towards that area right now. All right, here's the latest radar scan. Again, very large hail, by the way, over Route 412. So that's tracking into Clio Springs first. So again, if you're in Clio Springs, you'll probably hear the hailstones first, and then you will, more than anything, probably start to hear the roar of a tornado if there is actually one on the ground. And the latest scan, that would be where the tornado is located. Velocities are a little contaminated, and that looks like a tornado still, north of Dane. So I do think we have a tornado. We're going to get confirmation on this, but it looks like we still have a tornado down, or there's a new one that has just dropped. Again, CC drop located right over our little hook echo here. Tons of lightning, by the way, just southeast of Cheyenne Valley. The Oklahoma City radar site won't be much of a help with this, but velocities are still very intense right now. Just to the southeast of Cheyenne Valley, heading up towards Orienta, which is where the Twisters movie was filmed. Look at the hook. Look at how much it's clearing out right now, too. We got a very large inflow that is coming out of the south and southeast. This is a very healthy looking supercell. So again, if we don't 100% know if there's a tornado. We think there is one. If there is one, again, it's hitting a lot of farmland right now south of Route 412, but it's going to be tracking towards Clio Springs. The one thing I'll point out though here is that there's a real possibility that is most likely cycling if it's not on the ground. And if it is cycling, it is gearing up for a possibly significant tornado near Clio Springs. I mean, the amount of inflow that we're seeing and the amount of clearing out in front of where our hook echo is pretty incredible. I mean, that's a large area of clearing. So there's not really much stopping this storm right now. And today's environment is very favorable when it comes to our wind shear. We have a lot of wind shear today, lots of spin, very curved hodographs, which basically means winds are changing all throughout the atmosphere. And so that is what we're seeing right now in real time. All right, here's the latest radar scan. And again, notice we have a large batch of lightning west of Fairview in Oklahoma. This is just west of the airport. So this storm is still in a pretty, again, it's a very favorable storm still. A lot of the time we see this much lightning, it does mean that it is cycling or at least intensifying still. Waiting for everything to update here. Again, we still have that large hook right now just to the southeast of Cheyenne Valley. This is going towards Orienta and Clio Springs, Oklahoma. Had somebody asked in the chat if anything's going to happen in Oklahoma City tonight. I do think eventually we're going to see a lot of these storms start to cluster together and become basically a Boeing segment of damaging winds and possibly some embedded tornadoes. So I would definitely not rule it out if you're in Oklahoma City for maybe some strong to severe storms later tonight. Nothing imminent, but we'll be watching your area here closely. All right, latest radar scan. The velocities are the strongest southeast of Cheyenne Valley. No debris signature right now, so it does not look like it is on the ground. It is still cycling though. So again, what that means is that we're likely going to see a new tornado try to drop as it moves towards Orienta. Thank you, Zombie, for the $20 super chat, saying Twister is the best movie of all time. Also, thank you, Ben Johnson, for the super chat. Thanks for the heads up. Great for your info 24/7. I appreciate that. Max, it's confirmed on the ground by spotters. Haven't heard anything confirmed yet. So, again, we've seen it on radar that it has likely been down at least a few times. Nothing officially confirmed. There is a singular chaser that is near this, but they are not live that we at least can see on the map. We can actually turn on Spotter Network, which is basically all the chaser dots, and there's a chaser here south of Fairview. So there's at least somebody up here. And again, this is we have about 15 storm chasers right now down here that are live on Radar Omega back over in the Texas Panhandle and western Oklahoma. None of them though were up here. None of them chose the northwestern Oklahoma target. And I'm going to be honest, I don't even know if anybody expected something to happen up here today. I didn't really think this would be the place where a tornado happens. But that green dot that you see here, that's a singular chaser that is heading up that direction. So maybe they have something, but they're not live. So we don't know. Thank you, Wolfie, for the $20 super chat. What's the risk for St. Louis tomorrow night? We'll talk more about tomorrow here soon. If this tornado threat goes down, we'll definitely have time to talk about it. Tomorrow looks like a big day, on top of what's going to be happening tonight. But tonight is more of a nocturnal tornado threat. Tomorrow could end up being a bit nocturnal. But we are talking about a much more widespread threat of severe weather for tomorrow. Thanks, Shen, for the super chat as well. Anything significant for central Iowa tomorrow? Again, we'll talk about that here soon. All right, latest radar scan. You can see it again, the hook echo right now that is located over a lot of different roadways just to the southeast of Cheyenne Valley, southwest of Orienta. Again, this is currently tracking to the northeast at about 35 miles per hour. It is still cycling. We do not think there is, again, a tornado anymore, but there was one at some point. Velocity scales down to about a 7 now, so basically rotation is not nearly as strong as what we just had, but it is still medium rotation, medium to strong. So it's kind of on the stronger side of things still. It's not weak. It's not done by any means. This is still a storm that has the opportunity to continue to intensify as it continues to track to the northeast in this fairly favorable environment here for tonight. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning back over in Texas. This is going to be near Shamrock, which is going to be for a ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. So this is one of the other storms that we're keeping an eye on. There is a low end potential for a tornado with this as well, and it will be moving towards Eric, which is in far western Oklahoma near the Interstate 40 corridor. We don't really have a whole lot of rotation on any of these storms right now. They've gotten very clustered, so it might take some time until one of those actually produces a tornado threat. But we do have several storm chasers that are out there on this storm, and there's been some occasional lightning out there. This here is Tornado Pagey. We also have storm chaser Connor Croft on the bottom right of your screen. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I wanted to talk about quickly the difference between the current tornado warning cell and those cells off to the southwest. So what we have going on in the southwest, as you were saying, is a lot of convection. Over here, we have basically all of the cap eroded, meaning there's nothing limiting storms from growing or going up. Where our current tornado warning cell is, we still have a very slight cap, and what's happening because of that is nothing's able, nothing, no other storms are able to convect around that, and because of it, it's going to stay discrete for quite some time. Looking at this thing right now, it is clearing out its inflow notch quite nicely, and we're 100% going to be looking at a cycle into another tornado sometime around the time it heads towards Clio Springs. I would also expect it to slightly turn right as it gets closer to Clio Springs, unfortunately bringing it even closer to the town.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. And man, look at this latest scan, guys. This is insane. This hook echo is classic. This could go in a textbook. This is a classic looking hook echo right now west of Fairview. This is actually crazy. This again is bad. There's not really many other ways to put it. This is a very dangerous storm. I mean, we've already alluded to that, but the other thing is too, this could easily drop a large tornado if it's not already on the ground. Again, it's cycling really quickly right now, and we just got a new severe thunderstorm watch in Kansas. This right here is looking like it's going to produce a big one. So again, if you are in Clio Springs, Orienta, even in Helena, you know, I would at least, if you're over here, start getting ready to go to your safe place and have your tornado action plan ready to go. If you're in Clio Springs or Orienta, you should already be there. All right. There's a very high chance that this is going to be on the ground in the next few minutes if it's not already on the ground. Again, we do not have a clear CC drop where the strongest rotation is and where that hook echo is. This would be where a tornado is located. It's not going to be here. This is all clear air contamination. That's not the tornado, all right? We're looking right here. That's the hook echo. That is where it's going to be trying to drop a tornado just to the southeast there of Cheyenne Valley. Very high chance that this is going to drop a strong tornado, assuming that it does drop one. So we got a new radar scan coming in, but this is a classic, a textbook looking hook echo that is moving to the northeast right now. There is a unbelievable amount of lightning on this storm too. There's an unbelievable amount of lightning. Look at all the lightning strikes around this storm. Tons of it. If you guys have friends or family in Oklahoma, Texas, Kansas, again, spread the word. This is a dangerous situation that is evolving, obviously, here in northwest Oklahoma, but we're watching other storms, too, that are further down to the south and west that could also try to do something like this. They have updated the tornado warning. It is radar indicated still, so nothing confirmed again as of right now. We're waiting for the velocities to update, but look at the hook echo. Literally looks like a thumb. It's pretty classic. That last scan was the most classic you're going to see for a supercell. That's not something that you see really ever. Only happens with really the most intense environments. Latest scan, you can see again, there's not a whole lot of red that is going around the green right now. So we don't have a tornado again right now, but it's trying to drop. All right, so you can see the red, it's trying to come around. That's the inflow that is moving into the storm. And then this right here is the RFD surge that's going around it. So what's trying to happen is basically that inflow is trying to tighten this thing up. And this is the area that we need to watch for. We don't really have any sort of reds and greens that are tight right there, but that's the location of where we're going to be watching for a tornado. So this is tracking towards 412 right now. It's about to be going over Route 412 here in just about 2 to 3 minutes. And then approaching Clio Springs. This is only about 7 minutes out from the Twisters movie filming location in the Consolidated Grain and Barge Company building, which is near Elm Creek. All right, so this is awfully close to those areas. We also got a really large hail core west of Clio Springs right now. This is also coming up on the Saron Mennonite Church, which is just out there of Orienta. It's going to be on the south side. There's a lot of farms that are right along US Highway 412, which is this right here. And so it's going to be coming up on a few farms here in just a moment. It's also not far from the Cathedral Mountain and the Gloss Mountain State Park. We'll have another radar scan in a moment, but again, this is a very dangerous supercell right now, northwest Oklahoma, coming up on Clio Springs. Thank you, Famous, for the super chat saying keep an eye out to the storm to the north. Looks like it's about to have a tornado too. This one up here, I don't think so. This is going to be more of a hailstorm if you're talking about this one here. So anything up here, especially up in Kansas, this thing's splitting. It's a left moving storm. What that means is it's basically just gonna be a hailstorm. All right, that's the simplest way to put it. This is a right moving storm, and the ones that are right moving like this one are almost always gonna be the ones most favorable to produce a tornado. The latest scan, you can see it's gotten a little bit stronger now for that RFD surge, which is that rear flank downdraft. So it's getting a little bit stronger. Got a little bit more red trying to mix in there. So it's still organizing. I'd assume at the minimum we have a wall cloud right now. If not, it's very close to a tornado. So again, this is very, very close to dropping something big. Northwest of Fairview. It's not far from the municipal airport in Fairview as well. There's okay, according to Riley, and this is according to local news, there's a very beefy wall cloud. So that basically means there's a very large wall cloud right now southwest of Clio Springs. So again, no active tornado, but there is a very large wall cloud. We do not have, again, an active tornado. We do think this has at least dropped 2 different tornadoes in its cycle so far. Mid-level rotation is going to be very strong if we have a wall cloud. Real quickly, I do want to point out that, again, there is a new severe thunderstorm watch that has been issued. That is for Kansas. All right, so that is El Dorado, Wichita, Kansas, Anthony, Kingman, Hutchinson, Newton. We're going to be talking about the possibility of some very large hail and damaging winds. So if you're up in here in the Wichita, Kansas area or surrounding areas, be ready for damaging winds as high as 70, maybe even as high as 75 miles per hour, hail up to the size of 2.5 inches, and then also the possibility of an isolated tornado. We have a new radar scan once again coming in. And all these lightning strikes that you see are, let me get the exact count here, but we have a lot of lightning. We get the exact count of lightning strikes here in the last 15 minutes. This is by far the most amount of lightning that we have with any given supercell right now. New radar scans coming in now. Right now, we have about 75 lightning strikes a minute on this storm. So about 1 lightning strike a second is happening near Clio Springs. And the latest scan is getting more concerning. All right, so we have a very strong RFD surge, very strong inflow. Latest scan, you can see the rotation's gotten a lot stronger. So this is still strengthening. Moving up towards Orienta, and Clio Springs. So it's gotten stronger here over the last minute. It is still getting more and more intense. That is a really crazy looking hook echo. Very strong inflow. Guys, again, if you are in Clio Springs, you need to be in your safe place. If you have friends or family there, please spread the word. I am very confident that we are going to see a strong tornado here in a few minutes. Very confident. This is, I don't usually say that, but I am actually very confident that this is going to drop a big tornado. You do not see something like this that often. We're looking at about an 8 out of 10 on the velocity scale. It's got a little bit stronger here over the last couple minutes. And the velocity scale is something that's, something that we basically made that kind of gives you an idea of how strong the rotation is. Again, 1 out of 10 would be there's really no rotation at all. A 10 out of 10 would be a tornado is down. An 8 out of 10 basically means we have very strong rotation. And that has gone up from a 7 over the last couple minutes. How big is big? There's a real possibility of getting a large tornado. That's just a broad term, but I mean, you can never really guess the size of a tornado before something happens. But there's a possibility. There's a real possibility of strong and large tornadoes today. Obviously, we have a 10% hatch tornado risk for today, which does mean that there's a real risk of strong tornadoes. And this storm, even though it's much further north than what we were expecting for a strong tornado threat for today, it has the possibility of producing something strong. The latest scan showing the rotation is still very strong right now, just to the west of Orienta. So this is going over some farms right now near Route 412. It is just to the west of the Twisters movie filming location, and it is continuing to move to the northeast right now. They have issued a brand new severe thunderstorm warning for this entire supercell. So Helena, Cherokee, and Burlington were all included in this. So if you're in those areas, this is where we're talking about the possibility of ping pong ball sized hail and also the threat of damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. And this storm is rapidly moving to the northeast. But they will likely issue a new tornado warning here soon, and that new tornado warning will likely include Helena, Carmen, and Clio Springs will probably be issued into that new tornado warning as well. I'm going to do a little track here on this supercell so you have an idea of where it's heading. But this is kind of a short-term track. Basically, if you're in this polygon, you are in the path right now of this supercell, at least when it comes to the tornado threat. So again, Clio Springs, we're really within the next 10 minutes. I know it says 10 minutes, but it's going to be a little bit sooner than that. Click the run button. Let me redo this. I'm going to change the speed of this. About 40 miles per hour. So again, if you're in Clio Springs, we're only about 5-10 minutes from this. Align's about 15 minutes from now. Carmen, Oklahoma, about 25 minutes. If you're in Helena or Jets, we're about 30 to 45 minutes out from this storm reaching your location. All right, so again, those are approximate times. Do not wait to get to your safe place until then if you are in a tornado warning, and definitely do not wait last second. That's just an ETA in terms of when this tornado may arrive to your location, again, in northwestern Oklahoma. We're going to be waiting for a new radar scan in a second. The Hook Echo, again, still very impressive. It is still cycling, but it is getting closer and closer to dropping a big tornado. Another radar scan here in just a second. We actually have a lot of storms up in Kansas right now. None of these are severe, but we have a large cluster of strong storms near Manhattan, Alma, as well as Junction City and Westmoreland. We're not expecting much of a tornado risk up there, but we got a lot of lightning and some gusty winds possible with those storms. And somebody was pointing this out, but the storm west of Anthony, Kansas, again, this is not tornadic. It is a left-splitting storm.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So it is mostly just producing the threat of a half-dollar sized hail. All right, we have a brand new tornado warning that has just been issued. This is going to be for those in Helena. All right, so Helena, you are now included in a tornado warning. Riley has an urgent update. Go ahead, Riley.
There's a huge tornado on the ground right now via news. Not able to show it. Is a very strong tornado.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. We now have a large tornado in progress, and it's according to local news. So again, tornado is down right now in Oklahoma. We need to be in your safe. You got to get to your safe place now. You got to run there. If you are in Clio Springs, if you're in West Ringwood, you need to be in your safe place. According to Riley, it is a very powerful cone tornado that is down right now. All right, so again, large tornadoes in progress. I know the warning doesn't say that. I know at the top of your screen it doesn't say that either, but there is a large tornado that is down right now moving to the northeast. We need to be in our safe places, away from windows. Got to be on the lowest floor possible. If you are in a storm shelter, if you're not in a storm shelter already, get there. If you don't have one of those, get to the lowest, most interior room of your home or building. Put as many walls between you from the outside as possible. But you got to run to your safe place right now. If you're in Clio Springs or Orienta, this is right next to the Twisters filming location, and just right next to that, let me get the location here, just right next to the Consolidated Grain and Barge Company building. We'll probably see a debris signature if I had to guess in a second, but that's where the tornado is. It just crossed over Route 412 near Cottonwood Creek, and it is near 254 Road. There is a farm that is on the right side of that road. I believe that is right here. So there's a farm that is about to take a direct hit from this. There's a farm there, and there's a farm here. Put in boxes where these farms are. And then we got some farms that are literally right next to this tornado. So we could have some actual debris being picked up by this here in a second. You need to hunker down, though, if you're in this tornado warning. This is a significant tornado moving northeast. Also, real quickly, we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning north of Elk City, Butler, west of Thomas. That's going to be for ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. You can actually see the storm right there on the top left of your screen. Not really seeing a whole lot, but there's a little bit of lightning there. Don't think that's going to be an imminent tornado threat, but we'll be keeping an eye on it. Looks a little nasty. Can somebody put PA storm trackers in slot 2? Yeah, if you're just tuning in, we do have a confirmed large tornado by local news. Again, off to on the west side right now of Orienta. This is in northwestern Oklahoma. It's going to be tracking into Clio Springs over the next couple of minutes. There are power flashes now being reported in Orienta. All right, so we now have power flashes being reported in Orienta, and it is now approaching Clio Springs. All right, Clio Springs, we need to be in our safe place. Cannot stress it enough. Helena, you guys got a little while. All right, Helena is a little bit further out. I would not be panicking if you're in Helena. Just make sure that you're getting ready to go to your safe place. We are a little over about 20 minutes, I'd say, until this is really there. So if you're in Helena, at least be indoors, all right? But you don't have to be in your storm shelter or anything like that yet. I'll just be ready to get there. You know, you got a few minutes to get your belongings together and get to that safe place. Latest radar scan, you can see the debris signature. We now have a debris signature visible on radar. So again, I want to point this out, by the way. We've had a confirmed tornado for about 4 minutes now from local news that's reporting a large tornado southwest of Clio Springs. It took about 4 minutes for us to actually see a debris signature here on radar. We now have a small one right now. That's now, again, this tornado is hitting farms, so it's now actually picking up debris. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, once again, we're not able to show it, but this is a very powerful tornado. This needs a PDS tornado warning. It's going to continue to do damage as it moves into Clio Springs. Just looking at the tornado itself, it looks very well put together, and I don't expect it to lift anytime soon.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So, again, this is a large tornado. I'm really surprised we have not had a PDS tornado warning at all with this at any point, because we had a pretty definitive tornado we thought earlier, and we now have most likely, again, another one. We at least have one right now, confirmed by local news, just off to the west there of Orienta. But again, debris signature right now is located over some farms. This is going over 440 Road. It is near Cottonwood Creek. Tracking up towards Tarja Resources and Orientis Station, which is just south of West Clio. Clio Springs is about to take possibly a direct hit from this tornado. It is on path to go towards Clio Springs. And again, we do not have any way to show you because it is a local news, but basically Riley is saying that it looks like Lake City. I don't know what it looks like, but it's a large cone is from what we're hearing. And it looks like the Lake City tornado, which happened last year back in, I think it was April, right? I don't remember what exact day it was. But Clio Springs, this tornado is coming up into West Clio here in about 3 minutes. Clio Springs, you got to be in your safe place now. It's approaching the Align Clio Public Schools. There's a Methodist church that's in the path of this. We also got the square, which has a bank. There's an event center, United States Postal Service, and Clio Springs Senior Citizens Building. That is currently in the path of this large tornado. I am so surprised. We've had absolutely no upgrade on this warning. I'm really surprised by that. And again, this is one of the most classic supercells that you'll ever see. All right, here. This thing is classic as can be. And I mean, I think a lot of people were doubting this thing would even do anything because, I mean, again, in northwest Oklahoma about an hour or two ago, this was a pretty elevated storm, but it became surface-based very quickly, about a half an hour ago, 45 minutes ago. And that is why this is actually producing a tornado threat. We had a very large wall cloud about 20 minutes ago, and now it's dropped into a really large tornado. Again, there might not be a clear debris signature, but it's going over a lot of farmland, and there might just be some grass and pellets being picked up. That's not necessarily going to be detected by the correlation coefficient. Take 5 with the super chat says, is there any way to message a storm chaser who isn't live to go there or to go live? It's not as easy as just going live because, again, storm chasers have a pretty complex setup. And I mean, all of our storm chasers, we have about 15 of them. All of them are down here. And I didn't think this would even be the area that would be the target today. Almost every single indication was that it was going to be back over in western Oklahoma and eastern Texas. This is way up in northwestern Oklahoma. So a very different story here. All right, here's the latest radar scan. See, again, the large hook echo. If we have a tornado, which, again, we do think there's still a tornado down, this is going to come up into West Clio and Clio Springs. This is about to directly hit the square and a lot of small businesses on the basically west side of Clio Springs. That tornado is coming right up into Clio Springs, Oklahoma right now. It's a very concerning situation. Thank you, Asher, for the super chat. Again, we have a lot of reports that there is a cone tornado, possibly a wedge. Thank you, Trosby, for the super chat. You know what's really crazy is that this was literally right next to the Twisters movie filming location. I mean, that's literally right here. This is where the tornado is. It's literally next to it. I don't even know how that's even possible. Like, it's crazy how close in proximity that this thing is right now to where the Twisters filmed their movie. It is actually unbelievable. Here's the latest velocity scan. And again, we have still very strong rotation. Tornado's located right here. So again, there's definitely still a tornado down. You can see the greens and reds, they are touching each other. That basically means that we have a tornado down, and it's going to be coming up into West Clio over the next minute or so. My goodness, I wish I could show you guys, but this is literally a large tornado. I'm going to draw like an image that what it looks like. It looks something like this. And there's actually horizontal vortices. So it looks something like this. There's literally horizontal vortices with this tornado. This is likely an intense, possibly even, violent tornado that's moving into Clio Springs right now. And I still do not understand how there's not at least an observed tornado warning tag on this, because there is, again, confirmation from local news that there is a large tornado. There's literally active video of it. And very strong tornado right now on the west side of West Clio. Let's hope this thing continues to turn off to the north, because if it continues to turn to the north and west, that's going to avoid possibly catastrophe in Clio Springs. Clio Springs is very close to where this tornado is. It's within a mile. I mean, if you're currently in Clio Springs, you probably hear a large roar. I don't even know if you're watching. If anybody is even able to hear the stream from Clio Springs, you probably hear a really large roar. Again, that's the tornado. That is not a car outside or a train. We have all sorts of lightning strikes too around this. And I mean, that really gives you an idea that this is a very intense supercell. We have about 1 lightning strike every second, about 75 every minute. There are reports of power flashes and debris being lofted up into the atmosphere west of Clio Springs. So not directly in the town, but on the west side of Clio Springs, just down to the south of a line. And again, if you're in a line or Helena, now you guys got to get to your safe place. All right. I know I told you a few minutes ago, you're fine for a few minutes. You know, you can collect your belongings sort of thing. You should have already done that. All right. If you need to get like your pets or something to your basement or wherever that safe place is, again, you can go there now, all right, and get them, but you only got a few minutes until this thing is coming right up there. But again, this tornado very strong, possibly an intense to violent tornado moving northeast. All right, new radar scans coming in right now. Thank you, Smith, for the becoming a member. What about livestock? Livestock is at heavy risk right now from this tornado. It just went over a lot of farmland here over the last few minutes. Here's the latest scan. This thing it looks a little bit more organized than a second ago. There's been a large tornado for several minutes. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I think it's back on the ground right now in Via News 9, but there is hope that it's cycling, and also think it is going to miss Clio Springs. What we have right now is this is including what that means is it's being pulled off to the north into the forward flank of the storm. That is going to mean that Clio Springs is going to move or miss out on the worst of it. But if we're off to the northwest of Clio Springs, anywhere in this area, the tornado is moving deviantly. It's a drunk nado, as we call it, so it could go to places that we weren't talking about just a bit ago. Once again, this is back on the ground via the news.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So again, tornado's down right now. It is still a large tornado, a drunk nado. I haven't used that term in probably about almost a year now because we haven't really had a lot of tornadoes in the last 8 months, but this is basically a drunk nado. All right, this happens a lot more than often than not in Oklahoma and Texas, but basically what that means is that this thing might kind of spin around and do some weird stuff, might do a lot of weird shenanigans. So obviously a deviant tornado like this can go in multiple different directions. So if you're in Clio Springs, you still need to be in your safe place. Doesn't matter if it's off to your west right now, could pull back east. If you're in a line, if you're in any surrounding location, you need to be in your safe place. And honestly, even if you're on the corner here, I know this isn't even included in the tornado warning, but if you're over here just west of a line, I would be in your safe place too, in that small little crevice that's not warned, because there are occasions that we have a tornado pull way off to the west when they occlude, which would mean a weakening tornado but still on the ground going west. So that might happen. We're not sure if it's going to happen, but it's something that I would at least be prepared for on the west side of this tornado warning polygon. Latest radar scan still showing very strong rotation. If you look at radar here, again, you can see there's no debris signature, which is good news. But I do think it might just be barely missing Clio Springs. It is very close. If we do a little measurement here, this is only about 1.5 miles northwest of Clio Springs. And again, that's 1.5 miles from a catastrophe, because this is, again, a large cone tornado. It might be crazy to look at this, but look at this. This is the tornado path over the last several minutes. You can see how it's been pulling west. That's the path right there. It was going more to the northeast. It was going to basically go right up at least into West Clio, if not Clio Springs. But over the last few minutes, it's actually turned just a hair off to the west to probably avoid, again, catastrophe there. It's a very small residential town, but again, granted, it is a place that a little over, I think, 200 people live, maybe 300. It's one of the biggest towns, at least in the tornado warning polygon. Helena would be the next one up, which is a little bit larger of a town. And Align is also a small town, but it's not far from where this tornado is. Real quickly, this is a little 21 frame loop of this discrete supercell, and you can see the direction of it over the last several minutes. And you can see that little hook here. And that's where the tornado is located. And it's been turning just barely off to the west. And again, that's crazy. It's been turning just a little bit more to the north and west over the last several minutes. It's honestly a miracle that this thing has gone that direction, because I think it would have been a lot worse if it didn't turn. Real quickly, back down to the southwest of this storm near Elk City. We do have an elevated hailstorm moving to the north. This is a left-moving storm, which means it should be predominantly hail moving to the north. There's a lot of lightning with this. Bottom right of your screen, that is PA Storm Trackers in Elk City, so they're on that storm. We have a few messy storms over in the Texas Panhandle right now, east of Clarendon. A lot of lightning on those storms. There is still a possibility of a tornado, but nothing currently set in stone when it comes to there being anything imminent. But we'll be keeping an eye on these storms over in the Texas Panhandle. We also have a Dorito chip severe warning west of Harper, and another one going towards Kingman in Kansas for half-dollar sized hail and a lot of lightning. That is currently tracking north at about 35-40 miles per hour. It actually got a scatter spike right now south of Kingman, and that means that there's very significant hail there. Wow, this is crazy. Latest scan, the Hook Echo even looks more impressive. Very strong inflow. Look at the thumb shape here, and look at the velocities. Not 100% sure if this is on the ground at this exact moment. It has been on the ground for a while, from our understanding. This has not been upgraded to a confirmed tornado warning again for whatever reason, but there has been a tornado for a while, and it might be cycling, and it might be dropping another big tornado here in the next few minutes if there's not one already on the ground. And for letters for the super chat, it's as of right now, it's being reported as a large multi-vortex wedge tornado, according to News 9. So this is still down. Even though the velocities might not look like they're connected, there's still a tornado. And again, it is so close to Clio Springs. It's unbelievable how close this thing is. This is going to be tracking right up towards Helena, east of Carmen. According to Riley, News 9 is showing old video. It is not a wedge, but it's not confirmed as of right now. So that's the latest on that. So any video that you're seeing might be old. At least according to radar, I don't think it's on the ground. I mean, again, velocities aren't tight, but it might still be, there might be something small on the ground, but I do think it's going to become another large tornado as it cycles again. I can't believe how they haven't tagged it confirmed. I don't know either. We've had pretty clear evidence of this being a tornado. At least a few times. There's also, look at this right here. We got a storm that's developing just to the southeast of the supercell. This storm will be interesting to watch. It's not moving off to the northeast. It's not really a right moving storm, so it's not going to be as favorable for a tornado. But about 20, maybe 30 minutes from now, we could have a storm merger with this thing, and that could also propel this thing to produce another strong tornado if there's not already one on the ground. Again, if you are in this pink polygon, you need to be in your safe place right now. This is once again for those in Alfalfa, and as well as major counties in Oklahoma. Ping pong ball size hail is also occurring with this storm. The tornado itself is going to be located just north now of Clio Springs. It's going to be on the north side. It's about to cross over Highway 8. Up here, there is another large farm. It's actually a few more farms, and then eventually it's going to be approaching the Heritage Manor Bed and Breakfast. There's also the Sod House Museum that is in the path of this. So that is tracking to the northeast and eventually going towards Helena. Helena has the Timberlake High School. There's a Crabtree Correction Center, a historical society, got a country grocery store, Sunoco gas station. There's a lot more stuff up there in Helena.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay, we now have a tornado warning in Texas. That's interesting. We now have a tornado warning in Texas. We actually have storm chasers on this. Back over in Texas, this is just to the east of Headley. If you're in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. This is tracking to the northeast. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, back up in Oklahoma. Once again, a tornado on the ground. Power flashes confirmed via news media.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So there's now, again, a large tornado in progress. Power flashes being reported north of Clio Springs. So once again, tornado is down. McWillie is in the path of this, and Helena, as well as a line. All of you guys need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. Put as many walls between you from the outside as possible. There is, again, a tornado down again in Oklahoma. This is a new tornado moving to the northeast towards McWillie. I do want to quickly take our attention to storm chaser Ryan Scholl. He is currently on the storm that is tornado warned in Texas.
I freaking called it! What did I just say?
And he's
What
going
did
crazy
I
because there's a
just
tornado
say?
warning. This is over in Wellington, Texas. We have a tornado warning. You can see the lightning flashes there.
Woo!
Not seeing anything down on the ground right now. Mezzo Hunter's also on this. He's in just west of Childress, Texas. See all the lightning. So we'll be keeping an eye on this storm as well, as there is a tornado warning. He's specifically in Quail. See all the lightning though. So again, we'll be watching that storm very closely over there in Texas. That is now is a tornado warning. We'll keep Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl on the bottom right of your screen. All right, latest scan. The tornado again in Oklahoma is going to be located over Route 8 now. It just crossed over Route 8, just north of Clio Springs, going up towards McWillie and Helena. I'm going to do a little timing guide again for this, because again, we have another large tornado down, and it will probably drop more tornadoes if I had to guess down the line here. So a general time guide on where this is going to be heading. We'll have all the locations on the left side of your screen there. See how they're populating. We got a lot of locations in the path of this. Helena is only about 15 minutes out. If I had to guess, it's going to be sooner than that. Jet, only about half an hour from now. If you are Nash, we're about 35, 40 minutes from now. Wichita, and as well as Medford, we're about an hour or so out from this hitting your area. So again, that is currently tracking to the northeast. And then long term, if you're near Renfro, we're about 80 minutes or so out from this. Riley has another update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, looking at our tornado warning in Texas, we have 2 or 3 reports of a funnel on this from different storm chasers.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So there are reports of funnel clouds on this. Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl is looking in the direction of it.
On his screen, we got Baja Blast. Baja Blast for fueling us here for this tornado warning. It's at night, very.
I'm gonna go to Mezzo Hunter. He's also on this. So there's funnel clouds apparently on this storm again, just north of Memphis, Texas.
Tell him do like it does what he wants and what he's comfortable with. I'm going for 0.
Come on, you would probe intercept? Is that what you said?
Mezzo said to stick what you're comfortable with, but
we're gonna go back to them in a second. I do want to go back to radar. Look at the latest scan on velocities here, north of Clio Springs in Oklahoma. My goodness. And News 9 is reporting a tornado down again in the last couple minutes. There have been power flashes on the north side of Clio Springs, tracking up towards McWillie. Helena are in the path of this. Helena is only about 10 minutes from this tornado being in your neck of the woods. Tracking northeast at about 30 to 35 miles per hour. So again, if you are in this tornado warning, you gotta be in your safe place. But man, the rotation has just been unbelievable here for the last hour. We've been live for about 51 minutes, and for all 51 minutes, I think we've at least had strong rotation, if not a tornado down. It's absolutely crazy, this storm. Russell with the $10 super chat said, Wichita, it was the town they used in the movie Twister. Fun fact, they also used Orienta, which is right here. The tornado went right by it. So the Twister movie was filmed down here, and it also went right by that filming location. All right, here's the latest scan. Waiting for the CC radar update. No tornado again that we can see on radar, but there have been reports of a tornado on the ground from local media. And again, so there is still a tornado down here moving to the northeast, going towards McWillie and Helena. I really do not understand how we've been live for this long too, and we've had no confirmed tornado warning, because again, this has been on the ground almost the entire time. Again, there's been literally local media showing this large tornado the entire time. So I am really not entirely sure how this thing is currently not a confirmed tornado on the warning. It's very confusing to me.
I'm guessing tomorrow, if not Saturday.
A lot stronger.
It's back over to Mezzo Hunter. They're on the tornado warning in Texas. Also, I'm going to try to see if we can get an update there from Scholl in a second. I don't know if they can see anything. Let me see. Are you seeing anything? See if it responds or not.
To do your safe spot in your home, lowest level storm shelter.
I am not. There's a lot of lightning, few CGs coming down now. Hopefully, as this gets closer, I can get at least a little bit of a view.
All right, so he's not seeing anything quite yet. Again, this is on the Texas storm in Wellington. There have been reports from storm chasers of funnel clouds on that storm, so we're going to continue to keep an eye on that. All right, we got a new radar scan coming in on the Oklahoma tornado. Again, this is a large tornado that's been in progress for quite some time. Latest scan is not nearly as tight and strong for rotation, but we still have a very organized area of an RFD surge, which is, again, your rear flank downdraft, and a very strong inflow that is heading into this storm. Inflow's gotten slightly more cut off over the last few minutes, not nearly as intense, but it's been pretty strong almost this entire time. And there's a good chance we're going to see this storm cycle here pretty soon. We do have a large storm that's coming out of the east. It's a left-moving storm, so it's not going to be tornadic, but this storm here might fuel this supercell that's been going for well over an hour now, and might be able to help this produce another tornado as it goes into Helena and then eventually towards Nash and Jet, which are just south of the radar site. This is almost taking a line right towards the radar site right now. Let me fix this. All right, all three chasers on the bottom of your screen, they're all in that other tornado warning. Keeping an eye on that one too. That's over in Texas. What weather app is this called? This is Radar Omega that we're using. Hey, Brandon, for becoming a member. We go back down to the south here for a second. That storm that's north of Elk City, whoa, look at that lightning bottom left. That was a huge lightning strike. The storm that is currently north of Elk City, again, this one is not expected to be tornadic. All right, so that one's going to be a hailstorm, just some lightning. Not very concerning when it comes to tornadoes. Back over in Texas is where we're watching, again, a storm right now that has some broad rotation west of Wellington. There have been reports, again, of funnel clouds on this storm. And we do really think that this could also try to drop a tornado. It's just going to be a little bit more messy. A little bit more messy than the one in Oklahoma. This is not a classic supercell. This has become a cluster of storms that we're looking at here. See the lightning. Might be a wall cloud back in there in the middle somewhere. We have about a lightning flash or strike every about second or two. Whoa! So yeah, this is what it looks like over in Quail.
Insane lightning within hundreds of feet of me right now.
Back over in Quail, Texas, lots and lots of lightning right now. That is on that other tornado warning cell. And a lot of the time, again, when we see an uptick of lightning, that does often mean that it is an intensifying supercell. And so the one over there in Texas is definitely on the table there to have that possibility of producing a tornado still. It's just not as organized as this supercell in Oklahoma. Again, this one over in Oklahoma looks a lot different. All right, again, we got a very large Hook Echo still moving right up towards Helena. Still a strong inflow moving right into the supercell. So it's still clearing out pretty well. It's venting very well. And so as it continues to move into Helena, there's still a very good chance that there will be a tornado on the ground or there could be a new one that drops. Over the last few minutes, we haven't heard anything new in terms of there being a 100% tornado down, but we'll continue to keep you updated if there is one. It's got a new radar scan. We'll go to that in a second.
This is an urgent alert.
Okay.
A tornado is on the ground.
We have a tornado down in Texas. All right, so we got a confirmed tornado in Texas before Oklahoma. That makes almost no sense with what we've been seeing, but we now have a tornado down in Texas. So if you are over here north of Wellington, you need to be in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Storm Chaser Video has confirmed the tornado. Okay. Well, as of now, I'm going to see. We have a lot of Storm Chasers on this. Storm Chaser Max Archer, Jacob.
New tornado warning north of you guys right now, north of you guys for that northern
Let me go to a different chaser here. We got Storm Chaser Max Archer. That's coming up right on this right now. He's going directly towards where this tornado is located in Texas. It's on Route 83, just west of Route 83 on 1981 road. Be off to the right. Not clearly seeing anything.
I'm gonna learn to pay attention one of these days. I knew you were going to get better than me. No, not Not with this.
Back to Ryan Scholl. Or sorry, CJ Ziegler.
Hey,
They-
CJ, you want to move on Wellington?
oh, right off to the
Yep,
left.
blasting north.
Low clouds on the left. That's not a tornado, though. Hey, famous for the super chat. Off to the left would be the area of interest. And not really seeing much, but that might be the area of interest. It's very difficult to tell. This storm is embedded in a cluster at this point.
We got intense lightning right now, guys. Intense lightning. Insane lightning.
I'm looking at multiple other chasers. We have a lot of chasers on the storm, by the way. We have about 6 on just this storm alone. And I do not see any of them right now with a clean-cut view of a tornado. But that right there on the left looks like the area of interest. That might be the lowering here in Wellington. There's obviously a lot of lightning, so it's actually pretty easy to see what's going on right now. A lot of the time with nighttime events, they can be hit or miss. Sometimes there's a lot of lightning, sometimes there's not, right? So we actually have a lot of lightning right now, which is helping to basically vent and be able to see what's going on out there. And so that might be the area of interest right there off to his left. That's where the strongest rotation is, and it also kind of corresponds with where a tornado was reported by storm chasers. And look
You
at that.
see the wall cloud, the northern one.
Look at that cloud to ground lightning strike off to there to the right. So yeah, that right there is a wall cloud that it's off to the left.
There it is.
Little bowl.
Tornado warning has been observed for just north of you.
10-4, thank you.
How concerned am I about tomorrow? I'm kind of 60-40 on tomorrow. 60% chance that it's going to be significant, 40% chance it's going to be just a large line.
Saw it in the live stream.
That would not be as significant. We could easily have a lot of tornadoes though tomorrow if things go right. So we'll talk more about it at some point in this stream, and also we'll have a video tomorrow about it. Let me go back over to Max Archer.
Whoa.
See if he has anything.
Look at my. I'm gonna pull it out.
Can't really see much. He's. I'll go back to CJ. CJ's like pretty much on it right now. The tornado that we're looking at right now would be on the ground near Morella, Texas, moving up towards Sirens. Tons of lightning. It's a very electrifying storm here. Someone needs to tell CJ to put the lightning rod away. Yeah, his lightning rod's going crazy. Got a little bit of hail coming down. This storm earlier was producing around ping pong ball sized hail off near Clarendon. If we have a tornado against me over Marilla, right now we got a large wall cloud off to the left. I'm going to continue to keep an eye on that. I want to go back over to radar. Let's go back first to Oklahoma. This is where we had that large tornado for almost an hour off to the southwest of Helena. The last several radar scans, you can see the hook echo has gotten a lot less organized. We don't have as much of an inflow, so it might be cycling again. But we also have a storm merger happening on the east side. That could end up kind of either hurting or helping the storm. We don't know which one it's going to be yet, but it's moving right now to the northeast towards Jet and Nash, and this storm will continue to produce a possibility of a tornado. It already has produced at least a couple of different large tornadoes. You can see the velocities here. Actually, it looks like a tornado again. Never mind. Well, it was cycling, and there might actually be a tornado again. We have a very tight couplet just southeast of McWillie. So there could be a tornado. There's not any debris that is being lofted up right now, but that is, again, another tight couplet just to the west there of Helena. So it might be some sort of brief tornado. We just had, again, a couple of different large tornadoes over the last hour. Might be producing another one moving up towards Helena right now. So again, if you're in Helena, Oklahoma, you need to be in your safe place right now. You got to be away from windows and be on the lowest floor possible. This will eventually be tracking towards Nash, Jet, and Cherokee. All of you will be in the path of this, or just east of Cherokee. That might be a tornado. It's southeast of McWillie. It's either that or just contamination. You can see there's some contamination on radar right here. It's too hard to tell, but there could be a tornado again just southeast of McWillie. You can see the greens and reds coming together here. All right, so this would be a tornado. We think it might be one. Not 100% sure, but again, if you are right now on Route 45 west of Helena, you need to be in your safe place right now. There is possibly a tornado right now. Can't fully confirm it, but it is moving to the northeast. There's a little bit of contamination on the radar. That's the reason why we're saying that. When we get contamination like this, it can kind of play around with some of our, velocities and reflectivity and whatnot. I'm leaning towards tornado though, but I'm leaning towards this being a tornado east of McWillie. The velocity in Kansas. Isn't really much happening in Kansas. Every storm in Kansas right now is mostly just elevated hailstorms, so not really much of a tornado concern there. But again, this right here, we do think is a tornado east of McWillie. We'll have another radar scan in a moment. There's a small CC drop, but a little contaminated. Leaning towards that being a tornado. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Collingsworth and Wheeler counties in Texas. That's right here. Tennis ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds for Shamrock, northwest of Wellington. So this storm has gotten a little upgraded now. Tennis ball sized hail is falling right now. And that's going to be over here where our main supercell area is kind of semi-discreet, northwest of Wellington, going towards Route 83. Again, we have a lot of storm chasers that are currently on this. You can see the entire map. All these circles here are different storm chasers. A lot of them are on this confirmed tornado warning cell here, north of Wellington. Riley has an urgent update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, is now 100% a tornado on the ground. Probably a significant one at that. I would support an observed warning at least for this near McWillie and Helena.
Hey, Riley, for the update, we have yet again another tornado down, and this one could also be significant. We have a pretty deep debris signature right over Highway 45, so this is now 100% a tornado coming up towards Helena, Oklahoma. This is just west of town right now. So, again, right over McWillie. You need to be in your safe place right now. McWillie, there's a couple of buildings here, and then right down the road, it just hit a farm. So there's another farm on 2620 road near the 45 intersection that was just hit by this tornado. You can see, again, the hook echo and then also the very strong area of rotation. This is at least, we think, the third or fourth different tornado that has happened from this supercell. And it is now tracking towards the west side of Helena. Very concerning what we're seeing right now on radar. It's been a continuous cycle of this thing producing a tornado at this point. And I don't know when it's going to let up, guys. All right, I'm going to be honest. This thing has been going for a while. We thought maybe this storm merger could hurt it, and it's happening right now. It might still hurt it down the road, but, this is going to be heading up eventually towards the Kansas and Oklahoma border. Right? This thing's been a long-track supercell. Waiting for velocities and all that to update, but this has been one heck of a storm over the last hour. It's been basically nonstop. Oh my goodness. Look at that CC drop. That is a huge tornado. That is the biggest debris signature. That's the only debris signature we've really clearly had today. My goodness. I don't understand how we still do not have a confirmed tornado warning. This is unbelievable. I mean, this has been going on forever. But like that is as clear as day now that we have an actual tornado. That is a very strong tornado that we have on the ground right now. Possibly an intense tornado on the west side of Helena. Again, you need to get to your safe place now if you are in this tornado warning. Cannot stress it enough. This is tracking to the northeast right now, and they've continued this as a radar indicated tornado warning. I don't understand how this has not been upgraded, but there is a large tornado that is in progress west of Helena. This is the most clear shot that we've had on radar so far this evening of a tornado. That is a significant debris signature. It just hit a farm on the east side of McWillie, and it is right off to the west of Helena. This is as clear as day, though. And again, for those that are wondering what we're looking at, this is velocity, so that's the wind, all right? So the reds that are going, any reds that you see, those are winds going away from the radar. The green and blue, that's going towards the radar. The CC, which is our correlation coefficient, will show us particles that are being lifted up into the atmosphere, basically in the atmosphere, that are not rain. So this right here is all tornado debris. It's right over that velocity signature. Okay, there might be a tornado in Texas. This is from CJ Ziegler a second ago. That is just moments ago, back over in Texas. Can't really fully tell. Let me... Go full screen to him. Those hunters also on this. Right there on the right, I think, is the area of interest. Right there. That looks like, I mean...
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground.
So again, now we have a PDS tornado warning. This is a particularly dangerous situation in Oklahoma. This is the second highest level tornado warning that you can possibly get. If you are in this tornado warning, you need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. This is a large tornado, big debris signature right now, just off to the west of Helena, Oklahoma. It took a long time for this to happen, but this is clear as day evidence, again, of a very large tornado northeast of McWillie. This is at least the third different tornado that we've had at this point on this storm. So again, if you are in this tornado warning right now, you need to be in your tornado shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. Put as many walls between you from the outside as humanly possible in Alfalfa County, Oklahoma. There's also ping pong ball sized hail. The damage threat with this is considerable. So very significant tornado, again, is in progress right now, moving to the northeast. It's near Helena right now. It will be tracking towards Jet, Oklahoma, and then eventually going towards Nash and just east of Cherokee. All of you need to be in your safe place right now. Again, this is not the same tornado, but this one's over in Texas. We do think that we just had a tornado moments ago. This is Storm Chaser CJ Ziegler of a possibly another tornado that might have been large. It's too hard to tell, though, exactly what's beyond that tree line. We think that, though, right there is a tornado that just happened moments ago. I'm putting CJ back on the bottom right of your screen in case we see it again. But that is a possible tornado that we just had a few moments ago over in the Collingsworth County area of Texas. All right, here's the latest radar scan. And again, we have again, this is a particularly dangerous situation. This is a PDS tornado warning. We have a large tornado that is currently in progress on the west side of Helena. This is currently tracking to the northeast, all right? So you need to be in your storm shelter right now, basement, closet, or bathroom. We got a significant tornado right now down. You can see the debris signature. It's right here. It's right in that hook echo. Kind of see how the hook echo's actually been kind of wrapping around over the last several scans. We have a very strong inflow still coming out of the east right now. By the way, I do want to remind you, obviously it's 9:22 p.m. Central Time. There's a lot of people that might be sleeping out here, all right? If you guys have friends or family that are in the path right now of this tornado, make sure that they are aware of this. Give them a call, give them a text, do whatever you got to do. Because there are people that are in the direct path of a large tornado. Believe it or not, this is not really related to this, but we just released something called Max Alert. We'll talk more about it at some point. But basically, I give you a phone call, essentially, when there is a tornado like this, so it can help wake you up. And so this is the kind of situation that we're in right now where that's going to be needed. Like, if you have a friend or family that is in this warning, give them a call. Hopefully they answer. Make sure that they are in their safe place. Because, again, we got a significant tornado right now that is down on the west side of Helena, moving to the northeast. So, again, that is tracking northeast. It'll be eventually moving out of Alfalfa County here in a little while, approaching Jet and Nash. We've had at least 3 different large tornadoes with this storm in the last hour. 2 of them were confirmed by local news. This one is as clear as day on just radar. And you can see the debris signature. It's on the northwest side of Helena right now. Rear flank downdraft is not anything related to correlation coefficient. That's just wind. It's like that's basically from the supercell. So again, our rear flank downdraft is what's coming out like this. And then this is going to be all the inflow that's coming into the storm. So it all kind of wraps around.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
All right, we have a brand new, particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. This one is going to be for those in Jet, Oklahoma. This is also in Alfalfa County, Oklahoma. So this will be approaching Jet and the Great Salt Plains Lake State Park. The tornado right now is located near Helena. If you are in this pink polygon here, you need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor humanly possible. This is an extremely dangerous situation right now, a particularly dangerous situation with a large tornado that is currently in progress. This is moving off to the northeast right now. This tornado is going directly towards the KVNX radar site. There is a possibility if this thing stays on the ground, it could literally hit the radar site. Look at this large hook echo. It looks literally like a massive thumb on the west side of Helena. Whoa, what is CJ looking at? He had a tornado, I believe, a few moments ago near Wellington, Texas. Look to the right there. That looks suspicious. And CJ Ziegler, he's on a different storm. This isn't in the PDS tornado warning, but back over in Texas, we've had a confirmed tornado.
Highway 2344 north.
But there was, it looked like a tornado not too long ago. There's a lot of lightning. We're going to keep an eye on him. He's going to be bottom right of your screen. All right, here's the latest radar scan. My goodness. Look at the CC drop. This is on the north side of Helena. This is really bad. This is currently on the north side of Helena right now. There are, again, a lot of farms here. So it has not directly hit the town of Helena. Again, there's a lot of stuff in Helena, like the Timberlake High School and the county grocery store. There's also a correction center in this town. There's several schools and, you know, there's an EMS building. So luckily, it looks like this is barely missing town, but this is a substantial tornado. This is likely intense, if not a violent tornado that is on the north side of Helena. And then if you're in Jet, Oklahoma, you got to be going to your safe place here. This is a large and extremely dangerous tornado tracking to the northeast right now. Can only imagine what's happening on the ground right now with this tornado. Hook's insane. This has been it's almost been a classic looking supercell for the last 2 hours. It has had this hook shape for a long period of time, for long periods of time. I mean, it's been on and off. It's obviously been cycling and stuff, but it's right back to that classic supercell shape. Thank you, Melody, for the $20 super chat. Here's the latest radar scan. It's heading right for Wichita. It's going that direction, but by the time it gets to Wichita, it will probably not be like this. All right, latest velocity scans coming in right now. Again, that tornado is going to be on the north side of Helena. It is crossing over 58, which is the Ray Trout Memorial Highway. So it's about to cross over that. It's probably crossing it right as we speak. And then it's going to be approaching 280 and 270. There's some more farms that'll be up that direction. My God, this is just unbelievable. This tornado is not going to let up anytime soon. That storm merger that happened out in front of this probably helped this thing a lot, because, I mean, it's got a little bit more, actually, it's kind of dodged it a little bit, so it's more likely than not that storm merger was a little bit too late. I think what would have happened if this storm merger came into the inflow, it would have probably killed this storm, but it went so far to the east. We have some more storm mergers coming out of the south. I'll have to keep an eye on those. But again, right now we have a large tornado, hook echo, again located on the north side of Helena. Still a large tornado that is crossing over the Coach Ray Trout Memorial Highway. There's likely an intense tornado currently moving to the northeast. There's a lot of farms out here too. Real quickly, this back over to Storm Chaser CJ Ziegler. He's on that tornado warning in Wellington, Texas. That is also a confirmed tornado. We had a tornado about 10 minutes ago on his feed, and it looks like on the left side of your screen is the area of interest. And a lot of flashes of lightning with that storm. No different for the one that's in Oklahoma.
If you go on this road, there's 4 miles north, there's an easterly road.
See the large supercell shape though right there.
If you can make it up to 1981, you guys are making good.
So that is CJ back over in Texas. Spiritual with the super chat just said, I grew up in this area, tiny towns and farms, not a whole lot of alarms. That is obviously not a good thing, and hopefully, again, if you are one of those people that is in the risk tonight for severe weather at all, hopefully you are not that kind of person that is just relying on tornado sirens, because they're not always reliable. I mean, if you rely on tornado sirens, you need more ways to receive alerts, because that ain't enough. You need a phone app. You can also get Max Alert. There's a link at the top of the description. We just released that, and then there's a lot of other ways. Weather radios, tornado sirens are really the last resort, though. That should be the last thing you think about when it comes to a tornado warning. That should literally be the last thing you're thinking about. Tornado sirens are not really the way to receive alerts. They can be so inconsistent. Wichita looks insane right now. We got a pretty good storm off to your west, but generally speaking, this is all hail stuff. This one right here, again, I don't think it'll make it to Wichita as a tornadic supercell like this, but obviously we need to really watch it in case it does continue to stay like this, because it's been pretty impressive this entire time. Latest radar scan, still a very strong area of rotation. Again, undoubtedly a tornado still down right now, moving to the northeast at about 30 miles per hour. It is tracking up in the direction of Jet, Oklahoma. Jet, Oklahoma, we only got a few minutes until this storm is in your area. Jet and just west of Nash. The velocities, this is the winds that are just going in one direction. This is just going towards the radar. 102 miles per hour. Going away from the radar is about 53. So the gate-to-gate shear is pretty close to 150 miles per hour. Maybe even 160. It's approximately what it is. There's a little bit of contamination here, but if that's the case, this is undoubtedly an intense tornado that's happening right now. This is just insane, though. I'll have another radar scan in a second. I want to go back to Texas real quick. We still have that observed tornado warning where there has been a confirmed tornado. You can actually see the hook in the inflow right here, northwest of Wellington. So there could be a new tornado trying to drop on the south side of this tornado warning polygon east of Quail. And all these circles that you see here, those are all of our storm chasers that are out there on that supercell. Actively, we do not have any sort of view of a tornado, but there's been at least a view of a wall cloud a few times. There was a view of a tornado about 10-15 minutes ago. All right, latest scan, there is still definitely a tornado. That is the debris signature right there. It is just to the north of Helena, and it's going to be tracking up towards the ZNX radar site. It's coming up right towards the Kegelman Air Force Auxiliary Field, which there's an airport there. It's actually heading up towards some military stuff. This right here, north of Helena, again, is our large tornado. It is still an intense tornado moving to the northeast at about 25-30 miles per hour. This is still a particularly dangerous situation here. Some details are on the left side of your screen. And radar confirmed. There's not been any visual of it, at least from what we've heard, but it is a radar confirmed PDS tornado. This is really the first big event, I would say, of the tornado season. Haven't had anything really so far. The winter was kind of quiet. This is really the first big event of 2026 is this storm right here, and tomorrow could be big too. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, one interesting thing that we are seeing as it gets closer to the radar site, we can actually see the eye of the tornadic circulation right now. So we have this sort of empty area inside of a big area of rotation. When you flip that over to velocity, you can actually see that is the exact center of our couplet as well. That is almost certainly the eye of the tornado. So anywhere in that reflectivity ball could be experiencing the tornadic winds along with this tornado. It is most likely on the ground right now via news media.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. That is crazy. So we have a donut hole. So it's basically, this is not the eye of the hurricane. This is the eye of the tornado that we have right now. That right there is the center where this tornado is located. This is only stuff that you usually see with the most intense tornadoes. So that right there is the donut. And then that right there is going to be the tornado. And for those that are wondering what that actually means, it basically means it's a very strong tornado and also a large tornado. It's the simplest way to put what we're looking at right now on radar. Tornado's going to be up in here now. It's going to be just northeast of Helena by about 5 miles. So it's about 5 miles northeast of Helena. It's coming up right now towards Jet. It's about 5 miles out from Jet. Actually, not even 5 miles. The latest radar scan has just come in. The center of where this tornado is located is now only about, it's about exactly 5 miles out right now from Jet. It's very quickly approaching. So if you're in Jet, Oklahoma, we only got about 3 to 4 minutes until you really need to be in that tornado shelter if you're not already there. So Jet, Oklahoma, you need to be in your safe place right now. We have to hope that this thing occludes off to the left or turns right or something, because otherwise Jet could be facing a potential catastrophe from this tornado. In Jet, there's a Tacoma Farmers Co-op building, a Jet Jiffy Trip. There's also a Jet Community Museum. There's a Timberlake swimming pool. The Timberlake Elementary School is also in town. So the Timberlake High School is down in Helena. The elementary school is up here in Jet. There's Methodist Church in town. It's about 5-6 dozen homes, it looks like. Very concerning. This tornado is basically going to go right into jet if it does not turn at all, which a lot of the time these tornadoes do turn. They like to be deviant and motion around a lot. Riley has an urgent update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, 100% confirmation via news media. This is a tornado on the ground headed into jet.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So there's now visual of it. We've not had any visual of it for a while, but there's definitely a tornado still down on this thing. Again, it might look messy on reflectivity. Don't get too caught up in the shape of the hook. That's not important right now. What's important is if you look at velocities, you can just see how intense the velocities are. This is a very typical looking, large tornado. A lot of the time we'll always have PDS tornadoes with something like this. The latest scan, you can see very strong rotation right now over 280 and 270 roads. It's going over a lot of farms right now. We have an incredibly high amount of wind on the east side of this tornado. So that's going to be all the rear flank downdraft going around the hook echo. So that's going to be surging up towards jet in about 5 minutes. So again, very, very dangerous right now, what we're looking at here on radar. The velocities are being measured, though, in terms of the actual wind speeds, around 100 miles per hour, just going one direction. So one direction going almost 100 miles per hour. On the other side, it's got a little bit weaker on this latest scan, but still an unbelievable tornado that we're looking at here. You can still see the debris signature right over 280. I believe that's a farm right there. Let me check. This is, again, just south of Jet, north of Helena. It's kind of in between the two towns now. I'm trying to get a little view on what's actually here. There's a farm on County Road on 270 that is probably taking a direct hit from this. There are several farms, like literally right here. I think there's a farm right here. Just rough sketching it. It looks like there's a farm right there. There's another one over here that are like directly in the path of this tornado. CJ has a, looks like wall cloud
right there.
Look for lightning. This is on the Wellington, Texas storm. It's the one that was confirmed. I think we just saw a large lowering a second ago.
Meso discussion for
right there on the left.
Northeast.
This storm looks pretty sus right now, too.
Repeat.
I'm gonna keep him bottom
Discussion for our storm.
right of your screen. And it's currently moving to the northeast right now. 430 people are in this PD, or that's the wrong wording, never mind. We do have a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. This one is pretty important. So the severe weather threat will continue across the tornado watch. Primary hazards of large hail and a tornado or two. The enhanced corridors of tornadoes and just in general severe weather are going to be out of this storm up here in northern Oklahoma, and then the one that's back over near Wellington, Texas. Those are the two main corridors that we're watching for. But notice the most probable peak intensity of any hazard at this point is pretty significant. We could have damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour, hail up to the size of tennis balls, and even the possibility of tornadoes with most probable peak intensity for winds being as high as 150 miles per hour. That would mean intense tornado is on the table still, and we may have just had one. The latest radar scan, still a tornado down, does not look nearly as large on radar. This is moving now a little bit more to the east. It's actually turned a little bit over the last couple scans, right over 27110 or 27110 road. So this turned a little bit off to the east over the last minute or so. And it is now tracking maybe away from jet. Let's hope it continues to do so. But the other problem is, too, if this continues to move more to the right, I do think it's going to have a more favorable ability to actually produce another significant tornado. So there's a possibility it could cycle again. Huge shout out to Brian with the $50 super chat. Thank you, Max and Riley, for helping us keep us safe through another tornado season. I appreciate that. This tornado season is going to be busy. Today, if this isn't an indication, I don't know what is. We got a lot of severe weather upcoming, too. I mean, I'm guessing almost all of you guys have watched our video from today, or, at least one of our posts on social media. But obviously, we have a severe weather threat today, and we also have this tomorrow. We have literally a massive risk of severe weather tomorrow from Michigan into Texas. And even on Saturday. So almost everybody that's watching the stream is probably in some sort of risk of severe weather over the next few days, unless you live over on the West Coast or maybe in like Florida or something like that. Severe weather is possible basically everywhere over the next few days. There's over 150 million people under the gun for severe storms between now and Saturday. And then we have another risk next week coming up. So, the crazy stretch of weather is really not going anywhere. We'll have a new velocity scan in a second. I am marked safe. I'm in Florida. I am marked safe right now from tornado season. Waiting for another velocity scan. Look at the hook echo on this latest scan. Yeah, that's the tornado right there. I think what's happening is that it's going to probably, I think this tornado is weakening. I think we're going to have a new one try to develop. But there's a tornado still down right there. No clear debris signature anymore, but that is still a tornado on the southeast side of Jet. Jet might be spared from this tornado. It's very close, obviously. And I mean, it could still turn, but it's been moving off to the right over the last couple minutes. See how the tornado, if we just do a little loop here. Started here. See the direction of this tornado over the last several minutes. Look how much it's turned to the right. That's a crazy, that's again, more deviant motion. But the hook echo is still very impressive. We got a lot of storm mergers coming out of the south. We need to hope one of these merges and actually kills off the area of rotation, which doesn't always happen. Sometimes a storm merger can intensify hook and also intensify rotation. Sometimes it doesn't. It just depends. But this one will definitely be something to watch for west of Hillsdale. Real quickly, back to Texas. Obviously, we have been watching this storm that has been rotating quite a bit near 83. This is north of Wellington in Texas. This one has been confirmed as a tornado a couple times now. Storm chaser CJ Ziegler had a tornado not too long ago on this storm. In case you missed it, this one looked like it actually looked fairly large. So that was just moments ago back over there, right along the Texas and Oklahoma border. We go back to the PDS tornado warning here. All right, latest scan. The hook echo is now located well to the east of Jet. This storm has taken a serious turn to the right. It is actually crazy how much that this thing has turned to the right over the last few minutes. It is now almost directly heading east towards Nash. So Nash, we need to be ready to go our safe places. I would expect we'll probably get a tornado warning here pretty soon for Nash. We just got a new severe warning in Kansas. We just see the hook echo. It has dramatically turned to the right over the last few minutes. And look at this cycling. This is actually cycling. It could drop another big tornado. It was very small for a while. This is definitely still a tornado down for the record. You can see the debris signature. So there's 100% still a tornado down right now here in Oklahoma. And now it's heading almost east. So Nash, I don't know. We don't have a tornado warning right now for Nash, Oklahoma. But if you're tuning in from Nash, we need to be getting ready to go to our safe places because this storm has actually taken such a sharp turn to the right over the last couple of minutes. It is actually speeding up towards Nash. So it's been moving northeast at about 30, 35 miles per hour. It is now moving almost directly east at about 40 to 45 miles per hour. It has sped up a lot over the last couple of minutes. And you can see the velocities and how they've evolved. It was very obviously intense a few minutes ago. And just look how it weakened into one small little tornado. And now it's starting to ramp up again. We had a very strong rear flank downdraft, surging our winds back down to the south. Very strong inflow. That's actually doing that. And then our rear flank downdraft surging out. And so what we're seeing now is a very tight area of rotation developing again, and likely a new stronger tornado moving towards Nash. This is actually crazy. Latest scan showing that tornado now near 2730 road. It's now approaching 250 road. We're waiting for velocities to update. Thank you, Simpkins, for the 5 get to memberships. Also, thank you, Leslie, for becoming a member. When do you expect this to Illinois? Illinois is under the gun tomorrow. We'll talk more about that here soon. We also have more details in today's video. So waiting for velocities to update. And there you go. Look at that. This tornado's gotten a little bit stronger over the last couple minutes. You can see the clear debris signature near 2070 road, and it is now directly moving towards Nash, Oklahoma. Or almost directly towards it. It's still moving a little northeast, but it's more going east-northeast. So, yeah, if you're in Nash, we need to be in our safe places. We do not have a tornado warning currently for Nash. There is a large severe thunderstorm warning that was issued for this entire area. So Nash, Wichita, near Pond Creek, you need to be away from windows. We have ping pong ball sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds that are coming towards you guys. And then we also have the risk now of a significant tornado. We have a brand new tornado warning in Texas. This was going to be east of Shamrock, west of Eric, near Texola. That is going to be for the tennis ball size hail and radar indicated rotation. Riley has an urgent update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, once again, cannot show it. News media has a giant tornado on the ground right now in Oklahoma, headed towards Nash. It should go north of the town, but this is a giant tornado.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. I don't understand. Again, there's no tornado warning for Nash right now, which makes no sense. We need a tornado warning for Nash, Hawley, and Gilbert, Oklahoma. This tornado is, again, large. Again, giant tornado right now, moving northeast. Going towards Hawley, Nash, and Gilbert. So there needs to be a tornado warning for those areas because it's going directly towards those areas right now. As we've been talking about, it turned into a smaller tornado for a few minutes, and now it's all of a sudden become a large tornado again, as this storm is also kind of undergoing a storm merger at the same time. This right here, by the way, that we just saw in the last radar scan, this right here is a debris ball. So that's all debris that's being lofted up into the atmosphere right there. That would be where our tornado is located. I know it's kind of messy on radar, but that's where the tornado is currently located. Got another velocity scan coming in a second. This is a significant tornado. Look at that debris. I know we're really close to the radar site, and it's a little difficult to tell what's going on here. That is a significant debris signature that is hitting Route 64 right now, just off to the east of Jet. There are a couple farms that this might just hit. This is near Wagon Creek right now. It's about to leave the tornado warning. Look at the velocities. My goodness. We need a tornado warning right now for Nash.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
New tornado warning for Nash near Pond Creek. This is a confirmed tornado warning, not PDS, but it is confirmed. If you are in this tornado warning, you need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible. I would support a PDS upgrade on this, as the rotation's gotten a lot more intense over the last few minutes. Look at the velocities. One direction going towards the radar is now at 110 miles per hour, 120. We got a spec here. That is, again, the gate-to-gate shear here could be over 150 miles per hour. This is an intense tornado. 50 plus 117. What is that? 167. We basically have almost a 170 mile tornado possibly on the ground right now, if we're talking about gate-to-gate shear. It's difficult to measure that since we're just so close to the radar site, but man, this is a very, very strong tornado. And that debris signature is actually crazy for this going over, for the most part, just fields. There is not a whole lot of debris to be lofted up in this area. That's not hitting a big town right now. It's literally, it went over a road. There might have been a couple of farms that have been hit by this, but there might be just a lot of ground scouring that's happening from this tornado. But anything that's in the path of this tornado is basically going to be lifted up. Look at this. That's the tornado. It's actually crazy that we have this significant of a tornado with all this rain, cool air, and storm activity. It's merging off to the east right now. Holy crap. This is like literally only a mile and a half, 2 miles away from the radar site. We now have gate-to-gate shear. It's, again, very difficult to measure this close to the radar site. But we have now an 87 mile per hour wind measurement very close to the center of circulation, and then the other one's 109. And there's a real possibility that this could be a violent tornado that's crossing over 230 roadway just northwest of Nash, or just west of Nash. I'd fully support, again, a PDS tornado warning for the eastern warning here. Surprised it's not. But yeah, if you combine those numbers together, basically there is a possibility that the gate-to-gate shear could be around 200 miles per hour. I'm not saying it is, but it's not far from that. It's very difficult to measure this close to the radar site, but storm is actually insane. The amount of lightning that we have too is just incredible. I'll have another radar scan in a moment. If you're in Hawley or Gilbert, Oklahoma, we need to be in our storm shelters right now. If you're in a mobile home out in front of this, you should be getting to a sturdy structure. Otherwise, you got to get into a ditch. This is a violent tornado that is west of Nash. We really got to hope that these storm mergers that are coming out of the south kind of weaken this thing, but so far that has not done anything to this tornado.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
We have a new PDS tornado warning. This is an upgrade. So they've upgraded the warning to particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. What that means is that there is an extremely dangerous tornado that is currently in progress, which is, again, just northwest of Nash. You can see the hook. That right there is your tornado. Right next to the radar site, guys. That's the radar site. It's literally next to it. This is a violent tornado that is moving towards Holly, Oklahoma. There's a huge debris signature northwest of Nash. It's heading towards Holly and then eventually going towards Gilbert. This is insane what we're seeing right now on radar. It is almost 10 o'clock. If you have friends or family in this area, please call them. Give them a text. Make sure that they are in their safe place. You do not see this every day. This is not a typical tornado event, but this is again for Grant County, Oklahoma. You need to be in your storm shelter just south of Wichita. If you're in Wichita, Oklahoma, I'd be ready to go to your safe place. But that debris signature is crazy for this being, again, over mostly fields. There are some farms, but it's mostly fields from what we've seen. It's very close to that Kegelman Oxfield airport, or airfield right next to the Army base there. And it's going to be coming up on 132. It's going to be going over the Salt Fork, Arkansas River here in a second. There's several farms that are right past that river. I believe the river is like right here. So there's multiple farms that are about to be hit by this very significant tornado. This is radar imagery that you hardly ever see. Tornado emergency. I don't think they're going to pull the trigger on a tornado emergency, but I mean, I wouldn't be fully surprised. It's just, again, they don't always issue tornado emergencies for tornadoes that are going through less populated areas. It doesn't always happen. So it does vary a lot. I don't think I think we're probably in that criteria though with what we're seeing right now. Hey, Fidget for the super chat. Any of the storms that are down to the south aren't meeting the criteria. All this activity is mostly just kind of crap vection is what we call it. None of it, it's all left moving storms, mostly just isolated hail and wind. And so all that's merging into this tornado right now. And I mean, look at this hook. Goodness gracious. It's actually crazy. I know I've said it a lot, but this is just insane imagery. We have all this rain that is coming out of the south right now and this unbelievable looking thumb. And this very strong inflow. And it has not, this rotation has not gotten any weaker. This is at least the third time that we've had a tornado, and you can almost see a tornado eye. You can almost see an eye to the tornado there over 760 road. It's trying to clear out. It's quickly approaching Holly. All right, if you're in Holly, Texas, or sorry, Holly, Oklahoma, not Texas. Holly, Oklahoma, you need to be in your safe place right now. It's coming up right towards you right now. This is so close to hitting Holly, which is not a super big town, but there are people that are there. I do want to remind you, our environment tonight is still very favorable for tornadoes. We obviously have a significant risk of tornadoes. Anywhere in that SIG 1, which is a new thing from the Storm Prediction Center, that is where we could see strong to intense tornadoes tonight. Obviously, the yellow and that area kind of around that hasn't seen a whole lot tonight, but up here in northern Oklahoma, this is kind of our cutoff line almost of where we think strong tornadoes are going to happen. So we think at some point this is going to become a cluster of storms and it won't be as significant. So if you're in like Wichita, Kansas, I'm not super concerned about you guys for a significant tornado threat. With that said, if you are in extreme southern Kansas, you need to still be on alert here, like Caldwell, Arkansas City, or Arkansas City, South Haven, Anthony. I'd be at least staying weather aware because those are some of the areas that will be almost in the path of this storm. And if for whatever reason this thing is still discrete and it is still cranking tornadoes out, you would be in the direct path of it. The tornado right now is about 3.5 miles directly southeast of the radar site right now, which is actually crazy how close it is in terms of proximity. Thankfully, it is not knocking out the radar site because otherwise it'd be a lot harder to cover this particular tornado. It'd be mostly relying on ground truth, which we don't have a whole lot of it. Again, there's really only about maybe 3 chasers that are on this, and none of them we obviously can use, and most of them aren't even live. So just an unbelievable tornado that we're seeing right now. I'll have another radar scan in a moment, but again, very significant tornado passing by the Kegelman airfield on the southeast side of Vining, and it is going up towards Holly and Gilbert right now. Yeah, our Kansas City. I said Arkansas. I'm used to saying Arkansas City. Our Kansas City is down the road of this storm. Down the line, we need to be watching you guys closely. That debris signature is still very crazy. Lawrence with the super chat just said, I have called everyone in the area. Wichita is aware. That's good to hear. Latest radar scan. We have a large blob of rain. So this tornado is now absorbed and is completely rain wrapped.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
They have now issued a new PDS tornado warning. That one's going to be for Wichita. So Wichita, we were just talking about that. But Wichita, Sand Creek, you are now included in a brand new PDS tornado warning. Again, this is a particularly dangerous situation. If you are in either of these two pink polygons, you need to be in your tornado shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. Put as many walls between you from the outside as possible. The good news for Wichita, you got time to get to that place. If you're in a mobile home, you need to find a sturdy structure. If you are in even like a trailer home or an RV, you need to find a sturdy structure because this is a very dangerous tornado right now. The latest scan is showing that significant tornado is very rain wrapped, but it's now passing by the Kegelman Airfield, which is the auxiliary field on the southeast side of Vining. Oklahoma is quickly approaching Hawley in Oklahoma. So Hawley, Oklahoma is directly in the path of this right now. Hawley, Oklahoma has a volunteer fire department. There's also a Baptist church, so that's right there. This tornado is attempting to go right towards that fire department and Baptist church. There's a couple of farms right next to it, too, on the left side. So farms are right along this roadway, which is 180 road, that are in the path of it. Thank you, Connor, for becoming a member. We have a drunk NATO. I wouldn't consider this a drunk NATO right now. We had one earlier. That doesn't have that much deviant motion, at least yet. We'll see if it stays that way. Real quickly, I want to go back down to Texas. We do have a tornado warning in the Texas Panhandle. This one's back over to the west of Eric. And again, velocities have been kind of moderate to strong for quite a bit of time here. It's not on the ground, but we did have a tornado earlier on this storm south of Shamrock. So this one will be crossing into Oklahoma here soon. If you're in Eric, Oklahoma, we need to be staying weather aware. We have a lot of storm chasers that are on this. You can see one of them on the bottom right of your screen is basically on it right now. And so a lot of chasers are on this particular tornado warning cell. And there's obviously a possibility that one of these chasers might be able to see something here soon. So we're keeping an eye on them. And there's a possibility that a tornado could happen at any time as it moves into Oklahoma. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning northwest of Wichita with $quarter to $half sized hail being a possibility. We also just got a brand new severe thunderstorm warning for Cherokee, Helena, and Carmen. That is just to the west of this PDS tornado warning, and that'll be for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. The Salt Plains National Wildlife Refuge, you are in the path of that hailstorm. Over the last couple of scans, it looks like we still have a tornado down. It has gotten so incredibly rain-wrapped, though. There's almost no way to visibly see this tornado anymore. It's going to be on the southwest side of Hawley. It is just outside of the Hawley Volunteer Fire Department. It's coming up towards that area right now. But we are now next to the radar site, and that right there would be our tornado. And there could be even twins at some point. It's just going to be very rain-wrapped. So there's no visual way to see this tornado anymore. There was for a while. There's definitely no way to see it now. Hey, Givo for the super chat. Wichita was also in Twister. We have two places that were in Twister that have been under tornado warnings tonight, with both of those tornado warnings having a large tornado. Given the debris signature, where does it scale? I mean, when it comes to our gate-to-gate velocities, our gate-to-gate wind shear, basically we're around almost 200 miles per hour. So there's a very strong likelihood that what we've been seeing here over the last half hour to an hour has been an intense tornado. Hey, Sandy, for becoming a member. And this is kind of a precursor to what's coming tomorrow. I mean, tomorrow, I'm not sure how tomorrow's really going to pan out yet. I have to look more at the models and stuff because it's been kind of a 50-50 event in terms of being a major outbreak or something kind of on the lower scale of things. But this is a precursor to what's coming tomorrow. I mean, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Missouri, Kansas, all of you guys are at least under a 10% hatch tornado risk. Like today, it's a much larger area, though. Here's the latest radar scan. We got velocity scan coming in now. You can see, again, the tornado itself will be located over Highway 770 on the west side of Hawley. It's not as definitive as what we had before, but that's the tornadic signature. It is only about 3 miles to the east of the Kegelman Air Force Auxiliary Field. So back to CC. It's very hard to tell if there's still a tornado there, but it's going to be very rain wrapped if we have a tornado. One thing I'll point out too is that we have so many storms that are coming out of the south and west. It's starting to push some outflow, it looks like, off to the east. So at this point, this tornado is going to just be rain wrapped for, I think, quite a bit of time. And at some point, it might weaken down the line. But all that convection that has come out of the south is starting to hurt the area of rotation, and it's hurting the inflow into the storm. So hopefully that continues. Again, for right now, we still have an active tornado to the southwest of Wichita and north of Nash. We should continue to treat this as if it is still a significant tornado, as it likely is one. It is basically off to the east of the radar site. It's almost over top of it, and it'll be going right into Holly here over the next couple minutes. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, one of the interesting things that we can actually look at because of how close to the radar site this tornado is the wind profile within the tornado itself. So we talk a lot of times about seeing curved photographs and how that's important in terms of seeing a supercell that could produce a tornado. And this is the wind profile that the radar site is looking at right now. We can see that it almost has that perfect curve for a storm that would be producing a tornado. And of course, it is producing a tornado, and that's why we're seeing the almost perfect wind profile. It's just something that's really interesting to see as we see the radar sample a lot closer to a tornado than we normally see a radar sample. The other interesting that happened is this tornado actually came relatively close to a VTAR site or a weather station, and it actually picked up a little bit of a pressure drop. So that occurred back over here a little bit while it was still on the ground. It was nothing too insane. It didn't pick up any insane wind speeds, but nonetheless, we did still see a pressure drop associated with the tornado vortex.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So, yeah, pressure drop from a weather station is something that would indicate a lot of the time, at least with an event like today, that there was a tornado nearby. So down to the south there of the radar site, there was a METAR station that picked up a pressure drop, which is actually pretty impressive. All right, we're getting a lot of interesting radar imagery right now on velocities. Obviously, we've had this large tornado for quite some time. You can see how significant it was just to the south there of the KVNX radar site, south of the Kegelman airfield. Over the last several minutes, you can see how it's turning off to the north and northwest. That is an indication that this tornado is beginning to occlude. It's in an occluding cycle. So that means that the tornado is likely weakening. We think it's still on the ground, but it's going now more to the northwest. We need to keep an eye out for this activity out here for maybe some sort of new tornado. It's going to be in a completely different area if we were to see another one. So that's going to be more closer to where that kind of outflow is kind of setting up right now. You can see all the clustering here. And this is eventually going to become a Boeing segment of storms. But for right now, we need to watch that area for a possible tornado risk. Real quickly, I want to go back down to Texas and Oklahoma. We do have this tornado warning southwest of Eric, Oklahoma, southeast of Shamrock, Texas. Very strong area of rotation right now, still off to the west of the Sanders State Wildlife Management Area. There are some storm chasers that are on this.
Put them on Twitter, tag me, and also Max Velocity.
This is Mezzo Hunter who's looking at it right now. We'll see if his connection stays up. He is basically right next to that area of rotation. Look at the wind picking up.
I'm wet.
You can actually hear the wind picking up right next to him. So that's going to be some of that rear flank downdraft RFD surge that's surging around this thing. They've also just downgraded both warnings in Oklahoma back to radar indicated.
Oh, you're good.
See the left to right motion there. It's not overly strong, but this is another storm that could try to drop a tornado.
I think that'll...
So we're going to keep an eye on him. Let me quickly go back off to the north. This is, again, an update. So back over on the Oklahoma tornado warnings. They are no longer PDS. They're back to radar indicated. So for those that are over here east of Cherokee and Wichita and north of Nash, again, nothing confirmed on the ground right now, but we could see a new tornado drop. I'm really watching this area up here. This is where we did have that tornado. We might see another tornado try to spit out here west of Holly. And then out here to the east, we have a couple other areas of not really any convergence signatures right now, but with the red and greens pretty close to each other still, I do think there's a possibility of another tornado as this moves towards Medford and Renfro, which is just to the south there of Caldwell. We also have another storm that's down to the southwest or south of Cherokee, and this one has a little bit of broad rotation. We definitely need to watch this one. It's a little small storm. It's more of a left mover, but on the right side of the storm, it's moving a little bit more to the right. And as it continues to track northeast, we could get another tornado right behind this discrete supercell that literally went right through the Helena area not too long ago. So we'll have to keep an eye out on that. Let's go back to Mezzo Hunter. Again, he is on this tornadic supercell. CJ Ziegler is actually a little bit closer. CJ is looking directly at it, and you can see right there, look at that little hanging cloud right there in the middle. Looks like there's some sort of wall cloud. There's not a whole lot of lightning, but you can see right there a little bit. Got a little inflow tail on the right coming in from the right going left. So that's gonna be the area of interest right there. Just to the west of Eric, Oklahoma. Busy night for Max. It is a very busy night for me. I mean, I knew we were probably going to go live today, but I didn't think it'd be this late, and I also didn't think we were going to be talking about a significant tornado in northern Oklahoma. I mean, almost every signal that we had was showing that we'd have significant tornado potential in this area. We have a tornado warning, but it's only produced maybe a couple of tornadoes, and they've been pretty brief. This storm has produced 3 different large tornadoes over the last hour and a half, 2 hours. We've been live for about 2 hours. So basically for the last 2 hours, this thing's been producing large tornadoes. It is actually crazy. And the good news right now is, again, that we don't have anything actively on the ground, but we are still keeping an eye on this. By the way, I mentioned this thing called Max Alert. I do want to quickly talk about it real quickly because it's something we just released. We'll have a little video thing tomorrow that'll be on our video that we release tomorrow morning about it. But I know a lot of people are wondering what this Max Alert thing is. It's basically a way that I personally call you when there is a tornado warning or any significant warning for your location. It's basically a service. It kind of goes on top of everything else that you have, like your phone apps and whatnot. You can go to maxalert.net. It is the top link in the description below. And it comes with a bunch of features. It also has lightning detection and stuff like that. There's a video on the website kind of explaining what it does. But this is basically what it does. All right. And it costs literally like $1 per month. Basically, it's like $15, I think, a year, $14.95 a year. I know it costs money, but at the same time, there's also staffing that goes into this and a lot of other things like that. But this is a very cool feature. It's not, again, replacing your weather radio, but it's basically an additional thing that you can get. So if you want to check it out, it's the top link in the description below. Again, I really love it. And also, you literally get a phone call from me. That's literally how it works. So brand new thing that we just rolled out today, and we're going to continue to talk more about it here on these streams. Because again, it can be literally the difference between, you know, life-saving information, right? It literally can. It's a phone call that might wake you up when you're sleeping. But we've tried to make it as cheap as humanly possible. That way anybody can afford it. Like, it's not for the money. It's literally just to have another way for you guys to receive alerts.
And I want to see. I want to.
I always have people asking me, like, how can I receive alerts, or can you give me alerts? This is pretty much one of the best ways we can do it.
Into Oklahoma, it's a lot better road network, and we're getting closer to I-40 as well.
This is back over to the Texas storm. Again, this is back over west of Eric, Oklahoma. There's still rotation right now off to the west of 30, east of 83. It's about to cross in Oklahoma here in a minute. Yeah, so this is, for those that are asking, this is basically Weather Call. We've partnered with Weather Call, but it's my voice and all that. So it's basically me. So if you want to change over to Max Alert from Weather Call, you can do that. You just have to contact their support. But we partnered up with Weather Call to bring you that service. Any storms hitting the Oklahoma City metro? I don't think we're going to see a whole lot tonight. I do think there's a possibility of at least some damaging wind potential overnight tonight, but the risk of tornadoes and very large hail is pretty low. Back over to Mezzo Hunter in Wellington, Texas.
Man, it's so quiet. I gotta have my window down. Yeah.
This is, I think, the first time ever on a stream that I've been standing for 2 straight hours. I don't usually stand for that long of a period of time on a stream, but, you know, whenever you get these types of situations, it is hard to sit down. There's just so much happening. Sandy with the super chat said Methodist Church in Wichita had the tornado shelter, has a tornado shelter. It's good to know. Yeah, if you're in Wichita, apparently the Methodist Church there has a tornado shelter. And we do not think we have an active tornado right now. If we have one, it's going to be right here to the southwest of Sand Creek. There is still a little couplet there that is making its way up towards Wichita. Keyboard NATO? Can you guys hear my keyboard that clearly? I did get a new microphone. I don't know if you guys heard, but I had a microphone that I used for about 1.5 years, and it broke. like the USB cable in the back broke somehow. So I had to race to a Best Buy to get a new microphone. Literally was like an hour to get to it because like no other stores had it. And then we got our video out, and I think it was about a week ago now, but yeah. All right, we'll try to fix the keyboard situation. Hey, Glenn for the $10 super chat. Yeah, this is a Shure MV7, so it's actually the newer version, but it still for some reason catches the keyboard, even though it shouldn't be. This is Storm Chaser Connor Croft. We haven't really checked in on him tonight. He's over in Vincent, Oklahoma. So he's looking at that tornado warning cell right over the Texas-Oklahoma border. He has a pretty good camera to see all the structure. Looks like that might be some sort of shelf cloud that is built there off to the west of Vincent.
Yeah,
Hey, Hernan, for becoming a maximum velocity member.
It always is a skill issue because if you look close enough, if you looked hard enough, and you had the right, I guess, prior knowledge.
Hashtag blame cheese curd. She is not the problem.
See it.
Line of explorers.
I like the sound of a keyboard, no problem here. I don't think most people like the sound of a keyboard. Just gonna be honest. It can probably get a little annoying after a while. The last few radar scans getting a little interesting shape here east of Nash. Almost looks like a hook that's trying to form, but not a whole lot of rotation yet. And most of this activity has gotten very disorganized on that last large tornado that we had. With that said, this storm is definitely trying to still cycle, and there's definitely still a low chance that it tries to produce another tornado. We were watching that storm south of Helena, too. That one wasn't really rotating a whole lot. We are starting to see a little bit of broad rotation now, southeast of Hawley. Love how you tap fast, you type. I have to type fast. This job requires it. There's a lot of stuff going on all at once. Has to happen. All right, we're waiting for that new velocity scan to come in. Thank you, Billy, for becoming a member. Just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Collingsworth and Wheeler counties in Texas. So that is going to be right along the Texas-Oklahoma border for tennis ball-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. There is still a tornado warning west of Eric for the next 20 minutes. That goes until 10:30 Central Time. Let me go back to the tornado warnings in Oklahoma. And yeah, still pretty much outflow dominant right now, but we do have a little hook that's trying to form west of Pond Creek, Oklahoma. So there's still a possibility of a tornado. Just gonna take some time if it's gonna try to do it again. It's definitely trying to organize though, and there's still quite a bit of lightning. The one that's down near Helena has had some broad rotation, but it's also going through an environment that just had a very significant supercell that probably used up a lot of energy. So the one near Helena is, I think, gonna struggle a little bit more to actually produce any sort of significant tornado threat. I do want to quickly talk about what is happening for the rest of tonight and tomorrow. I know some people are asking about tomorrow's threat of severe weather. I do want to first start with tonight. All right, so we have that enhanced risk of severe weather in western Oklahoma and the Texas Panhandle. We have a slight risk that goes from Wichita, Kansas, back into Lubbock. Marginal threat goes all the way up into Des Moines. All right, so the expectation for the next several hours. So this is for tonight, and then I'll talk about tomorrow. But for tonight, the expectation is that a couple more tornadoes are possible. If you're in the green, the brown, or the yellow, there is still a possibility of a few tornadoes, and that goes probably until about 1 in the morning or so. So we still got a few hours left. And then if you're in that hatched area, that is where strong tornadoes are still on the table. Tomorrow is a much more, I would say, widespread risk of severe weather. Wouldn't say it's more significant yet, but it is a lot more widespread. All right, so this is basically anywhere in the Midwest, including Michigan and even central Wisconsin, all the way down towards Austin and San Antonio in Texas. So it's a very large area that we're talking about here. But the enhanced risk and the slight risk, those are where the big problems are going to be. All right, so if you're in the enhanced risk, that's a level 3 out of 5. We are talking about the possibility of significant damaging winds, very large hail, and also a few tornadoes. Strong tornadoes will be possible pretty much anywhere in this region. If we go over to the SPC tornado outlook here, you can see that there's a very large hatched area. This is for the first time ever. We have a hatched risk of tornadoes, which means strong tornadoes are possible, even in a 2% tornado risk. So Western Michigan, Central Illinois, even down towards Little Rock, even though you're in a 2% tornado risk, there is a possibility of strong tornadoes. There is approximately in this entire risk of severe weather, there is almost 50 to 60 million people in the threat zone, which includes Dallas, Fort Worth, Chicago, and St. Louis as some of those main locations. So all hazards of severe weather will be on the table tomorrow. Let me go through the future radar and kind of give you an idea of what the timing looks like for tomorrow. Which tomorrow, again, is going to be very interesting, to say the least. It's going to be pretty tricky. But tomorrow morning, we'll have a lot of convection out there, so things will stabilize. And then by tomorrow, around mid to late afternoon is when things ramp up. So this is lunchtime. They put timestamp on the top of your screen so you can actually see it. And by the way, we will have a video tomorrow talking more in detail about tomorrow's severe weather threat, but I just want to give you an idea of what's going to be happening. So this is what it looks like by 2 to 3 o'clock tomorrow. We're going to be watching for some storms to initiate back over northern Kansas and southeastern Nebraska. These ones will be mainly hailstorms, but right along that warm front is where we could end up seeing a few tornadoes. So I think this will be a localized area of a few tornadoes from Omaha and Lincoln back into Des Moines and Cedar Rapids. And then by around 4, 5, 6 o'clock, we'll have that dry line surging in from the west, and that should spawn a few supercells stretching from around Dallas, Fort Worth towards Kansas City. These ones are not expected to be that significant if we have a lot of energy, if we have a lot of showers and storms in the morning. So if there's a lot of activity in the morning that kind of suppresses our environment, basically stabilizing things, these storms might struggle to develop and they might not be significant. That is the one reason why tomorrow might not be a big outbreak. But if we do not have that, it could easily be an outbreak of severe weather, and we could have multiple tornadoes, very significant damaging winds, and also very large hail. This is by 6 to 7 o'clock. So eventually by 6 to 7, back over in Illinois,
tornado warning has been
we will
issued.
have a large cluster of storms, some of these producing some tornadic activity. Most of them will be on the briefer and weaker side of things. And then further south is where those semi-discrete and discrete supercells will be ongoing. So stretching from southeast Oklahoma back into northern Missouri. And then by 8, 9, 10 o'clock, these storms continue to push east. Anything that's still discrete will have the possibility of producing tornadoes. I think that'll still be ongoing from St. Louis down towards Fort Smith by around 11 o'clock. And we could have a possibility of some tornadic activity overnight as a line of storms develops, and then more of that discrete cellular activity continues in central Arkansas and as far north as St. Louis. So tomorrow is another day that you want to make sure that you have multiple ways to receive warnings and have a tornado action plan ready to go. We will likely be live most of tomorrow. I don't think it'll be all day, but it'll be whenever activity really starts to ramp up is when we go on live tomorrow, because it looks like it could be a big day. We have a brand new tornado warning in Oklahoma. This one's going to be for Eric and south of Sweetwater. So if you're in this pink polygon, get to your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. This storm is currently tracking to the northeast. It's currently near Interstate 40. Interstate 40 in western Oklahoma. You guys are included in this brand new tornado warning. The strongest area of rotation right now is south of Texola, southeast of Fuller. Tracking to the east-northeast right now. We go over to storm chaser Ryan Scholl. Let me pull him up on here. Oh, you just lost signal. Never mind. Let me go back over to storm chaser Connor Croft. He's looking at this tornado warning cell right now.
Yeah, I didn't know what was going on there.
In western Oklahoma.
One of the explorers swerved into the left lane to avoid hitting the other explorer.
Right over there will be the area of interest. There's a ton of lightning. Hey, Echo for the sewer chat. Max, you're really hyper. Have you been chugging Red Bulls? I have not. I've never had a Red Bull in my life, or an energy drink.
Yeah, I thought I was about to watch somebody die. I was like, oh shit. Dude, what is this explorer?
I've also been standing for the last, like, hour and a half.
Yeah,
I'm back to sitting. Or 2 hours.
I don't know who this explorer
2 hours and 5 minutes is currently the record for the amount of time I've stood on a stream. We have a standing desk, obviously, but not often do I stand that long. Very intense last 2 hours.
Yeah, I just want to go to sleep, bro.
So again, that is Storm Chaser Connor Croft. He's looking at that area of interest. Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl, he's having problems because he's driving through a big hailstorm. So he's driving through the tennis ball sized hail right now west of Eric. His windshield and his entire car might be damaged here in a few minutes. So the big hail right now is over Texola. That's where tennis ball sized hail is currently located. It is right now moving towards Eric. Got about 7 different storm chasers right now near Eric and Texola. Riley has an urgent update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, I want you to go look at that Nash storm again. It's very rapidly wrapping up here, and I would expect that we are probably 2 or 3 scans away from another tornado on the ground.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. Yeah, once again, we were talking about this about 15 minutes ago, that this thing was going to try to ramp up again, and it's doing it. It's doing the thing. Medford, Oklahoma. We need to be ready to go to our safe places. This could easily become another strong tornado. It is a discrete supercell, and you can see the velocities. They are rapidly intensifying. We have a very strong area of convergence that is coming together. Diverging winds mean no tornado. It's wind. Converging, which is convergence, is what's happening right now. You can see the greens wrapping around the reds, and we are starting to see a very clear signature now that a tornado is becoming likely again. This is, again, a discrete supercell. So this one, it doesn't have much stopping it. There's not any convection coming out of the south that's slowing this thing down. In fact, there might already be a tornado on the ground, or if not, very close to it. We have a very tight couplet right now, southeast of 830. So seek shelter immediately, again, if you're in this tornado warning. Things are ramping up again. Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl is currently driving through some big hail. This back over in Shamrock, Texas, where tennis ball-sized hail is possible. He's taking his vehicle right through it. Blood is just sitting in the hail.
Here comes the hail. I'm gonna sit through this one. I don't care.
I'll have another
Max, I got an update for you here in a second.
No one's gonna get struck by lightning like a billion times.
Did somebody just talk to me?
Max, I got an update for you here in a second.
Okay, somebody just talked to me. That was Edgar O'Neill. Go ahead.
All right, I am sitting just to the east here of that tornado warning supercell that's crossing over into Oklahoma right now. And there are some beautiful pancake striations that we have going on right now. Every once in a while, a very, very, very low lowering will pop down from time to time, but just some amazingly beautiful structure here in the lightning strikes.
All right, thank you for the update. Riley has an update, urgent update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, that tornado's on the ground. Huge CC drop on that storm near Nash.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. We have yet again another large tornado in progress in Oklahoma. This is going to be just southeast of Gilbert, Oklahoma, heading towards Medford. So if you are in this warning, you need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Yeah, that again might not look like a debris signature. That's a big tornado. All right, so we got a big time tornado now in progress southeast of Gilbert. I would anticipate that this will probably get upgraded to a PDS tornado warning here soon. Medford, you're not in the warning, but you're going to be included in one here very soon. This supercell is just unbelievable. This is a brand new storm, too. It's not even the same one that produced the large tornadoes earlier. So we got yet again another supercell producing a large tornado. It is heading towards Renfro, and then eventually it'll be tracking towards the Kansas and Oklahoma border. It's going to make a run towards Kansas. And Kansas ain't even in a hatched risk of tornadoes today. Even with this new SPC outlook thing that they have going. So, again, I would fully expect we're going to see a tornado, our PDS tornado warning here momentarily, just to the west of Medford, or at least including Medford. And this storm is extremely dangerous. Very dangerous storm. I need this audio to turn off. We go back real quickly. This back over to Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl. Look at the big hail coming down right now in Shamrock. This is tennis ball sized hail in Texas. You guys can hear the audio, right? You can hear that. You can hear the massive hailstones hitting the windshield. We aren't just talking about tornadoes today. We also got big time hail. All right, we need a PDS tornado warning. We got a very strong tornado again, east of Gilbert. Very intense tornado. Again, southeast of Gilbert, Oklahoma.
This is an
that timing's
emergency
great.
alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
All right, PDS tornado warning. Just south of Wichita, heading towards Medford. So again, that's moving to the east-northeast right now. If you're in Medford, Oklahoma, you need to be ready to get in your safe place. We have a tornado warning. Again, that's the PDS tornado warning, not for Medford yet, but Medford, you should be getting your place, our safe place right now. Again, this is for the east side of Gilbert, Oklahoma. Grant County, you need to be in your safe place immediately, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. This is moving east. Seek shelter again immediately. If you're in Medford, you need to be ready to go to your safe place. We're probably going to get a tornado warning for you guys here soon. Also, Renfro, Oklahoma, be ready. If you're in Caldwell or South Haven in Kansas, I know we're not in a warning right now, but you guys will be next in path for this supercell. Let me go to the gate-to-gate shear again here. We got about 98 versus 51, so at least 140 to 150 mile per hour tornado is what we're thinking right now. So this is, again, right around an intense tornado southeast of Gilbert. The highest that we had was around almost 200 miles per hour earlier southeast of the radar site. And so, again, this is a very strong tornado that is in progress. The latest scan is showing a significant debris signature. An absolutely significant debris signature here east of Gilbert. We go Gilbert, Oklahoma, and see what we got here. Because there's a lot of debris being lifted up right now for this being kind of in some open fields. This just passed by the Red Hill Road Bridge. So just passed by a bridge on the east side of Gilbert. It is just barely off to the west of Jefferson, too. It's going through a lot of farms. So a lot of farmland, again, in this area. Plenty of farm homes and buildings. Medford is definitely the most concerning place nearby. Medford has a population of around 500 to 1,000. There's a Los Cheros Mexican restaurant, got a Crossroads Country Market, got multiple RV parks in Medford. If you're one of those people that lives in an RV park in Medford, you need to be getting to a sturdy structure as soon as possible because you got time to do so, but this storm is awfully close to you. We're hoping that it stays off to your north and west, which right now that's the path it's taking. But if for some reason it were to turn, you would be in the direct path and direct line to this tornado. But this is yet again another very significant tornado in progress right now in northern Oklahoma. Quickly going back to the one in western Oklahoma, we got a broad area of rotation near Eric. It looks like this storm is kind of chalked when it comes to a tornado threat. Very weak rotation, mostly just hail and wind. But again, the one that's in northern Oklahoma by far is the most concerning. This thing is cranking and producing a significant tornado. If you guys have friends or family in this area, please give them a call or text and make sure that they're in their safe place right now. It is that time to make sure that they are safe because we're talking about it yet again, another large and extremely dangerous tornado. And I would expect we're going to have an upgrade or a new warning here over near Medford, which will probably also be a PDS tornado warning. Got a new velocity scan coming in right now. I'll leave for 10 minutes. We go from one warning to another beast on the ground. Yeah, I didn't say this was definitely going to happen, but it was on the table that this was going to be the storm that produced a tornado. We had a very weak convergence signature about 15-20 minutes ago, and then it really intensified here in the last 5 minutes. So we were talking about this. We obviously called it out, but unfortunately, it is yet again another very strong tornado, and this one on the latest scan still strong on the east side of Gilbert. So again, a lot of farms here that are being hit by this tornado near Highway 11. It is tracking towards 2880 roadway, Clyde, Oklahoma. You guys are in the path of this. That is moving to the northeast currently. Is Wichita in line? Wichita is not in line for this storm really right now. It's going to generally be going towards Wichita in the general vicinity, but if there were to be a tornado down the road in your area, it's probably not going to be hitting Wichita. It'd be off to the east with the current trajectory of this storm, unless something dramatically changed. Yeah, we still have very tight rotation. This PDS tornado warning expires in 2 minutes, so I'd expect we're going to get a new one here in a moment. We'll probably have a new PDS tornado warning at any moment. One thing that's pretty impressive is this right here. This right here is the really significant RFD surge. Again, that's your rear flank downdraft. Very strong inflow as well, which is bringing in the winds into the supercell. It's kind of like the ventilation out here west of Medford. That's what you kind of call it. And so we have all this venting that's happening, and there's really not a whole lot of rain cool air or anything that's blocking that inflow. We had that problem at the end of the cycle of that first supercell. We don't have that anymore. So That's why the storm's once again producing a significant tornado. We're now about a minute away from this PDS tornado warning expiring. Need Devo for the super chat. Here is the latest scan, and we still have a significant tornado. It just crossed over Highway 11. So that is, again, a significant tornado just west of Medford, coming up towards Clyde. The storm is currently strengthening again, and according to... All right, this will be... We'll get a new PDS tornado warning in a moment here, back over in Medford. So if you're in Medford or Clyde, expect a PDS tornado warning. I don't know if Medford will be in it, but at least the northwest side of Medford should be included in a brand new PDS tornado warning. Is anybody currently tuning in from northern Oklahoma? Anybody tuning in from this area or southern Kansas? Let me know in the chat.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
All right, guys, we yet again have another PDS tornado warning. This one's going to be for, again, the northwest side of Medford. Renfro, Wichita, you guys are included in this. This is a large and extremely dangerous tornado. So Medford and the downtown area, you guys are currently okay. I would still be tuning in and keeping a close eye on this. I'm not saying you're going to see this, but it's very close, and it's obviously close for comfort. So stay tuned if you're in Medford. But Clyde, Renfro, south of Caldwell in Kansas, this is where the tornado warning is. This is a large and extremely dangerous tornado. The rotation has actually gotten even stronger over the last couple of minutes. So this is a very intense tornado making its way off to the northeast right now, moving towards the Kansas and Oklahoma border. So if you're in this tornado warning, get to your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. There's about 400 people in this warning. So Wichita, Clyde, and Renfro are the main areas. Wichita was an area that we thought the other large tornado might go towards. I'm not saying you guys are going to get it, but you're in the warning. So we should be heating, shelter now. We should be getting there immediately. But again, this tornado is still significant. We still have a clear debris signature. There is a farm right here near Highway 11 and 2080 Road, or 2880 Road, that may have just taken a direct hit from this tornado. But there is no doubt that this thing is still going to be producing a tornado for a while. There's nothing stopping this thing. We have not even a hint of convection out of the south that's going to stop this thing either. It's just going to have to run into a crappy environment, which isn't really going to be at least until somewhere in Kansas. It's also not far from Newkirk and Blackwell, just off to your west. And if this storm continues to do what it's doing, we could get a tornado watch issued in Caldwell and Arkansas City. So those two areas, you might get upgraded to a tornado watch. We'll have to wait and see. Got a report in the chat that Grant County has lost power. So we're now getting reports of power outages. And this is the power outage map. We actually have about 12.5% people without power in Alfalfa County and about 10% without power in Major County. And then over here in Grant County, we now have a little over 100 people. So somebody in the chat was one of the 151 customers that's without power. Thank you, Chanda, for becoming a member. And we still have a significant tornado in progress approaching Clyde, Oklahoma right now. It is, again, at 10:30. If you guys have friends or family out here in northern Oklahoma, inside of these tornado warnings, or really just anywhere across the board, just make sure that they're aware of the situation. Feel free to share the stream. Again, we'll be live as long as needed here tonight. We have continuous coverage here, non-commercial free coverage of this tornado outbreak that's happening in Oklahoma and Texas. We've had at least about 6 tornadoes, so it's at least a small-scale outbreak. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning. That's going to be for Grant and Alfalfa counties, Oklahoma. 60-mile-per-hour winds and half-dollar-sized hail. That's Highway 132, Manchester. It's near the Air Force base over here, or at least the Kegelman Air Force Field, east of Cherokee. We still have a significant tornado approaching Clyde, Oklahoma right now. Clyde, Oklahoma, where you're right in the direct path of this tornado. It's a very small town, but there are a couple of farms that are about to be hit right from this. There's a farm right here. There's also a farm right here. And another one. And another one down here. There's about 4 farms right on this road right here that are about to be hit, where people likely live. Barns and farms. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, taking a look at the storm on volumetric reflectivity. Right here is the tornado, and this is a look at the basically precipitation above it, we can actually see a very clear pipe visible on the 3D scan of the storm. What this signals is that this mesocyclone is very strong and has no sign of stopping anytime soon. This tilted updraft that we see, or tilted mesocyclone that we see, is something that we normally see with some pretty significant tornadoes. Unfortunately, there's not anything in the path of the storm to sort of stop it from producing a tornado for quite some time. So I think we're going to be talking about this storm producing tornadoes on and off for quite some time still.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So that is a basically 3D scan of what this storm is doing. And so again, very significant tornado. If you're just tuning in progress, northern Oklahoma right now, moving towards Renfro, just west of Medford. There is still a large tornado down. We still have a large debris signature, and it's about to hit about 4 different farms. It's very close to about 4 different farms right now. The debris signature is about 1,600 yards wide, which is about almost a mile. It's about a mile wide for that debris signature. It doesn't mean the tornado is a mile wide, but the debris is being lofted up and kind of spread out at least across a mile. So this is definitely a damaging tornado coming into Clyde right now. And then Renfro, you're only about 15 minutes out from this. I'm going to quickly time this thing out because we're now moving into brand new territory with this storm. This isn't anywhere close to what we were talking about earlier, but some of the locations are on your screen here. This will be moving into Kansas soon. So Caldwell is about 25-30 minutes from now. That's again in Kansas. South Haven, Wellington, Oxford, and Winfield. We are all within the next 90 minutes. So again, this is all southern Kansas going towards I-35. That's kind of the general track right now. Keep in mind, if you're in Wichita, if you're in Augusta, if you're in El Dorado, we're not in the direct path of this tornadic storm, but if for some reason something turned to the left at some point down the line, we might have to talk a little bit more about you guys. But for right now, mostly talking about hail and wind if we were to see severe weather up there from this cluster. But Clyde is basically taking a direct hit right now from this tornado. Those few farms are now being hit by this tornado. We have a brand new scan coming in a second. Still very intense tornado. Right now, velocity is going away from the radar near 100 miles per hour. So that's just going one direction. Combine that with the other direction, it's almost 150 mile per hour tornado right now. On the west side of Clyde, again, very strong rotation. Still down. Still a particularly dangerous situation. Tornado warning here in northern Oklahoma. Quickly back over to western Oklahoma. We do have another tornado warning here. This one I don't think is going to continue for much longer, but if you're in Eric or near Sayre, west of Elk City, Oklahoma, continue to stay in your safe place. We also have some pretty large hail coming down. Storm chaser Ryan Shull was driving through a lot of that hail not too long ago. You kind of see the base there in Eric. It's not looking crazy, but ominous skies here.
Longer I'll be live though.
Also quite a bit of lightning.
Like legitimately, I really don't know.
I think Storm Chaser John McKinney might just be driving right through the hail too, so we'll keep an eye on him. All right, let's go back to our storm up here in northern Oklahoma. We'll have another radar scan in a second. In Omaha, Nebraska, we're getting some storms right now. Yeah, there are some storms up there in northern Oklahoma. A lot of these are just elevated storms. We have one singular severe warning west of Salina, but a bunch of storms right now near Omaha and Kansas City. Good news, none of these are severe. None of them are tornadic. They will not be producing tornadoes, but we could see some gusty winds, some small hail, and some lightning. But tomorrow is a different story. Again, tomorrow will be much more significant up that direction. As a reminder, by the way, if you are just tuning in for the first time, make sure to subscribe down below. Again, we do commercial-free live coverage like this all the time. We're going to have upwards of 15 storm chasers out there tomorrow for our coverage, so make sure that you're subscribed. Click the bell icon so you're notified with the latest updates. Again, we are still live here covering a tornado outbreak across the southern plains, Texas and Oklahoma. We've already seen 6 tornadoes tonight, and we still have another one right now in progress. It is right now coming into Clyde. Over the last couple of scans, the debris signature has gotten just a little bit smaller. The velocities have gotten a little bit weaker too. So hopefully this is just occluding right now. You can see over the last several scans that it has begun to occlude. So it's turning a little bit more off to the north now. And so it's kind of avoiding those farms that are right in there in Clyde. And so it's going a little bit more off to the north, might be hitting some other buildings. But again, this is one of the reasons why these tornado warning polygons are so large. We can sometimes have occlusions like this that make the tornado turn left. Sometimes there's deviant motion that makes it go right. And that is why these tornado warnings can be so large, which is also why I was saying if you're in Medford, Oklahoma, you know, definitely still stay tuned because it could have gone right too. It does sometimes happen. Thank you, Mac, for the super chat. Dense fog early this morning in Bourbon, Missouri. Yeah, there's been a lot of fog, and that'll be possibly something too tomorrow, at least in the southern plains. Temperatures and dew point will be very close together. I'll have another radar scan in a second. This back over to western Oklahoma. It's a storm chaser Ryan Scholl and Eric. Also, storm chaser John McKinney, I believe, was punching right through. It's punching through the hail right now. You can kind of hear it. Can't really see much, but you can hear it. It's punching through some golf ball sized hail. Isn't 6 or more tornadoes considered an outbreak? It'd be considered a small scale tornado outbreak, so it's not considered like a major tornado outbreak or anything like that, but we would classify that as like a small scale outbreak of tornadoes. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning in western Oklahoma. This one will be for Cheyenne, west of Elk City, near Strong City and Sweetwater. All right, so this one's going to be for damaging winds of 60 miles per hour and quarter-sized hail. So the good news is that they are not, at least for right now, continuing a tornado warning out here, but there is a severe warning, again, for some wind and hail. The rotation, again, has got a lot broader. We still have a very weak area of rotation off to the north of Eric. The tornado warning here does go for about 5 more minutes, and that's it. Got 5 minutes left on the warning. All right, let's go back to northern Oklahoma. Again, we are starting to see some power outages. If you guys are in the path of severe storms tonight, have flashlights ready to go, charge up devices, do all that good stuff, because there are power outages actively happening right now from some of these severe storms in northern Oklahoma. Granted, most of them are probably from the tornadoes that we saw, but even in Grant County, which is where this large tornado is down right now, we're a little over 150 customers without power and about 1,000 in Major and Alfalfa counties combined. Latest radar scan still showing a definitive area of strong rotation over the northwest side of Clyde, Oklahoma. So we still think there's a tornado, but it is occluding right now off to the north. So this tornado is now moving north and northwest. It's kind of heading up almost towards Wichita. So if you're in Wichita, Oklahoma, you need to be in your safe place right now because the tornado is trying to occlude back towards you. It is almost a drunk NATO. It is moving northwest right now. Hey, Jack, for becoming a maximum velocity member. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, one thing I wanted to touch on briefly
I
is how
got a
today
long
was basically
stream.
the first time, or it was the first time, that we've seen the use of the 5% hatch tornado risk from the Storm Prediction Center, and it verified perfectly here in north central Oklahoma. We were looking at that cap today thinking that that might limit the chance of seeing a tornado, but we knew that if there was a tornado, there was a pretty good chance that it was going to be significant. And that's why we saw a 5% tornado risk, but also associated with that SIG-1, which is one of those new intensity levels that the Storm Prediction Center added, and it verified perfectly here across north central Oklahoma, where we're tracking this significant tornado right now. So this will be something interesting to keep an eye on as we go into the rest of tornado season and years past that, how these new conditional outlooks work.
Tornado warning has been issued.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So yeah, again, very interesting stuff to point out there. And I also want to point out that tomorrow we have, for the first time ever, a hatched tornado risk, which means strong tornadoes are possible even in the green areas. So like Western Michigan, Illinois, St. Louis, we do have a possibility of strong tornadoes. This is the first time ever that we've seen this, but strong tornadoes are basically possible anywhere in the hatched area. And it has been perfect today in terms of the forecast. So I've got to say, like, this is a brand new thing. It came out only about 2 days ago. It came out on March 3rd. And so now you can see the actual reasoning behind this, though, because there are sometimes strong tornadoes outside of a 10% hatch tornado risk. It's just sometimes more uncertain. So it has verified almost perfectly today. We have a new tornado warning in western Oklahoma. This one's going to be just south of Cheyenne. It'll be for a radar indicated area of rotation. So this is going to be for Beckham and Roger Mills counties. Does not include Elk City, does not include Eric anymore. We have a couple of areas of rotation. They're not very strong in my opinion, but if you are in this area, just heed the warning. It is nighttime and it can be very difficult to see anything that's happening out there. We're looking at about a 4 or 5 out of 10 in terms of our rotation right now in this storm, which is our velocity scale. So medium area of rotation right now, located about 5 miles north of Eric, tracking northeast at about 25 miles per hour. On the other hand, the storm in northern Oklahoma has been a lot more dangerous. It is still a PDS tornado warning. The area of rotation, though, has definitely been weakening over the last several minutes. We have a tornado still down northwest of Clyde. It has been turning to the north and northwest, so it is an occluding tornado, but it is still down right now east of Wichita. There is a possibility we could see it recycle again as it moves northeast. There's even a storm that's back over to the east of the radar site that might try to do something down the line, but not really working with a whole lot of wind right now. Very weak velocities. But that's still a tornado down right now just to the east of Wichita. Hey, Jonah, for becoming a member. My friend in Medford, Oklahoma says that jet is without power. Power is also at Wichita, according to somebody else in the chat. Justin with the $10 super chat. Appreciate that. That's a Dusty. Appreciate you tuning in. Thank you, Wendy, for becoming a member. Did anybody expect this to happen tonight? Just curious in the chat. Anybody think northern Oklahoma would be the place that we saw like large tornadoes tonight? Because like, again, I was thinking, like, again, I'll be honest, I'm wrong on this because I thought it would be back over in southwest Oklahoma and the Texas Panhandle. I don't think really anybody saw this coming though. And even the storm chasers, like there's literally one storm chaser that is even near proximity right now of this slew of tornado warnings. And they actually might be going to look at, damage and whatnot. But this tornado did start back down near Clio Springs. There's probably some pretty good ground scouring from this tornado too. Or the tornado train that we've had. We no longer have a PDS tornado. We are back down to radar indicated on this tornado warning in northern Oklahoma. You can see the area of rotation right now is moving up towards the Kansas and Oklahoma border. And another thing I want to point out that's just crazy. Again, the Storm Prediction Center, huge props to them today. This is just crazy right here. That is the dividing line between strong tornadoes and a 5% tornado risk and being back down to a 2% tornado risk. I'm not saying the storm's not going to do something in Kansas, but if this were the last hurrah from this tornadic supercell, it literally is ending almost on that hatched line, which is insane. Like that forecasting, right? The forecasting there is just actually crazy. But we'll have to wait and see what happens. Yes, Wichita was in the Twisters movie. Right next to that area. The storm has definitely got a lot more disorganized, even though that there is still some rotation northwest of Medford. The good news, though, if you're in Medford, we're not looking at an imminent tornado risk. We still need to watch these storms back off to your west, but definitely not as significant of a risk there right now. Could have sworn the models were predicting northern Oklahoma would be a hotspot today. There were models that were showing storms, but not necessarily like significant in terms of tornadoes. It was more of just like a cluster of storms, kind of like what we're now starting to see is a lot more of a cluster here, but it was supposed to be more of a cluster with just a lot of wind and hail and maybe a couple of brief tornadoes. I'm gonna go right back down here to southwest Oklahoma again real quick. Again, this is one of those areas that we're just talking about. This is kind of where I expected the greater tornado threat to be, but most of the storms held off until after sunset, so nothing really has materialized. But we do still have a tornado warning for Roger Mills County here north of Eric, Oklahoma. Tracking to the northeast right now. Still got several storm chasers here on I-40, but currently none of them are really on the storm anymore. We got Edgar O'Neill, who's right next to it, and then also storm chaser, I believe CJ Ziegler. Let me pull up Edgar O'Neill here. He is right on this storm. This is live. He's pulling up on the storm right now. Maybe. Maybe not. For some reason he's not loading. Oh, his stream just died. Never mind. All right. We'll go back to him in a second. Good timing. Let me go and put that. All right. Thank you, Gaming, for the $10 super chat. When is tornado threat supposed to diminish? I would say the tornado threat for across the board will probably wind down by midnight, 1 in the morning. Obviously, make sure that you still have ways to receive alerts, though, even if you go to bed right now. I know, like, if you're in Lawton, you're probably fine. I saw somebody say in the chat, Lawton. Lawton's probably not going to see anything tonight. The tornado watch is still in effect, though, northwest of you for another hour. If you do go to bed tonight, again, have ways to receive alerts. Whether that's a weather radio, whether you have a phone that's giving you notifications, or Max Alert, which again we just released today, all those are viable options here tonight to make sure that you are staying safe tonight as these storms continue to rumble here across the southern and central plains. CJ Ziegler has a pretty impressive shot of the storm. Look at the top of your screen. So yeah, not really anything crazy here, but a lot of lightning. This is that tornado warning cell in Eric, Oklahoma. Hey, Charlotte for the $10 super chat, and Nancy for becoming a member. How do you get Max Alert? It is the top link in the description below. It's also maxalert.net.
It's not, oh well, but I think it is.
Got plenty of lightning still in western Oklahoma.
Yep. Let's go.
Hey, Donna for the super chat. Anybody see flying cows? Honestly, with where these tornadoes are happening today, the large tornadoes, I wouldn't be surprised if had some crazy stuff happening out there in some of those farms and fields. Hey, Jack for the $20 super chat. Thank you for the accurate and life-saving weather coverage. Appreciate you guys. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Jack, for the very generous super chat. And that's a live look here in Eric, Oklahoma of a lot of lightning and maybe some sort of lowering out there on the left. It's too hard to tell right now. Gaming with the $10 super chat said, "You're the whole reason I got into meteorology at 17 years old back in the day. Thank you. You're the GOAT." Read that wrong. Appreciate that. Look at that lowering right there on the left. Right there in the middle left on the horizon. I actually see some scud. Center of your screen. If we get another lightning flash behind the clouds, you can kind of see it. Not sure if we're gonna get another lightning flash behind the clouds there, but
okay.
Looked like something. I'm gonna go back to them in a second. Back over to live radar. This is back over here in northern Oklahoma, north of Medford. We still have an area of rotation, but it's gotten a lot weaker. This is west of Renfro. Actually, a new area of rotation. Wait a second. We have a new area of rotation on this storm. So the initial tornado is occluded. We have another tornado that has just dropped. This is a handoff, a little meso handoff. This storm is still not done. We have yet again another tornado. This one's actually moving north-northwest right now, west of Renfro. Likely tornado. That is moving north-northwest towards 40. It's a very rural area, but there's a tight couplet right there. It's not as strong as the ones we had earlier, but that's likely at least some sort of weak tornado there west of Renfro. There's a little meso handoff that just happened, though. Look at that. It's crazy. Might get a CC drop in a second. We don't have one right now. It's probably a weak tornado, but not as strong as the ones we had earlier. Hey, Calgary for the super chat. Nice lightning. Hey, you have Vikings also for the super chat. Wichita, Kansas. Should be mostly hail and wind. Tornado threat should be low up there. Waiting for a new radar scan on this. Let me go back down to western Oklahoma again real quick. We still have some broad rotation right now west of Elk City, north of Eric. Nothing again on the ground there. Still been broad. And this is our latest radar scan on the, we do believe, tornado that is in northern Oklahoma. And the latest scan is a little bit weaker. So it looks like we may have just had a brief tornado. This thing is really occluding off to the left, so it's not going to be very favorable for anything long term, but so we just had some sort of brief tornado there just east of Wichita and west of Renfro. Hey, Ethan for the super chat. There was insane footage of the tornado in Clio Springs on Oklahoma Local News 9. It's all over Twitter. Yeah, that tornado was insane. It's crazy. There's only one chaser that was live on it. It was from their news network, which is pretty impressive. Especially since, you know, we have like a network of like 15 chasers in Oklahoma and Texas. And none of them were over here. Everybody was down to the south and west, which, again, I was really surprised anything even happened up here to this magnitude, at least this early. So, hey, Trevor for the super chat. Thank you for all you do. Tornado destroyed my house on February of 2008 in Prattville, Alabama. Well, hopefully that doesn't happen again. Glad I can help. with the weather coverage. Yeah, all these storms right now are starting to lift off to the north into Kansas. So generally speaking, in northern Oklahoma, we only got about an hour left of these storms, and then we'll have another round late tonight into the overnight hours. This right now is mostly producing wind and some hail, but we do still have a couple broad areas of rotation on this tornado warning north of Eric and north of I-40, just to the west there of Elk City. Still seems like CJ Ziegler has a little view of a lowering right there in the middle of your screen. Might be a lowering. This is on that western tornado warning. There's been a lot of lightning, so we'll see if we can see anything here.
We're out of the rain now, it looks like. Rotation's just to our north right now.
You're just off to the middle of your screen. Thank you, Caleb, for the super chat. How bad do you think it'll be in Fulton, Missouri tomorrow? I think equally across the board, it could be bad. It could also be kind of a low-end event. We'll have to wait and see. You know, tomorrow is a tough day to forecast, and we'll have a video obviously tomorrow morning with the latest details. But right now, I'm leaning towards there being an outbreak of severe weather. I just don't think it's going to be that significant, if that makes sense. I don't think we're going to see a full-blown tornado outbreak, but I do think tomorrow has a pretty decent ceiling if we don't have a whole lot of convection tomorrow morning. But it's going to really come down to the convection tomorrow morning. If we have a lot of it and it sticks around for a while, tomorrow is going to be like literally almost probably nothing. It'll be mostly a very low-end event at that. But if the convection doesn't stick around for that long, then we're going to be talking about a severe weather outbreak.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we now have a brand new tornado warning in Kansas. That is the first one of the day. Might honestly be the first tornado warning of the year in Kansas. I don't even know. I don't know if we've really had any. This is going to be back over in Caldwell, just to the west of South Haven. So if you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. That'll be for Harper and Sumner counties in Kansas. Again, this storm has a history of producing tornadoes over the last several hours and may continue to do so. North here, Medford. See, that area of rotation right now is just west of Renfrew. We did have another brief tornado, we think, a moment ago. Might try to cycle again as it moves into Caldwell. So this is not as favorable for strong tornadoes anymore. They're definitely going to be probably weaker as they move into Kansas. But again, a tornado is a tornado. It's going to cause damage. Thank you, Neck, for becoming a member. If we look at the radar site from Wichita, you can see that area of mid-level rotation. It's actually a little bit stronger from here, just to the west of Caldwell and Renfrew. Looks like that was its last breath. I think so too. I still think it's going to try to produce tornadoes though in Kansas. I just don't think it's going to be the stronger variety that we just saw for the last like 2.5 hours. We've been live for almost 3 hours, and basically since we started, this thing was producing strong tornadoes. So this is PA storm trackers. They're nowhere close to this storm, but if you look off to the distance here, they're back down near Fairview, Oklahoma, which is a good 50 miles south. You can actually see the lightning on the horizon there on the left side of your screen. So it's pretty impressive. They're, again, very close to where this tornado basically began. So the tornado, at least according to radar, started near Helena, but we think it started way before that. So they might see some damage as they go up towards Helena. They're going to be doing some, at least maybe might be looking at damage here over the next few hours. So we'll be keeping an eye on them. They're basically going up that tornado path. But tornado basically started around here and went all the way up here to the north. It was intermittent though. It didn't happen the entire time, but was on the ground for quite some time. Going back over to Sire, Oklahoma, the rotation has gotten a little stronger over the last few minutes, just off to the north of Sire. We have a few storm chasers again on this. There might be a wall cloud or something. We don't have anything confirmed yet, but Tornado Pagey's also on this, and there you go. You can kind of see it right there on the left of the roadway. Some low clouds. I missed a lot. I just joined. You missed about 4 different large tornadoes, or at least 3, maybe 4. were several large tornadoes today in Oklahoma. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, we just got an update from the Storm Prediction Center. They put out a little mesoscale discussion for this area. One of the interesting things on there is they do note that the tornado potential is now less than 95 miles an hour. That is basically for the entirety of the severe thunderstorm watch that's in Kansas. Peak wind speeds with these severe thunderstorms up to 80 miles an hour, hail up to 2.5 inches in diameter. But it seems to me like they're indicating that the tornado threat is starting to wane.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So again, new mesoscale discussion in southern Kansas. For, again, those that are near Wichita or surrounding areas. I know we've been talking a lot about you guys over the last 30 minutes. So, again, if you're in those areas, definitely stay on alert for wind, hail, and maybe a couple more tornadoes, but they'll be on the briefer side of things. They're not going to be your, large and strong variety. Thank you, Carol, for the $10 super chat. Is it going to be a long live stream tomorrow, Max? And what time are you on air? I don't know what time. So let's wait and see. But at the same time, I also do not think... I think it'll probably be a long stream if things actually go crazy. We'll see. But again, the length of streams depends on what happens. I mean, today, I honestly thought we'd be live for like 7 hours. I thought we were going to start like 4 and go until like 11 or something, because I thought storms would fire up around 4. They didn't fire up until almost 7. And so nothing really happened until about 8 or 9. And tomorrow, I mean, things are forecasted to start around 3 to 4. And if that's the case, we'll probably start somewhere near there and then go until like 10, 11, 12 o'clock, maybe later. So it could be a longer stream. We'll have to wait and see, though. Thank you, Larry, for the super chat. South of Kansas City tomorrow and tonight. Tonight, just some elevated storms, not expecting much severe. Tomorrow, we could have a couple of discrete cells with a tornado potential if we actually have our atmosphere destabilized enough, but otherwise, line of thunderstorms as a cold front crashes out of the northwest, and that'll allow for some numerous damaging wind potential around Kansas City and surrounding areas. Again, tomorrow's, again, the big day, I think. Today was a big day across Oklahoma when it came to large tornadoes. Tomorrow could be big, too. There's a lot more people in here. There's about 60, maybe 70 million people that are in this risk of severe weather tomorrow. So, again, if you are anywhere in that yellow, green, or orange area, we need to be having ways to receive warnings tomorrow, and we have to have a tornado action plan in place because there's legitimately a chance of a tornado almost anywhere in this area. Almost anywhere in here has a potential of a tornado. But damaging winds and large to very large hail are on the table. We do have a SIG 1 from the Storm Prediction Center in terms of tornadoes. So EF2 plus tornadoes are going to be possible. That goes from literally western Michigan all the way down into Dallas-Fort Worth, Tyler, and Shreveport. Our highlighted area for the highest tornado risk will be in that yellow. So Fayetteville, Fort Smith, Springfield, Muskogee, just southeast of Tulsa. And then the 5% goes all the way up into Milwaukee. Just insane. Also, this is crazy, but on Saturday, we have a massive risk of severe weather again. This one's actually larger, I'm pretty sure. We have 2 slight risks, and we got 1 large marginal risk. So, man, just crazy stuff here across the United States. Wichita is out without power, and sirens are not sounding off. It was on Facebook. Again, that is why you do not rely on tornado sirens, guys. And I know it's one of those ways that you can receive alerts, but that should be the last resort. It should be a tornado siren. You really should have at least a phone app that gives you weather alerts. You should have a weather radio. And again, we just came out with Max Alert today. It can kind of go along with everything that you might have. It's just an extra layer of protection. Basically, I give you a personal phone call, and then you receive whatever major weather alert might be, like a tornado warning. I'll literally call you. That's literally how it works. It's pre-recorded, but I do call you, and it will alert you if you're in a tornado warning, a tornado emergency, whatever it might be. And if you want to get that, it's really helpful for overnight events like tonight. Like, we could have more severe weather overnight tonight. If you want to check out Max Alert, it is at the top link in the description below. It's also maxalert.net. It's, again, brand new. We just released it today. It also gives you like lightning data and all clear notifications. So that way you're never caught off guard with lightning if you're out golfing or whatever it might be. So, and there's a lot of cool features that it has, but literally what the cool thing about it, by the way, is that it puts your like exact street address in. So if you live right here and you get a notification on your phone that you're in a tornado warning and you're here, you're actually not. It actually goes directly to your street address. So you put your street address in, let's say you live here, you will not get a notification for a tornado warning because you're not in it. You'll only get it for the severe warning. But if you're over here in Caldwell, you're going to get that tornado warning notification. So it's pretty cool. Again, it's a service. It's really, really cheap. I mean, it's, again, affordable. I made it the cheapest I could literally make it. That way, you know, we can actually get it to as many people as possible. So if you want to check it out, again, it's maxalert.net. Literally like $1 a month. It's about $15 a year. That's basically a McDonald's meal nowadays. Can you put your street address and your job address? Yeah, you can put 2 locations. You can actually add another family member too, but you can add 2 locations to your account.
All right, guys, if you're
But again, I know it costs money, but it's also not replacing anything you guys have. This is just an additional thing. It can. It's really like, I'm really happy that we actually have this as a thing. I know some people are going to be like, "Why are you charging for it?" Well, there's things that go into actually making something like this possible. So I can't make it obviously free. I wanted to make it free, but it's impossible. But at the same time, like, it actually has a super good purpose. You know, if you have 2 people in your family that live in completely different zip codes, you could literally make it like 50 cents a month. It's like nothing at that point. It's about a cheeseburger at McDonald's a year. This is live back over in Cheyenne, Oklahoma, where we still have a tornado warning for the next 10 minutes near Highway 283.
All this land up in through here is no roads.
Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah.
So we will have to go.
I really think the coolest thing about it is, like, literally it's me calling, and also at the same time, like, if it's an overnight threat of severe weather, it can like buzz right through your phone.
Like nothing.
A little lowering up there to the right.
Like tribal land or something. Whoa.
This is again Storm Chaser Tornado Pagey northwest of Elk City.
You can go up to Strong City.
Max, can you do the phone calls live? That'd be kind of funny, wouldn't it? Do live phone calls to every single person.
This looks like more canyons. Black Kettle National Grassland is what that is.
A little lowering there. The lightning's really gotten a lot less frequent. You can see all the lightning right there, right on Highway 283 right now, northwest of Elk City. Max, someone asked if we could buy gift subscriptions to the Max Alert for the, others that can't afford it. That's a good idea. I am going to look into that. I don't know if that's possible, but I'll look into that. It's actually a good idea. Hey, Crime for the super chat. Comparing subscriptions to a McDonald's meal, genius. I'm just being honest. I mean, like, that's literally a comparison. It could be compared to any fast food meal. Compare it to a Wendy's meal. Compare it to a value meal too. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. So we're receiving reports out of Fairview, Oklahoma. There's a group of people driving, a mother and a daughter, on Highway 60 and 243 west of Fairview, Oklahoma, when we did have a tornado move through. Unfortunately, they are reported as lost right now. There are a few sheriff's deputies currently searching for them. But if you're anywhere in the Fairview area and you happen to see anyone walking on the side of the road, please contact law enforcement so we can attempt to find this mother and daughter. Don't go out and look for them. If only do so if you're traveling through the area. But unfortunately, those are 2 people who are left missing after the tornado moved through.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So we have missing people again near Fairview, Oklahoma. And again, if you see them or see any signs of them, please call local emergency response, because that is not something you want to hear. But again, the tornadoes that we saw over here near Fairview, they were tornado warned. Granted, they didn't say confirmed or large or anything like that at the time went through Fairview, but there was evidently a large tornado, and hopefully everybody's okay. But it did hit a lot of places, a lot of rural areas for the most part. But at the same time, there were a lot of lives that were impacted by these tornadoes tonight. Basically, that stretch from Fairview all the way back over towards the Kansas and Oklahoma border. So, yeah. Not what you want to see. We have some storms that are making their way up into Kansas now. We still have a tornado warning south of Wichita in Sumner County in Oklahoma, or sorry, Kansas, and also Harper County, Kansas. Goes for another about 35 minutes. It's a continuation of a tornado warning. Nothing confirmed as of right now. Very broad rotation at this point. So the tornado concern not nearly as high at this point for those in Sumner and Harper counties, but still monitoring this for a possible tornado. So continue to stay in your safe place. Down to the south, most of these storms have become mostly just rain and hail, a little bit of wind, a lot of lightning. Down over here towards western Oklahoma, we still have a tornado warning here near Elk City. I'm going to go back over to Tornado Pagey. They're coming up on that lowering in Cheyenne. How do I get the app? If you're talking about Max Alert, it is the top link in the description. Right, there's a couple of them, by the way. Hey, Texas, for the super chat. I think a lot in Oklahoma is done with severe weather tonight. Very low chance that anything happens for you guys. Again, for the most part, all of the severe weather is kind of done down here. Yes, we still have a threat of severe weather elsewhere, like Oklahoma City, near and north of I-40, but down to the south of I-40, it's pretty much done. Again, we don't have a whole lot going on down here. A lot of showers moving their way across North Texas as well, but again, nothing too significant. Back over in Kansas, we still have that tornado warning. We got 2 tornado warnings still remaining. But again, the tornado threat should be done by about midnight, 1 in the morning. But obviously, in the case that there is something, just have ways to receive warnings. That way you stay safe tonight. They take 5 golf for the $20 super chat. Just got Max Alert signed up for tomorrow. I'm in Aledo, Texas, right next to Fort Worth. Thanks, my man. Appreciate that. Max Alert covers basically every major weather alert. So that covers like severe weather, winter weather, etc. You can change your address multiple times. There's actually a Q&A on the website, and I'm gonna put some of those questions on the Max Alert website. So hopefully I can answer most of the questions. But at the bottom of the page on maxalert.net, there's like a Q&A thing, or FAQ. But yeah, you can change your address as many times as you want, basically. Riley has an urgent update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, right over Wichita, Oklahoma, I think there's a tornado on the ground, some sort of weird boundary interaction going on here. Not sure if it's a proper tornado associated with a supercell, but it is some sort of rotating column of air causing damage.
That's not good. Thank you, Riley, for the update. Guys, if you're in Wichita, Oklahoma, we've been talking about this area for a while. There's actually a tornado right over Wichita right now. So this is on a little hook echo. This is literally over the town. This kind of came out of nowhere, but there's a tornado down the northwest side of Wichita. So if you are in Wichita, you need to be in your safe place. This is an unwarned tornado right now in Oklahoma. So again, this is moving to the northeast. So it's not going to be as strong as what we saw earlier, but you can see the very strong velocity couplet right over 850. It's literally on the northwest side of the roadway. There is a debris signature too. There's debris being lofted up into the atmosphere. That little tail, that little hook on the storm is producing a tornado. And this goes to show how favorable today's environment is, by the way. It's almost like a disconnected hook, but that is a tornado, guys. It very narrowly has gone right by the town. It might have even hit it, at least on the northwest side. Everybody still tuning in from Wichita? Hopefully everybody's safe there. I mean, this is literally right next to you guys. It's actually crazy that this thing is producing a tornado again. There's a farm and a couple of farms on the northwest side. Obviously, the downtown area is much more populated. The Twister, the movie museum, is in downtown. This is literally next to the Twister Museum. Like, it's actually crazy how close this is to that. But you can see the tornado. It's right there over Highway 850. The Twister movie is actually cursing today. It's crazy. We had a tornado near Wichita now twice, and we had one near their filming location further down to the south. Down here near Helena. Granted, this storm is not the same one that we were dealing with earlier that was producing tornadoes, but it's a different storm, but this is the same environment, right? It's literally still, there's still a lot of wind shear here, so. Wow, it's unbelievable how many different tornadoes we've had. And again, a lot of them have come from different storms now. We've had 3 separate storms produce tornadoes. The first one was the much more significant supercell that produced like 3 large tornadoes, I think 2 or 3. And then the second one produced another large tornado. And this is now the third one that's producing another tornado. I wouldn't say this is strong, but it's definitely a tornado. I mean, that's debris. That is not rain. That's actually debris that is being lofted up right now. Waiting for the velocities to update. The reason why we can tell that's literally just debris is because the CC drop is pretty cleanly still showing something that's not rain. It's different particles, basically. So, still got a tornado down north of Wichita. There's still no tornado warning on this. And the severe warning just expired. Look at this little area of convergence that's maybe trying to come together. It's a very broad area. We just had a brief tornado. I think it's done now. But you can see there's a large area of inflow coming into the storm. And then on the other side, that's the rear flank downdraft. It's not the prettiest looking supercell, but this might try to do something here as it goes towards Caldwell in Kansas. We have absolutely no warning on this, though, which is actually surprising. They have issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds for Argonia, Caldwell, and west of Wellington. Yeah, there might have been a tornado here north of Wichita. Still no warning on this, though. Really surprising. Again, it was brief and weak, but still. We have actually no tornado warnings anymore, despite this one being on the ground just a moment ago. No debris signature anymore. This might try to cycle, though. If you're over in Caldwell, Kansas, west of Renfro, make sure you're staying on alert, guys. Could get another one. We're not fully done with tornadoes yet, even though it looks like, it kind of seemed like we were. We're not. Still not done with tornadoes. Hey, chicken for the super chat. And also, Pond Creek, Oklahoma. I don't know where Pond Creek is, but at this point, most of the storms are no longer tornadic. The only storm that I'm still really concerned about is this one here. So, Wichita is this one we have to keep an eye on. I mean, again, we have a very strong inflow coming into the storm. Rear flank downdraft circling around that. This is still a very favorable storm to produce another tornado, at least for the next half hour. I'm going to quickly go back over to CJ Ziegler. He's on that other storm in western Oklahoma. Pretty good view of the supercell here near Cheyenne. Hey, Tori, for becoming a maximum velocity member. Is it a big tornado? So the storm that's north of Wichita would not be a big tornado. Yeah, this storm right here near Wichita is not going to be a big tornado. But, I mean, at the end of the day, if we start to see that, if this storm tries to start to mature and organize, which the time's running out, but if it were to do so, it would not be impossible to have another strong tornado. It's just a much lower chance at this point. I'm going to track this out so you have an idea of where this is currently heading. But, again, Caldwell will be really the main area to watch for here. Let me go back here and zoom out. This is the general direction of this storm. And my pen keeps breaking. Bang. Basically going in the direction of Wichita, but some of the locations there on the left side of your screen. It's going to be kind of going in the direction of Wichita, just south of Wichita, but I do think Wichita has at least a risk here of some hail tonight. The tornado threat should stay pretty low to 0. Again, Caldwell's only about 20 minutes from the storm right now. Hey, Tori, for becoming a maximum velocity member. Somebody else in the chat just said my power went out. Power's going out, it seems like everywhere. We've had a lot of people without power tonight. So a large chunk of Cherokee, Fairview, surrounding areas that have power outages. About 1,500 customers without power in Major, Alfalfa, and Grant counties combined. So the number's actually decently high. I mean, these are not really populated areas. Where these tornadoes hit were pretty rural. So quite a few people have had power outages this evening. Over the last couple scans, we had that brief tornado. Now it looks like it is back to being broad rotation. So again, no imminent tornado, but we will be keeping an eye on this as it continues to track to the north. Rotation scales back down to a 3, even though we just had a brief tornado there. Kelly with the super chat just said, reports in Wichita is without power and sirens are not going off. And again, Wichita might have just had a tornado without a tornado warning. So is the latest scan. Still a broad area of circulation. The tornado just happened again in Wichita. At least a brief one. And it might try to do so again here soon. Depending on how the storm evolves, it might be kind of losing its grip, but we'll see. This event has been so strange. So incredibly strange. Hey, Cade, for the $5 super chat. I think you should get those 20 plus chairs you had and gift them to the first 20 Max Alert subscribers. I still have I have like 28 chairs in a closet somewhere. Hey, Super Fry for becoming a member. Yeah, for those that don't know, I got like a big order of chairs for some reason. I ordered 4 like normal foldable chairs, and I ended up getting 28. I think it was from Wayfair. They ended up giving me 28 chairs. I don't even know why, but that'd be actually a fun idea though. Strange weather for early March. I wouldn't say this is strange. It's just strange where the tornadoes happened today. They've all happened for the most part in northern Oklahoma. We had maybe 1 or 2 over here in eastern Texas Panhandle. We did have a photo sent in by one of our own storm chasers, CJ Ziegler, who had a view of a tornado earlier over in East Texas, and that was a view of it earlier. That gives you an idea of this environment though today. It's been pretty favorable. This is also another structure shot that he had earlier. By the way, if you guys have photos and videos, you can send them in to us. It is reports.maxvelocitywx.com. Not sure if we have any reports today, but one of the top links down below. Yeah, that's that tornado from earlier. Subscribe to Max Alert from Oklahoma. It's awesome. At the end of the day, Max Alert, I think, is like it's honestly like a genius thing. Like it's going to keep a lot more people safe, and ideally, hopefully, we can continue to save a lot more lives doing it too. I think it's really cool too that has a personal touch. I wouldn't be surprised if we got a tornado warning in Kansas here shortly. I mean, the rotation's strengthening a little bit elevated off the ground here. It's a little bit stronger, crossing over into Kansas. It's going to be going towards Milan, Mayfield, and Caldwell. So watch out. Again, if you're in this area, I'm going to put a little polygon here, but this is kind of the general vicinity of where we need to be watching for a possible tornado risk here in the next 15, 20 minutes. Caldwell, west of Wellington, Conway Springs, Argonia, all of you guys need to be watching for this storm. I have at least a medium confidence that we're going to see a tornado warning here in the next 10 minutes or so. They already produced a tornado near Wichita. Just depends on if it stays alive or not. Can you add multiple phone numbers on Max Alert? You can add up to 2. So basically you can have 2 people on it for the same price. So you can add like a family member or somebody else. Take 5 with the super chat said, how many Max Alert members so far? I have no clue. I will let you know tomorrow though. Maybe, if I remember. Assuming we're live. I would assume we're going to be live tomorrow for quite a while, but just kind of have to wait and see what happens tomorrow. You never know. Sometimes these events can downtrend. I haven't really looked a whole lot at models tonight. I mean, again, the last couple times I looked at models for tomorrow and just general analysis was it might be a big day. It's still highly uncertain. I mean, I know we have an enhanced risk of severe weather and it's covering like 60 million people for every risk of severe weather, but I wouldn't say tomorrow's a slam dunk outbreak. It could go either way. So we'll have to kind of see what happens tomorrow. But no matter what, we'll be live at some point, and assuming nothing really downtrend significantly, and we'll have a bunch of storm chasers out there. So tomorrow should be interesting. Hey, Salah, for becoming a member. Got a ton of you guys sign up for Max Alert in the chat. Go back to the 3-cam view while we wait to see what happens with the storm. Still some broad rotation again right now south of Bluff City, Kansas. No tornado possible tag on this. The latest scan showing even stronger rotation. We probably have a wall cloud right now, crossing into Kansas right now. Definitely need to watch this here in southern Kansas. Hey, Reagan, for becoming a member. That early into tornado season, that's wild. I wouldn't even say this is crazy. Like, tornado season doesn't technically starts in it technically starts in March. So we are in March, and it's happening. Can somebody put PA storm trackers in slot 1? We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning in southwestern, or western Kansas, not southwestern, western Kansas for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. That includes Strong City just west of Leedy, Oklahoma. That'll be moving off to the northeast over the next several minutes. We got a couple other storms also near Talladega, going towards Fairview, but none of those are severe currently. Again, nothing right now in southwestern Oklahoma. Tornado watch goes for 35 more minutes, and then the severe thunderstorm watch in Kansas, which really only includes areas around Wichita, for Hutchinson, Newton, and El Dorado, and Kingman, and Winfield, and Wellington. That will go for another 4.5 hours. So that goes until about 4 a.m. Central Time. We still are watching this area of rotation west of Caldwell. Stronger mid-level rotation, weaker at the surface. Probably have some sort of wall cloud that's crossing into Kansas right now. So, and definitely not done with this tornado threat quite yet. And this is going to be basically going towards Wichita. So we need to really keep an eye on this storm. The rotation is not really lining up at the low levels as in terms of the mid levels. So not super organized right now, but it's trying. It did produce that brief tornado over in Wichita about 15 minutes ago or so. Thank you, Bree Bryan, for the 22 months of being a member on the channel. It's been a great 22 months of coverage. Appreciate that. There's been a lot of upgrades due to our entire, streams and everything over the last several months too. Got a lot more coming too. Also, next week we'll have a big announcement on the channel, so stay tuned. Next week. We'll probably be live when we make the announcement, because I think we're going to be live Tuesday of next week. We have a really big announcement though. We have a day 5, I think, slate, or day 6. It's going to be for Tuesday of next week. Yeah, so Tuesday of next week, guys, we have another slight risk of severe weather. So obviously, we're talking about severe weather tonight. We're talking about tomorrow, much larger event tomorrow. Even on Saturday, Sunday and Monday will probably be breaks. And then Tuesday will be a large slight risk. And we're probably going to see another significant severe weather event here in the central southern plains. So if you're in the yellow, buckle up. We got a lot more severe weather from where everything's come from at this point. Sign up for Maxler. Appreciate that. Glad I can hopefully help you there. Max is getting married. That is not what's happening next week. That is not the announcement. I think you guys will be really excited, though, for what's coming. Any idea if Tulsa will get bad weather tonight? I don't think Tulsa is going to see anything tonight, to be honest. Tomorrow will be the day to watch. Tonight is not really a concern to me at this point. Can somebody go through the reports on report dashboard? Yeah, but I don't think Tulsa's going to see anything tonight. Tomorrow will be the day to watch. Let me show you guys some model runs here real quick for tomorrow. And again, if you don't know what's going on tomorrow, if you're tuning in tonight, you're probably in the risk, or maybe a lot of you guys are probably in the risk tomorrow. This is, again, over almost 100 million people under the gun for severe storms tomorrow. Damaging winds, large hail, tornadoes are possible. This is the latest HRRR model run. I haven't really looked at this much, but basically convection's out there in the morning, keeps things a bit stabilized. Tomorrow afternoon, we start to see some storms fire. I'm really watching over here for a tornado or two in Nebraska. But this dry line setup in eastern Oklahoma has a lot of my attention. If storms can stay discreet, we could easily have a few strong tornadoes. And then you can see as we go into the late evening overnight, it becomes a big line of storms. But that's what the HRRR shows, right? I mean, if we go over to the Rufus, this usually shows a much higher end scenario, more than likely whenever like the environment's actually favorable. It has supercells popping up near Dallas, Fort Worth, and Oklahoma by 3 o'clock. And those are discrete tornadic supercells that's showing. By 5 to 6, it continues to upscale into a pretty significant severe weather event, mostly down near the Red River, Tulsa even, and then also showing the same thing in southeast Nebraska and western Iowa. So this would be the higher end scenario where we see several tornadoes with a few of them being strong. And it could easily continue into the overnight hours in northern Arkansas, southern Missouri. So yeah, again, tomorrow could be a big day. It's kind of 50-50. These storms also move into Wisconsin late evening, but no matter what, this event definitely looks like it could be a big day. We'll have to wait and see. I'm not fully confident that we're gonna have an outbreak at this point. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Max, we just got a new tornado warning in South Kansas.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. For some reason, that did not go off on my thing. Well, we have a tornado warning in southern Kansas, and it looks like, oh, okay. Now it says untitled. All right. So the alert thing broke. We have a tornado warning in Kansas right now. This is going to be south of Mayfield. So if you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. All right. So this is going to be just to the south of Mayfield. We've had a strong area of rotation developing over the last several minutes. You can see it right there. And again, strong tornado definitely cannot be ruled out right now. That's just west of Caldwell right now, moving off to the northeast. Wellington will be in the path of this, and eventually Argonia. Very strong rotation again in the mid-levels right now. Actually, a live shot. Go full screen here. It's a live shot from Wichita, Kansas. See the storm out in the distance. A little bit of lightning flashes from Wichita State University. But just west of Caldwell is where that strongest area of rotation is currently located. Again, ignore the no active alerts thing, or for some reason some sort of thing that happened to our overlays. We're working on them. There is currently one active tornado warning, which is this one in southern Kansas, and then 2 severe thunderstorm warnings, one of which is in Kansas, one is in Roger Mills County in western Oklahoma. All right, we'll keep an eye on that camera. Not really a whole lot going on right now there. This tornado warning, again, does include those in Sumner and Harper counties. It is radar indicated rotation. Again, that rotation's gotten strong over the last several minutes. Got a little hook echo just to the west of Caldwell. No debris signature right now, but if there's a tornado, it is coming up on Metcalfe, Kansas, and then going towards Doster. So Doster is going to be the path of this. And then down the road, it'll be going in the direction of Wichita. Let me take off SPC outlooks here real quick. Here's a look at the radar here. Look at that convergence signature. It's trying to converge. This is what we had earlier, right before that other large tornado dropped just to the west of Medford in Oklahoma. It has that same look to it. So it's attempting to come together right now, and so now trying to produce possibly a significant tornado. And strong tornadoes not as likely here in Kansas with this environment, but it might be trying to do so. PA Storm Trackers is currently in Cherokee, Oklahoma. They're not far away from that tornado that happened earlier. No damage in Cherokee. There were some power outages locally. That is the closest chaser to the storm right now. Again, strong area of rotations developing. Got new radar scan, and guys, we are getting awfully close to another tornado being on the ground. We are close to another one being down. Over Metcalfe and Doster. This is very close to being a significant tornado. Just west of Caldwell. Thanks, Stone, for the super chat. How do you think it'll be for Indiana tomorrow? I don't think Indiana is going to be too bad. Be a late night threat. Go back to sitting mode for now. I've been standing for most of the last 4 hours. 3.5 hours. Let me do this. Again, for those that are just tuning in, we do have a tornado warning. We have 2 severe warnings. The overlays are broken right now. We do have a tornado warning, though. Again, that is going to be west of Caldwell. Very strong rotation in the mid-levels, and obviously near the surface, it's also pretty strong. You can see the hook echo here. Very strong inflow, too. This is again, another last hurrah from these storms. I mean, it's unbelievable that this thing is still going. The storms that produced tornadoes earlier were back over here. These are the ones that produce tornadoes. So this one right now is trying to produce, once again, another tornado. This is a separate storm. It did produce a tornado near Wichita about 30 minutes ago or so. If we go over to the radar site from the south, you can see that area of convergence really coming together right now. Are you still using Radar Mega? That is what I'm using. Hey, Chicken, for becoming a member. I just joined. Did I miss anything major? You missed about 2.5, 3 hours of large tornadoes, so yes. You have to go back on the stream and see everything that unfolded. It was a pretty crazy stream with tons of insane radar imagery. Good shout out to Graham for becoming a VIP Velocity member. Really appreciate that. Riley has an urgent update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, there's a tornado on the ground with this tornado warning storm. Tiny CC drop on it.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So now a tornado down in Kansas. So again, tornado is now in progress in Kansas. This is just to the west of Doster. If you are in this tornado warning, you need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom right now. All right, away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible and get to an interior room of your home or building. All right, so this again, tracking to the northeast. We got a new CC scan coming in. And you can see it's a little tornado. It's not as strong or as large as what we saw earlier with our debris signatures, but there is definitely a tornado there. Waiting for the velocities to update again. Can't rewind the stream with a CC drop going on. I can't deny you for that one. Yeah, I would not be rewinding right now, especially if you're in Kansas. There's that latest scan, and there's very strong rotation right now located over Metcalf. So Metcalf, Kansas, taking a direct hit right now from a tornado. We're going to see if we can get some callouts here. I'm not sure if there's a whole lot here. Again, there's a lot of populated areas around this tornado warning, just not directly in it. See the very strong rotation right now in Metcalf. So the tornado's down over Metcalf, just west of Caldwell. It's not far from Bluff City either. It's just east of Bluff City. This is not far from the Tailgates. That's a live music venue. So there's a live music venue called Tailgates. So this tornado is very close to where that is. Mostly farms, though. I'm not seeing any sort of major cities or anything like that right here. Once this gets closer to Wellington, that is where things get a lot more concerning because Wellington has a few thousand people that live there. It has like a Taco Bell, Sonic, and a few other things. So this tornado would be heading directly towards you guys here soon in Wellington, Mayfield, and Milan. And they've just updated the tornado warning. I believe it is still radar indicated, even though it is definitely down and on the ground. This is, again, moving to the northeast. Got a small little CC drop right now located over the southeast side of Metcalf. Thank you, Millie, for becoming a member. Wellington might be cooked. I wouldn't say it's cooked. Something to stay weather aware of at this point. It's too early to tell if this thing's going to make it all the way up there either. And these storms have been mostly fizzling other than this one. Latest scan still showing that little debris signature on the northeast side of Metcalf. And this is not really a storm that is currently producing like major damage because it's going through a lot of farms. It's a lot of flat land. So there's not really a whole lot that this thing's hitting, but it's obviously hitting enough right now to the point where it's lifting up debris actively. It's almost all exclusively like just farms. There are very few buildings here I'm seeing. I'm like literally looking at a map right now. There's like only a few little homes out here that are actually being hit by this. Maybe being hit by this. I say maybe because there aren't very many. So hopefully it continues to just, you know, well, I would say hopefully it continues to weaken. That thing ain't weakening, guys. That is very strong rotation. This is probably a strong or large tornado, but it is over like nothing. It's hitting literally just fields. So there's not anything it's lifting up. So we don't know the real intensity of this, but the velocities are very strong. There's a possibility that this could be a strong tornado. Once again, guys, there is a tornado warning here in southern Kansas. It is radar indicated. There's also 2 severe thunderstorm warnings. The overlays are broken. We're working on fixing them right now, but out of my control. I wish I could manually update the numbers, but I don't have that ability right now. Hey, Brian, for the super chat. It's a custom color table. I think it's on our Discord server. If you join our Discord server, it's linked in the description if you want my color table for reflectivity and velocities. Off the record, this tornado that's down right now is now outside of our hatched tornado risk. So it's no longer in the hatched tornado risk. But again, we do have a tornado down. Still going east of Metcalf. And that debris signature has now actually gotten more significant. So there might be legitimate debris that is being lifted up now. So there's a larger area of debris that has now just been lofted up on the northeast side of Metcalf, northwest of Doster. It's tracking again directly up towards Mayfield, Wellington, Kansas, and eventually going towards Wichita. But that tornado has now gotten more significant. It's now actually lifting up significant debris. And you can see the velocity is going one direction is at 110 miles per hour. So undoubtedly a strong tornado right now moving to the northeast. They have not upgraded the warning yet, but I would anticipate that they will here probably pretty soon. This is what it looks like live from the Wichita State University camera. So this is looking in that direction. There's been a few lightning strikes out in the distance. Also, can somebody put PA storm trackers in slot 2? And again, this is our only concern right now for a tornado. We don't have any other storms that have any sort of concerning tornadic features. This will be the main one. We still have a severe warning out in western Oklahoma, but this one is mostly just hail at this point. Quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Just south of Wichita, we have an ongoing strong tornado. The debris signature goes up several tilts on the north side of Metcalf. So this is definitely a strong tornado, and I would expect an observed tornado warning at any moment. Still just radar indicated. Thank you, Truth Prophecy, for the $10 super chat. How will Central Kansas look tomorrow? Central Kansas, I don't think we're going to see a whole lot. It'll be mostly to your east. Yeah, that dry line is going to set up, like, I'll put a little line on the map. That dry line is going to probably set up right about here. But I think most of our activity will be out here. And further south, too. Where that dry line set up. There could still be some storms, but it'd be more wind than anything. Last several radar scans still showing a significant tornado down right now northeast of Metcalf, northwest of Doster in Oklahoma. So again, still a significant tornado moving towards Highway 44. Which is 90th Street, is what they call it, south of Milan. This is not showing any signs of weakening either. Again, Wichita, Kansas, I wouldn't say you need to panic or go to your safe place right now because this is nowhere near you. But if you're near Wichita or south of Wichita, I would be staying weather aware right now. I know it's 11:40, it's late. If you need to go to bed, you can. I know it's a lot of you probably going to bed right now or want to go to bed, but I would at least, if you are going to bed, have ways to receive alerts. Again, you can sign up for Max Alert 2. It'll give you my own phone call overnight if you are under some sort of tornado warning. Literally get a personal call from me if you are to be under some sort of major weather warning. That way you're awoken if something hits your area. That is the top link in the description. Thank you, He-Man, for becoming a member, and also Dylan for the super chat. Wisco? Did you mean Waco? Dylan, I don't know where Wisco is. Or, oh, southern Wisconsin. Oh, my bad. Southern Wisconsin, I don't think will be an enhanced. This tornado, guys, is really strong. The latest scan still showing a very tight couplet. Again, just to the northeast of Metcalf. This is not, I would say, as intense as what we saw earlier, but it's still a strong tornado that is now in southern Kansas. And it is looking very intense right now. Again, going towards Perth, Mayfield, and Wellington. It's still in a very rural area, but it's going to be trying to track up towards Wellington here soon. If you're in Wellington, Kansas, stay vigilant. If you have friends or family near the Wellington area, make sure that they're aware of this too. Still no. Oh, now it's confirmed. All right. Well, now I have a confirmed tornado warning. I think it just got upgraded. So this is now officially a confirmed tornado warning here in Kansas. Thank you, Gamer, for becoming a moderate velocity member. I'm up and I can't sleep right now. There's a lot of lightning too with this storm. This thing's gonna keep a lot of people awake. We also have a possibly significant tornado right now. It's going again through a lot of farms, so there's not really a lot of debris being lifted up. So we don't really have a good scope of how intense the tornado is, but the velocities have been very strong and tight for the last several minutes. If you go back up to the Wichita, Kansas radar site, you can see that rotation being very strong. There is a chance that this tornado occludes and we get a new handoff off to the east, which would be making areas like Wellington, Kansas, at more risk of a tornado. Here's the latest velocity scan and radar scan from the Wichita site. Let me go back down to the other radar site a little bit closer. I can't believe this. We have a storm chaser, PA storm trackers. They're getting awfully close to the storm. I'm going to put them one of these slots. PA storm trackers is literally coming up towards the storm right now. They might get to it sometime around when this storm is going to be going up towards Wichita. Putting them bottom right of your screen. They're actually heading towards the storm, which is crazy. All right, here's the latest radar scan. Waiting for velocities to update. Hey, Michigan, for becoming a member. We also just got a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. Talk about that here in a second. Still an observed tornado warning. Again, not PDS, still observed. We're waiting for another scan here in a second. Still an ongoing tornado, though, just off to the northeast of Bluff City, Kansas. It'll be coming up towards 49, 44 in about 5 minutes. Milan, Mayfield, and Wellington. We're about 20 minutes out from this tornadic area of rotation. Assuming it continues, again, it will be approaching Milan and Mayfield in about 10 to 15 minutes. Wellington's still about 20, 25 minutes out from a possible tornado risk. So we still got a little bit of time. I think what we're going to probably see, though, is an attempt of a mesocyclone handoff. So we have this tornado that's ongoing right now. I think that's going to occlude, and I think we're going to get a new tornado here soon off to the east of that area of rotation. So like Corbin, Perth, and Wellington will be in the path of that. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that. All right, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, we just got a new update from the Storm Prediction Center, another meso-gamma discussion here. This is for our storms that are off in western Oklahoma. The severe weather threat across the tornado watch will continue over the next amount of time. The discussion here is a small cluster of thunderstorms persists over northwest Oklahoma, primarily across Roger Mills into Dewey County. This activity is the remnant of a few eastern Texas panhandle supercells that appear to be primarily producing large hail as they spread downstream beneath strong lower level jet. It's not entirely clear how long this activity will continue to produce severe hail, but strong shear and adequate buoyancy favor at least robust updrafts, even if they become gradually elevated in nature. That is for these storms over here. These are the ones that did produce a tornado earlier. That has since been confirmed, but it does seem like they're going to start to produce only a hail threat, and it's not sure how long they're going to last. But you can see this meso-gamma discussion polygon on Radar Omega.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So that is a little update on what the new mesoscale discussion is. Thank you, Lay, for the super chat. I think we crashed your Max Alert website. Max Alert down too. So apparently Max Alert's down. That's good timing. Everything's down. I think one of our servers went down, which runs a lot of stuff. So we're working on getting it back up. That also runs up. Oh, there you go. Now the warnings are back. Maybe Max Alert will come back in a second too. Hopefully. Now we have warnings. There you go. We're on a confirmed tornado warning. Yeah, ideally, this will not be happening on a normal, any sort of live stream. We're working on a more permanent solution. We did have an issue like this before, but it's completely separate. Now we have a new issue that came up. What'd you get to eat? I got Wawa. Got a sub and mac and cheese, apparently. Basically just had Riley order it. We are now back down to a radar indicated tornado warning. So this is no longer confirmed and on the ground. It is back to radar indicated here off to the north of Caldwell. With that said, this is still producing strong rotation on the east side. We have a new mesoscale handoff that just happened, or mesocyclone handoff. And so you can see right there, that's a new area of rotation. So the initial tornado is occluded. We have a new tornado that is forming southwest of Wellington. And so Wellington, we need to be on alert because we're probably going to get a new tornado here soon going towards Wellington. All right, so Wellington is going to be in the path of this here very soon. That's why you have multiple methods to get alerts. Exactly. The exact reason. It is obviously very late at night right now, but we got a new tornado trying to form right now off to the north of Doster. Is Augusta, Kansas going to be hit? You guys are in the path of this storm, but down the road, like, I don't think this storm's going to last much past midnight. I kind of said earlier, like, I think our tornado threat will be done by about midnight, 1 in the morning, and we are starting to approach midnight now, but this storm is still cranking out, and it's still trying to produce another tornado. Again, we just had one, and that tornado is now occluded off to the northwest, but we have a brand new strong area of rotation that's developed on the new updraft, the new hook echo that's formed west of Corbin, and it's going to try to drop another tornado back over near Mayfield and Wellington. So Wellington, I would be most ready to go to your safe place here in Wellington. That's the area that I'm most concerned about, especially due to the high population density there. This isn't any small sort of storm here that we are talking about. This is the latest radar scan. So again, still very strong rotation there north of Caldwell. We go back to the southern radar site. And yeah, we are very close to having yet again another tornado down. No CC drop, but velocities are very strong. Still have a little bit of remnant debris from our initial tornado, and now a new one's trying to drop right now west of Corbin. There's really not a whole lot here. Again, it's mostly farms, but it's like maybe a farm right there north of Corbin. But there's not really any sort of major buildings that are in the direct path right now. We'll be getting closer to a much more populated area here soon once it gets closer to Route 160 near Wellington. Somebody in the chat said a lot of lightning in Wichita. This is what it looks like in Wichita right now. This is looking in the direction of our tornado-warned cell here, south of Wichita. And the alert's broke again. All right, let me do this. Yeah, if you are in Wichita, Kansas, definitely be ready. I mean, I wouldn't say we're going to get a tornado there tonight, but it's a good way to at least have ways to receive alerts tonight because you guys will be in the direct path of this supercell. And it might end up trying to produce a tornado threat down the road. We got a rare untitled alert. Yeah, we got a rare. Yeah, well, again, we have some technical difficulties that we're having, but it has nothing to do with anything other than just this overlay. Any mind you from becoming a member? That's again what it looks like in Wichita, Kansas right now. Oh, there's actually apparently a camera. This is a traffic camera near where this storm is. This is over in Patriot Avenue, 63rd Street. Get the exact location. It's over in, I believe, Wichita. Or is it Wichita? What's the location, Hayden? Pretty windy here, though. All right, this is Wichita. So we do have a strong storm right now going through Wichita. This is on the east side near Augusta. It's been picking up. A little bit of lightning, too. It's in Derby. Thank you. Derby, Kansas. Just south of Wichita. Let me go back over to radar here. Last couple scans still showing a stronger area of rotation just west of Corbin. Approaching Perth and Wellington. We're only about 10-15 minutes out from the storm. Again, the main area of rotation is, as of right now, about 5 miles or about 10 miles to the west of Wellington. Storm's moving northeast at about 30 miles per hour. And so this is what it looks like down the line here. This is kind of the general direction that this area of rotation, the storm is heading towards. So if you see your location on the map, that's kind of an ETA of when the storm will be arriving. So Belle Plains about 30 minutes out. Wellington will only get about 20 minutes. Derby and Douglas are about 50 to 60 minutes out from now, and Augusta is a little over an hour out. So we're talking about 1:15 in the morning or so. Wichita, Kansas will be right around that same time, probably about 1 o'clock, 1:15. So again, this is the main threat as of this hour in terms of tornadoes. That would be the main area of rotation that we're looking at. Could also be some sort of like little debris fallout west of Argonia. There's a little CC drop here. We don't think there's a tornado anymore. We don't have any velocities coupled, but that was from our old tornado. There could still be some debris flying from the previous tornado west of Wellington. That right there is the main culprit, main area of concern still, moving to the northeast. Yeah, I do want to remind you that there is currently 1 tornado warning. And there's also currently 3 severe thunderstorm warnings. The warning counter is currently broken. We are working on fixing it. And we still have an active tornado warning right now for those just south of Wichita and Sumner and Harper counties in Kansas. The latest scan still showing a area of rotation. It looks like it's been weakening over the last few scans. So hopefully it continues to trend that way. Again, I tried to do a little mesocyclone handoff. Hasn't been successful yet. But I definitely would not let your guard down still if you're in Mayfield or Wellington. And we'll see if they issue a new tornado warning here soon, because they might issue a new one for Wellington and Mayfield in the next 10-15 minutes. Hey, Jalen, for becoming a member. There's another tornado on the ground, apparently. If there's another one, it would be right here. But I'm not seeing anything definitive when it comes to velocities. Just southeast of Argonia. Hey, Sourcey, for becoming a member. Looking over tomorrow's potential, again, before we end stream, I'll talk about it in my video tomorrow morning. We're going to have a video bright and early at like 6 o'clock Central. So all you got to do is just stay tuned for that. Have your click the bell icon so you're notified with the latest update there. I did a little breakdown a little earlier, but tomorrow's video will be way more detailed, way more in depth about what's coming up with this upcoming severe weather event for Friday, Saturday, and then also next week. Because again, we have severe weather coming tomorrow for a much larger area. And then we also have one for Saturday, which will be mostly wind and hail, but there could be a few tornadoes. And then Sunday will be yet again another, or not Sunday, but Tuesday will be another day where we have more significant severe weather. So I'll have like maybe a 2-day break. Sunday, Monday will be a bit of a break. And then Tuesday, Wednesday of next week will be ramping up again. Hey, Jim, for the $10 super chat, $10 to help fix your alert system. Appreciate that. Thank you for the super chat. I'm glad this happened now, though, and not like 2 hours ago, because 2 hours ago would have been bad timing. I just heard thunder and wind is whistling out the doors. Can I get a phone call alert in Spanish? You can. Yeah, once Max alert is back up, I'll let you know. Everything's down, though, on our end right now. Hey, Gene, for the super chat. Hey, Sourcey, for coming a member. This is insane for early March. Yeah, this is, again, not something they see very often for March standards. But again, granted, like, it's not unheard of. We do have a lot of the time outbreaks and severe weather events that do happen in early March. We had a couple last year. And we're obviously dealing with a similar situation right now here in Kansas, Oklahoma, Texas. We had mostly Oklahoma today, but this is not unheard of. Like, severe weather events happen a lot in early March. This is kind of the Kickstarter to severe weather season. And obviously tomorrow and even on Saturday, we're going to have a lot more widespread severe weather events upcoming. This is a much more localized one. So you can see, again, this entire area here is in the risk of severe weather. That is, again, for tomorrow, which is Friday. And then Saturday, it'll shift further to the east. We are expecting, again, the possibility of possibly at least a few tornadoes, maybe several tornadoes tomorrow, damaging winds and very large hail. And then Saturday, we are talking about a risk of severe weather, basically from Toronto, Canada, into Washington, D.C., Montgomery, New Orleans, Houston, Dallas, with 2 slight risks of severe weather, which will be where the best chance of severe weather will exist Saturday afternoon, which is going to be basically New York City, Cleveland, Columbus, West Virginia, Pittsburgh, back over towards Monroe, Greenville, and San Antonio and Houston. So large area at risk both tomorrow and Sunday for severe weather. Yeah, make sure that you're subscribed to the channel. If you're new here, we're going to be live tomorrow and maybe even Saturday for severe weather coverage. And then Sunday, we'll be taking a break. We'll have videos, but we'll be taking a break from live streaming on Sunday. Is Salina okay to go to bed? Yeah, if you're in Salina, you're good. But again, if you're in like the Kansas City, or not Kansas City, if you're in the Wichita, Kansas area, we need to be staying alert. Main area of rotation, again, is currently south of Mayfield, just southwest of Wellington. But it's gotten a lot broader. I think we may have just saw the last hurrah. I said that a couple times, but this storm may have just had its last hurrah. Let's hope it's winding down here. We can only hope. One said there was one by Corbin. There's no other tornadoes really happening right now. Yeah, we don't have like anything else. That's really the only storm left. I mean, the ones over here in western Oklahoma, those are mostly done. It's kind of clustered rain. The tornado watch is going to expire in literally 20 seconds. So we'll be back down to literally just the severe warning up here in Kansas and the one tornado warning. And then back over west of Fairview, we have 2 severe warnings also for the next 15, 20 minutes. But after that, there's no tornado watch. We'll be back down to a normal severe thunderstorm watch for Kansas, which granted, there's still a possibility of a tornado tonight, but this would be the storm to watch for. It'll be just west here of Perth. Still a broad area of rotation approaching Wellington right now. If they issue a new tornado warning, it'll probably be in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Thank you live and big for becoming members. Also, shout out to Carson with the super chat. I'm in Andover outside of Wichita. Are we good? I'm going to put a little line here. So hopefully this will answer your question. But basically, if you're in this general area here, we're still at risk of an isolated severe storm tonight. It would be mainly this one here. But outside of this area, we're done. Like if you're over here near Kingman, Hutchinson, there's maybe a chance of an isolated storm overnight tonight. But the risk of tornadoes and everything else is going to be much lower by that point. The new SVC outlook for tomorrow should be out soon. Yeah, we'll definitely keep an eye on it. Pretty sure it comes out. Does it come out at 12 Central? Can't remember. I think it's 12 Central. Should be out here at any moment, actually. Andover is east. I'm anywhere over here near like Augusta, Derby, Douglas, still a possibility. But I think the risk of severe weather is only going to ride on this storm at this point. Still some broad area of rotation there west of Perth. We'll continue to keep an eye on it. It's now 12 o'clock Central Time. The new SVC outlook should be out here soon for tomorrow. And for the rest of tonight, the tornado risk is going to be decreasing from here. It has been decreasing for a while, but the only tornado risk we really have at this point is this storm right here. Tornado risk anywhere else is pretty low. Even if you're in that hatched area, again, most of the severe storms have run their course. And then tomorrow, we have a much larger tornado risk. The tornado risk tomorrow is about 4 times the size of today. So Milwaukee, Chicago, Western Michigan, even Omaha and Des Moines, we are in a hatched tornado risk, which means strong tornadoes are possible. You might be wondering how that's possible. Well, we have a new SPC outlook guidance, and it's basically called SIG 1, SIG 2, SIG 3. If we have this hatched area, this is what we call SIG 1, there is a possibility of strong tornadoes, and that can even be issued in 2% and 5% tornado risks. So if you're anywhere in the brown, the green, or the yellow, there is actually a possibility of strong tornadoes. There are some areas like, for example, Bay City in Michigan that are not in that hatched area, but other areas are. And that is where strong tornadoes are a possibility. I have a new radar scan coming in on the storm in Kansas here in just a moment. Is this tonight? That's tomorrow. What I just showed you is tomorrow, which would be Friday. What's happening tonight was what I showed you a couple minutes ago, which is only like Kansas, Oklahoma, and Texas. This is the latest radar scan. It's getting a little contaminated. Still an area of rotation coming up near Mayfield. If they issue a new tornado warning, it'll probably be here in the next minute or two. That's what it looks like right now from Wichita, Kansas. It's a skyline view. The lightning's decreased a lot over the last several minutes. Still got a few flashes of lightning occasionally over at the Wichita State University. This is looking in the direction of our tornado warning cell. Keep in mind that Wichita is about 35 miles to the north of where this rotation is, so there won't not be a whole lot of lightning visible. The storm itself is about 25, 30 miles south. Can I sleep in Wichita? You can sleep, just have ways to receive alerts. Otherwise, you're good. Rotation over the last couple minutes has been trying to intensify yet again. It's I think again it's really trying to cycle one last time, and I think this will probably be the last time it tries to cycle. But it's coming up towards Wellington over the next few minutes. Tornado warning goes for 11 more minutes. They've not issued a new one quite yet. Rotation from the Wichita site is still on the broader side of things. It's not very strong. And latest scan looks like it's just kind of contaminated rotation at this point. Still some rotation, though, on the southwest side of Wellington. Strongest winds are currently going towards the radar site, so we should get some pretty strong southerly winds over the next few minutes in Wellington. Damaging winds around 60, 70 miles per hour will be possible. Can I ever sleep? That's a great question. I sleep in Bellevue, Nebraska. You can pretty much sleep anywhere at this point unless you're in one of these warnings. And we now have a brand new tornado warning. So this one will be back over here in Belle Plaine, Wellington, and Mayfield. So if you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, get to the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. All right, so again, that is going to be over here for Belle Plaine, Wellington, just south of Clearwater. And there's still a broad area of rotation. We do not have a tornado down right now, but this is still capable of producing a tornado as it continues to track to the northeast. Just to the west of Oxford, it'll be coming up on I-35 here soon. And then eventually track it towards Belle Plaine. You can see we have two different hook echoes right now. This is really the one that we're watching for. It's the new handoff. Again, this is what we call mesocyclone handoff. So we got a little handoff to a new area of rotation that's developing just to the west of Wellington. So that's continuing to track north towards Belle Plaine. The one behind it was the one that produced a tornado earlier. And actually, that one might be trying still. There's still a little bit of rotation approaching 160 west of Mayfield. So we actually have two areas of rotation still. This would be the one that is the more concerning one if it were to develop. This one is kind of just hanging on. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. Unfortunately, we have an update on the mother and daughter that were found or missing earlier. They've been found. Unfortunately, they were not alive when they are found, but they have called off the search, and we did have 2 fatalities associated with that tornado.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So, bad news out of Oklahoma. There were a couple of people lost earlier, or were not found, and we now have fatalities from tonight's tornado outbreak across Oklahoma and Kansas. So, prayers to their family there. It's not what you want to hear. Happened back down near Fairview about 2 hours ago. That was when we had a large tornado, multiple large tornadoes obviously tonight, but that was one of them. A report in the chat that alarms are going off in Wichita. Don't have any warning for Wichita. Derby, Hayesville, and even Clearwater. We're not even in a warning right now. Hey, Rocks to the super chat. Appreciate that. We have a new velocity scan coming in right now. Again, if you're just tuning in, we have 2 different areas of rotation. One that's west of Mayfield, and then the other one that's over Mayfield, west of Wellington. This is, again, one of 2 tornado warnings that we have. They're both connected, though. Same storm. Belle Plaine, Wellington are both included in this tornado warning. Here's the latest scan. And yeah, looks like we're going to have another attempt at a tornado here west of Wellington. Little tightening on rotation now, right over Highway 160. We're kind of in between two radar sites right now. There's a little tightening of rotation now over Mayfield, so we may have a new tornado trying to drop. Right now, it's still off to the west by about 5 miles or so, 6 miles west of Wellington. So not a direct impact for Wellington at this moment. But if you are in Wellington, you should be in your safe place right now, away from windows, just in case something turns. This tornado warning, by the way, I think is the highest population warning that we've had today. It's at about 13,000 people. There's apparently a storm chaser that was involved in an accident from being T-boned tonight. Couple incidents tonight. Wait for another radar scan again. We're watching for a possible tornado right now developing west of Wellington. Comes our new radar scan. They're warning for Wichita. There's no warning for Wichita. There are really sirens going off in downtown Wichita. There's absolutely nothing happening in Wichita right now. We are still far away from this storm being in Wichita. This is a live shot in Wichita. Not sure why there are alarms going off for sirens. Everybody's saying that sirens are going off in Wichita. Are you AI? No, I am not AI. Hey, Jordan for the super chat. Is a tornado happening in Kansas? There is no active tornado on the ground, but there's one developing north of Mayfield. I'm really surprised that sirens are going off. Nothing happening there right now. Not that we can see, at least. But we do have an ongoing area of stronger rotation that's north of Mayfield. It's trying to recycle again. This is gonna probably be the last attempt, if I had to guess, for a tornado. Maybe one more, but there's not a whole lot more room for this thing to produce. It's running out of energy, and it's not in a great environment anymore. We just got our day 1 SPC outlook for tomorrow. We'll go over that here in a second. We have a new day 1 outlook for tomorrow's severe weather setup. Latest scan, still showing some rotation. Let me show you guys the new day 1 outlook here. We don't have the entire outlook yet. We'll have it in a second. This is the brand new SPC outlook, though, for tomorrow. So we have an enhanced risk of severe weather. I don't think this is that different from what we just had. I'm going to get the side-by-side comparison, though, just to show you guys the difference between both days. So they have expanded this a little bit. The enhanced risk has actually grown. So this was the previous outlook. This is the new outlook. So our enhanced risk of severe weather has grown a little bit down to the southwest and a little bit to the north. So it now includes a little bit more of Iowa, Nebraska, and also Texas. There's a slight risk, and that one has the slight risk has not changed really at all. Just a little shift to the west. For Wisconsin, Illinois, St. Louis, Des Moines, you guys are included in that. Little slight risk also near Abilene, Texas for hailstorms. I'm going to show you guys all the risks here in a second. All right, here it is. So here's your tornado risk, or we'll start with the wind risk tomorrow. So the wind risk is not going to be that significant, but we do have a hatched area for damaging winds, which means that there is a possibility of some scattered damaging winds that exceed 75 miles per hour. So that would include southwest Wisconsin, back into central western Missouri, and eastern Kansas. So Kansas City, you guys are in that. The hail risk is pretty significant. We could have some storms producing around 2 to 2.5 inch sized hail. So that would include areas like Tulsa, Fort Smith, Dallas, Fort Worth, anywhere around Dallas, Fort Worth, Omaha, Des Moines, even as far north as Janesville, Wisconsin. Our tornado risk has remained, for the most part, unchanged. It has shifted more, though, down to the south. So our 10% hatch tornado risk is now a little bit further south. It actually includes parts of North Texas now. It did not before. So that includes the Red River Valley near Paris, Texas, and even near Gainesville. Fort Smith is in the bullseye of that. Joplin and Springfield and surrounding areas are in that 10% hatched, and very far eastern Oklahoma. We have a hatched risk where strong tornadoes are possible basically anywhere from western Michigan back into North Texas. So any of that hatched area, strong tornadoes are a possibility. And again, we'll have a video tomorrow morning talking all about the timing, the threats, and where the greatest impact will be. So make sure that you are subscribed to the channel and click the bell icon so you're notified when we do go live. Hey, Rocks, are becoming a member? And even before we're live tomorrow, by the way, we will have live coverage on our second channel, which will be more max velocity. It'll just be a 24/7 stream. It has live radar, has live cameras, storm chasers, all that good stuff. We'll have plenty of storm chasers out there tomorrow. We'll have live coverage, obviously, starting at some point in the afternoon. So make sure that you're subscribed to the channel. But before that even happens, we will have a video. We'll have a good old video to kind of give you a breakdown of what's coming up. All right, last couple scans. We're seeing a broader area of rotation south of Wichita. This storm is still struggling. Hasn't really done much. It's trying, though. West of Wellington, going towards Belle Plaine and I-35. Storm still lifting to the north. I think it might be running out of space here to really produce something. By the way, for those that want to sign up for Max Alert, we'll have it back up and running tomorrow. It might be back up and running here soon, but we are working on fixing the issue because it actually has also, it's basically our entire server went down, so we're working on fixing it. So again, Max Alert will be back up tomorrow. Again, hopefully we don't have anything major happening tonight. And Max Alert, by the way, will still function if you signed up. If you guys did sign up tonight, it will still function like normal. It's just our website is down. It's different. So it is not working for you. That would be why. That also goes for our overlays. You can obviously see there's no warnings currently that are showing, but there is actually a tornado warning. There's only one tornado warning, then we got 2 severe thunderstorm warnings. Do apologize for the technical difficulties. Hopefully it won't happen again. Some people in the chat have been saying power outages have been happening in Wichita. We don't have any reports of it, maybe some power flickers. Power outages have increased a little bit in Alfalfa County, Oklahoma. Starting to get restored in a major county. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning near Taloga and Sealing in Oklahoma. That'll be for 2-inch sized hail, so the size of limes, and then 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds approaching Highway 3, just northwest of Oakwood. Thank you, Grebo, for becoming a member. This is so early for tornadoes. A lot of people keep saying that. It's really not, though. This isn't that early. I mean, I get it's like the beginning of March. It's March 6th, but like last year, we had a big outbreak on March 15th. Not far from this date. I'm going to look back and see. Like, I feel like we had some, at least tornado events in the early portion of March last year. Yeah, March 4th, we had some severe weather. March 4th, we had actually 3 different streams for some reason. We had a severe weather outbreak, I believe, on March 5th. I mean, this isn't early. It's pretty normal. Really, our first real event of last year was March 15th, but we end up having our first actual severe weather event around March 4th and 5th. And we're pretty much on pace for that right now for this year. Thank you, Tall, for becoming a member. A lot of people saying sirens are on in Derby. I keep seeing people say in the chat there's sirens going off. And again, none of these places are in warnings. It's one of the reasons why I think sirens can just be not really useful at all. They can be in rare situations, but a lot of the time they're just kind of, they don't always work properly. I mean, Derby is not under a warning. The amount of people say there's sirens going off in Wichita and Derby is so high. Thank you, Incogni, for becoming a member. March 15th is my birthday. Well, happy early birthday. 9 days away. The main severe weather events that we'll be talking about are going to be today. Tomorrow, obviously, will be probably the more significant one, and then Tuesday. Tornado warning goes for another 42 minutes, and the rotation's gotten a lot broader over the last several minutes. If this continues, this thing's gonna be run out of time to produce anything. The rotation's decreased significantly over the last several minutes, and it's attempted to recycle about 3 different times now. It hasn't really done so since it produced that tornado down near Caldwell. The last time that there was a tornado was over here. There apparently was a rope tornado reported on the west side of Mayfield, so there was actually a tornado with that other hook echo. But it looks like now this thing's run out of juice. Run out of space to actually produce something. Hey, Leah, for becoming a 10-month member. What's the wind speed in Derby? I don't think it's that strong. There shouldn't be really a whole lot of wind there in Derby right now. This is I believe this is in Derby, Kansas, and right now it's pretty calm. Got a few raindrops coming down, but Derby will probably at least see some 60-mile-per-hour winds as this storm pushes north. Even if there's no tornado, there will be a pretty decent surge of wind. Why would we lie about the sirens? Apparently there are sirens going off in Derby. That's what people are saying in the chat. I'm just reading what they're saying. Now, I honestly wouldn't be surprised. I mean, sirens do go off sometimes, even if a very tiny crevice of the warning's in a certain district or city. Hey, Tom, for the super chat. Watching from Michigan. Excited for this year's of storms? I mean, we got severe weather possible in Michigan tomorrow, so we'll see what happens. Thank you also, Lacey, for the super chat. The hail threat also for Wichita is really the main concern. I mean, even if the storm starts to lose its tornado threat, there will still be a $1 to $half sized hail threat heading towards Wichita. But we'll see if it even lasts that long. We've got some storms also going over in western Oklahoma right now, mostly just 2-inch sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Nothing too substantial. I think PA Storm Trackers is looking around for that previous tornado path. Okay, the storm's not done. It is trying again. Look at this hook. I thought we might be done. I don't think it is. It's trying again. This thing never stops. We have a new area of rotation developing southeast of Anson. And there's a clear hook echo. So maybe, just maybe, we're not done. I don't know how in the world these storms have been staying alive this long. I really did not think we'd be going until almost 12:30. And I mean, it's trying to drop yet again another tornado near Anson. Still a brand new hook echo. I mean, this is just crazy. Any stuff for the super chat? We could have another tornado dropping, though, in the next couple minutes southeast of Anson. It's going to be approaching Ziba, Riverdale, Belle Plaine, and Peck. After that, Derby's going to be in the path of this in Hayesville. Only thing I would say that's concerning is that if it keeps shifting more to the west, the area's rotation, and it continues to move to the northeast like this, it could actually go into the southeast side of Wichita. Got a brand new radar scan coming in now. Actually a terminal radar site right here. I didn't even realize that. Yeah, that's a strong area of rotation that's coming together right now. This is going to be on the ground probably in a few minutes. If not, it might already be close to being on the ground. Yeah, we'll see what the velocities from the regional radar site look like. There's a terminal radar site right here that's looking into it. It looks like it's organized quite a bit. Will I be live for DFW tomorrow? I mean, assuming that there's stuff in DFW, we'll definitely be live. I mean, we're going to be live, I think, no matter what tomorrow. It's just a matter of when. Let's wait and see when things actually start getting going. Once things start getting going, we'll be live. Latest radar scan, not as strong of rotation. It's trying. This is literally one of the last gasps, though, of this thing trying to produce something. It's even a little bit of rotation still on the other part of the storm. There's another little mesocyclone here west of Belle Plaine that's still trying to spin. This is the terminal radar site. And not really a whole lot of rotation near Riverdale Belle Plaine. There's been a little bit, though, just south of Ziba. This is in the main area of rotation. That's just southeast of Anson. It's a lot of farmland still, but it's going to be heading up towards Derby and Hayesville here soon. Still have a tornado action plan again if you're in Derby or Plainsville. I know we don't, or Hayesville, excuse me. I know we don't have a tornado warning there, and we still have some time until the storm's there, but it is tracking your direction right now. I'll have another radar scan here in a moment. Is Wellington good? Yeah, if you guys are in Wellington, Kansas, you guys are done. If you're on the north side, still stay in your safe place, but south side is out of the tornado warning, and really downtown's out of it. So yeah, Wellington's good. If you're on the northwest side of town, you're pretty much done too. The storm's lifted off to your north. And the last scan is weak in the rotation again. This thing, it really tried to produce another tornado, and I think it's weakening again. So, you know, we'll see if it actually lasts, but it's been on and off trying, and it might be on its last hurrah finally. I think that might be the last attempt. I think we might finally be done, hopefully, with the storm producing tornadoes. Not over until it's over, but we'll see. All right. I think the alert thing is now trying to play alerts. Let me refresh this. There we go. Hey, our alerts work again. Yay. Bada bing, bada boom. All right. We got alerts back on. Oh, maybe not. We have a tornado warning and it doesn't show it. Never mind. Still have a tornado warning. And it says 0. Not popping up with every single alert known to man. Max, do you think that next winter will be bad for the Washington area? Why are we already asking about next winter? We haven't even left this winter. We are still technically in winter. Winter is not over. Meteorological winter is over. Astronomical winter doesn't end until the 21st. Why is it popping up with every single blizzard warning? Let me have that off. Gonna be a lot of winter notifications here over the next minute. Any ding that you hear is a winter notification. These are not new, it's just the whole system rebooted. Local news seems to be more concerned about the hail than rotation. Yeah, I'd say at this point, I would also agree with that. The main concern at this point is definitely hail. It's tried one more time. I don't think this is going to get tornado warning again for Derby or Wichita, but you never know. Maybe something crazy changes last second, but right now it does not look to be that significant. Chris at the super chat asking about Fort Wayne severe weather for Tuesday. Too early to tell for Tuesday, but all hazards are on the table for Tuesday. So damaging winds, hail, and tornadoes will all be possible. Trey with the $10 super chat. Think any strong storms will happen around Sioux City? Not today, maybe tomorrow, but even tomorrow, I think most of it will stay down to your south. We got a lot of storms, though, in Iowa and all across, really, northern Missouri, too, right now. A lot of lightning, but no severe weather, really. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning just southwest of the radar site for Cherokee, Fairview, west of Enid. The 60-mile-per-hour winds. Hello from Hawaii. We have somebody tuned in from Hawaii right now. Guys, it is not my birthday. Southern Wisconsin look for tomorrow. I think there'll be some wind, hail, maybe a tornado or two. We're gonna have a cluster late tomorrow night. It's gonna be more of a nighttime threat for Wisconsin. I was hoping Max would release a spring prediction video like he did for winter, but that did not happen. Yeah, we don't usually do spring prediction videos. Maybe we'll do one next spring, but I don't know. I think winter is a little bit more interesting to do. Not as many people care about spring predictions either, and at the same time, they're also not really. It's not really something that I don't know if I can make an entire video out of. I mean, I could do one maybe on like the second channel next season, but there isn't really a whole lot to it. So. The alert's still coming through? What is going on? That's the other thing. Thank you, Abby, for becoming a member. We also just got a new severe thunderstorm warning. That is going to be for Wichita, Kansas. So Wichita, Park City, Bel Air, Derby, Clearwater, Stisa, Mays, all of you are included in a new severe thunderstorm warning for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds, guys. All right, so if you're in the severe warning, definitely stay away from windows. But again, generally speaking, we're not looking at as much of a tornado threat anymore. Rotations mostly died. I would assume once this storm is fully outside of the tornado warning, we will have that tornado warning expired. So, and again, just for the time being, Belle Plaine is still included in this. Bird with the super chat says sirens go off early in Kansas, so we get prepared to go outside and watch. All right. Thank you. Is there anybody in chat that just goes outside and watches storms? I know some of you do. I mean, some of you guys can be honest. Or you can be honest, even though it's not the right thing to do. But to be honest, if I was in a tornado warning, I'd do that same thing because I want to see a tornado. At nighttime, though, it's different. If it's nighttime, don't even try to risk it. It is way too dangerous. I wouldn't risk it at all, for the record. But like, if it's nighttime, no way at all. A lot of people are saying they do in the chat. My goodness. It's a lot of you that do. I don't know how many of you guys just said yes, but there's at least 100 of you that said yes, and that's kind of concerning. Slightly concerning. Zero warnings. There is a tornado warning. Again, it's just bugged. We have our alert thing fixed now. It does work. It's just the tornado warnings don't update automatically. Oh, we do not we actually have a tornado warning, just isn't showing. And it's gone. Pretty sure they just cancel it. Making sure I'm correct. Tornado warning's gone, right? I think they just cancel it. It has been canceled. Or it's all right. So the tornado warning has just been canceled. So we no longer have a tornado warning. It's back down to a normal severe warning here for Wichita for quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. If I had to guess, they'll probably issue a new severe warning here for Belle Plaine in a moment, but it would just be for wind and hail. That's all she wrote, I think, for the tornado threat today, hopefully. Obviously, again, if you are in the risk area, make sure they have ways to receive alerts. Max Alert, you guys can sign up for it. Obviously, it's down right now, but once it's back up, you are able to sign up for it. So hopefully they'll be up here soon. But the bare minimum, we'll have Max Alert up tomorrow for you guys. So it'll be up tomorrow. Again, it's up tonight. If you sign up for it, you'll get alerts. It's just signing up is not up right now, unless we have the link for it, which I don't know if we do. All right, I found the link, so I can at least give you guys the link to sign up for Max Alert. I'll put it in the chat. I'm going to pin it. That is the temporary link. If you want to sign up and get weather alerts tonight that are personalized literally for me, like a phone call, if you're under some sort of tornado warning or severe warning, I just pinned the link to sign up in the chat. That is the way you can sign up. Obviously, we'll have the website up again tomorrow, but that's the way that you can sign up if you want to sign up for Max Alert. It is linked in the chat, and then tomorrow we'll have the actual website up. Thank you, Misty, for the super chat. How's Jefferson City, Missouri looking tomorrow? I'm gonna have a video talking all about it tomorrow. I would say everybody's equally at risk of severe storms tomorrow across like Missouri and eastern Kansas. I think the main corridor will be down here though for tornadoes. It's going to come down though to the dry line setup, and they're actually being discrete cells. So we'll have to wait and see how things pan out tonight, but I do think tomorrow could be a big day.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
That is not accurate, guys. We do not have a tornado warning. Our alert program is going through a reboot. My goodness. All right, this should be, nope, it's not fixed. All right, so apparently there's a magical tornado warning in effect. Bro, what is going on? It's literally a canceled tornado warning. Literally was a canceled tornado warning, and this thing's showing tornado warning. Oh, Lord. I love when technical difficulties happen on stream. There's no tornado warning. It was canceled. Fun. We're going to make sure this does not happen tomorrow. I refreshed it, Austin. Don't worry. It's still there. The tornado warning still wanted to be with us tonight, apparently, because it's now apparently here again. There's actually a little area of rotation again developing on this little hook west of Belle Plaine, but I don't think it's going to do much. Has a hook again, though, just south of Wichita. I'll refresh it again. I already did. Yeah, doesn't work. Where can I buy you those cool lights behind you? I honestly have no clue. I got it on Amazon like 3 years ago. So I don't even know if they have the same one that I have right now, but at the bare minimum, we'll have a, I'll try to find a way to get like a similar light that we can at least link you to at some point. I'll have to figure it out. I've had a lot of people ask me about that. It's literally just there. I don't know, I thought it was cool decoration. Wayne chasing in Western Illinois tomorrow. Good luck. Thank you also, Michael, for the super chat. The folding chair fund. Signing off from Wichita. I don't blame you. It's getting late. A big day of severe weather coverage tomorrow, too. But again, the good news is that the tornado threat's lower. I mean, again, we still have these tiny little hooks here, right? I mean, they could still produce tornadoes. This one's not likely to do anything. The one that's near Ziba, I'll give it like maybe a 20% chance we're going to see another tornado with this storm tonight. Very low odds. I think it'll be mostly wind and hail. And again, the tornado threat should stay on the lower side of things. I do not think it's going to be very high. Back over in northwestern Oklahoma, yes, we still have ongoing storms here. These are mostly going to be quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Not expecting a whole lot more significant severe weather in Oklahoma either tonight. And then anywhere else is strong storms. Again, tomorrow is going to be possibly a much bigger day of severe weather, especially across Oklahoma, Arkansas, Texas, Missouri, Kansas, even Iowa, Wisconsin, Illinois. I mean, I think everybody has an equalistic chance of seeing some pretty significant weather tomorrow. We'll have a video again tomorrow morning talking all about that. So again, make sure you're subscribed to the channel and click the bell icon so you're notified when we do go live, and also have that video tomorrow morning. It'll be out in about 5.5 hours. Like the video is not going to be too far from now. We got about 5 hours or so until we have a video out talking all about the upcoming severe weather threat for tomorrow. Thank you, Honor, for the super chat. But hopefully this coverage has been, as good as possible. Again, I know we've had some technical difficulties over the last hour or so, but we're working on getting those all fixed. And again, by tomorrow, we should have the Max Alert thing, the website at least, all up and running again. And then, we shouldn't have any warning problems or anything like that. So just a minor issue. I say minor, but it's basically a minor issue. But yeah, again, we covered a tornado outbreak here today, a little small scale tornado outbreak. About 6 tornadoes at least have happened. Why is the weather later today going to be worse? A much more intense trough, and it's also going to be more widespread for severe storms. So it'll be covering a much larger area. 05ZH looks really mad. Let me look at it. Out of curiosity, what's it look like? What's the damage? Yeah, like the thing is, like, it doesn't, it shows Kansas and Nebraska trying to pop. But this is going to be more of a hail and wind threat. Yeah, there could be tornadoes, but down here is really the main story. And if things don't get going, it might not, like, I don't know if this is going to be enough. The environment is very favorable again in Oklahoma and Arkansas for tornadoes tomorrow. It's just a matter of if things actually fire. It'll be very interesting. 06Z model run will come out here soon. That'll have more details, really. But yeah, again, tomorrow's going to be very, I would still say 60% chance we have a pretty significant day of severe weather. 40% chance it's on the lower side of an enhanced risk, kind of just not as significant. So. Hey, Smooth for the super chat. Max, I'm proposing in the next few months you could be our officiant at our wedding. That'd be quite the thing. I don't know if I can fit that in my schedule. I'm so busy as is. Like it's unbelievable how busy I am. The last year has just been crazy. Like we went from having, again, we actually have a team of people that work for us now. Like it used to just be me. And then we expanded into this massive team of like probably 15, 20 people. So I've gotten to the point where I'm really busy. And we also have a team of storm chasers of like 20 people too. So we have multiple teams basically. It's pretty crazy. But obviously by becoming a member of the channel or even signing up for Max Alert or anything that we do here, obviously doing any of that stuff does support what we're doing as well. You know, when it comes to our entire team and our entire operation. I mean, this is basically now a weather channel on YouTube just without the corporate vibe of it, you know. It's just run by me. Try to make it as personable as well as possible. I don't like doing the whole, you know, not interacting thing or anything like that. Like I want to continue to have these streams as personable as possible. We're not going to remove that feature at all, ever. Max travels in a limo. I do not. Oh, that would be kind of cool, but no. Is Friday or Saturday going to be the better chance of an outbreak? Friday will be. Saturday will not. Saturday will probably be a scattered day of severe weather. We might be live on Saturday. We'll see. It's a very large area. Kind of depends what happens with tomorrow, too. But Saturday's significant enough we'll be live for at least some time. Thank you, Busted the super chat. Heavy rain and thunder in Iowa. Can you tell me about the next couple of days? I'll talk all about it tomorrow morning. We have a video coming out tomorrow morning, but tomorrow will be the only day for severe weather in Iowa. Saturday will be drier. But I'm gonna have a detailed video tomorrow talking all about it, about 5 hours or so. Alrighty. Well, the weather's quieted down, and I need to get some sleep. That way we can go live tomorrow. So we're going to go ahead and widen down the stream. But again, we'll still be technically live on our 24/7 channel. So it's going to be more Max Velocity. You can look it up on YouTube. If you stay on the stream, though, you'll be redirected automatically to our 24/7 stream, which is, again, more Max Velocity. And it has live weather cameras, live storm chasers, and also has live radar. And we're working on a much more revamped version here over the next few weeks. But that's what we have right now. So if you want to stay on the stream, you'll be redirected automatically. You'll also get weather alerts while, you know, you can just keep it on your TV too. You'll have the weather alerts play on it as well. So weather alerts will pop up. If there's a new tornado warning or whatever, you'll hear the notification sound. So again, make sure to check that out. Stay on the stream. You'll be redirected to our 24/7 live weather coverage. We'll be live again tomorrow. So stay tuned. Subscribe to the channel. Click the bell icon so you're notified when we go live tomorrow. And also make sure to join our Discord server. Link is down below. Follow us on Twitter, Facebook, all that good stuff at Max Velocity WX. Discord servers where you can kind of chat with our entire community. Thank you guys all again so much for watching. We'll be live again tomorrow. Stay tuned, and we'll see you in the next stream